Thank you for watching the Y2K.
I'm just trying to figure that out.
Oh my God!
I'm finna back up. I gotta finish this legal work. I'll get it to you guys later. I'm on some hypey shit. I'm paying up.
We love you.
I got a multi-billion-dollar network. Everything comes from flowers. That's what money is. And flowers, poppy, everything.
We love you, man. We love you, man.
And as a team, look, we're well. We're doing this. I can't go along.
Yeah.
How do I take my name out of my face? Oh, that ain't my name, is it? Doesn't mean I said something over here. Take that off. There we go. Damn, that ain't no better. Boy, how did I manage to make this mistake? So anyway, if you were here the other day, we finished up the first half of finding out that there was no such thing as African slave trade, and that swarthy people from Middle Europe called Sephardic Jews, Muslim, Christianity, crypto, Catholic, Roman Catholic Church type, the whole get down, the whole smackdown was all against us native descendants. You know, there were whole Indian tribes that have been wiped out. They killed off more people than what they swore that Hitler did with the Jews. Okay? That's what really happened. They tried to say that what Hitler did, so-called Jews, and just so that you know it, Jews, Muslims, together is what helped create Christianity. You look at Old Testament books, you'll see in the Old Testament books it's referencing actions that are not only biblical but historical from ancient thwarting Jews and Muslims. Okay? But the Holy Roman Church, after they started conquering everything, it was the last of the Mohicans to start sending Caucasians over here, wiping out what they considered Negroes, because they had been fighting the Moors, who they thought were the Africans, then got brought over here because our skin tone and color wasn't the same. Forget the fact that our languages wasn't the same. You know, they just said, forget that, you know, and what I've seen so far. And there's a limited number of sources that I trust, because what I share here in these videos shoots me straight back to when I first learned about this kind of stuff back in college, back in 1972, before I went to service in 1974. But, you know, after that, man, when I got out, man, I had no source for even imagining where I could start researching and find out that we're known the Tawny, Swanee, Dublin. Did you know that Dublin means black? Go look that up. Go look that up and come back and let me know that you did that, okay? Yeah, so what we're moving on to now is we ended the last segment we were on for 2 days, where it was saying that at that point censuses were going around saying Native, Negro, white. And all you had to do is say you was one of those, but you know, because they had reclassified the native indigenous people that are swarthy, color skin, just like you and me are, and declared them to be Negroes. Not slaves no more, but Negroes. And then the paperwork slid down that if you was a native, verifiable of what was left, you was a free Indian. So because you looked like a Negro, you could get captured and thrown into enslavement, and then have to fight your way through court to regain and reacquire the fact that you was around before y'all said, let's stop killing off all the natives. And so they reclassified the natives as Negroes. And then in the 60s, you know, us with Black Power, we started associating ourselves with somewhere where we're not even from, a place called Africana, where native indigenous people are not from there. But check your genealogies, you know, and come back and let me know what you found. Because what I found is, it is proven that just because you're a swarthy here in the Americanas, that you have to have been from Africa. That's not true. And so what we're going to go through now, and I'm saying this as a disclaimer, you know, because with my shows, they come with a disclaimer, because, you know, I might say something that might be totally against anything that you believe in. So look, the Y2K show disclaimer, 10/30/22 when I took over and turned this former video channel into a live action romance novel, superhero movie, however you want to read it. But this video is for 18 and over, for language, terror, and some disturbing images, because it's terrorizing some people that imagine that I'm about to start showing you where white people have been enslaved. Wait till we get to the part where white people were even discovered. So sit down, like what you see, understand me, that I wouldn't let nothing happen to you if the brain couldn't take but the truth. This video contains strong language because I will curse in every now and then. And there's no strikes for, the cursing, but I don't let cursing get out of control over here because a bunch of nice people hang out in this place that don't do all that. We say what we want to say. Old as adults. All content and information in this video meets all community guidelines. Y'all got that? If you read the guideline books, which is about to increase a correction to, and I found out this mysteriously today. It just came to me in an epiphany, and that's I knew my eyes was reading the word, that they finally are going to not just give you a strike. They're going to show you what the strike was. They're going to show you what your strike was, what time it struck, what it was that struck, because there'd be no doubt in your mind what it is from now on. I think that's pretty damn amazing. How about you? I think that's hella amazing that it come to that. Because I've been struck twice and I ain't even been in this shit for a year yet. It's like they're trying to tell me I don't know what I'm doing. Well, I went and figured out what to do and what had happened so that I knew what to go and do. But now they said that they're going to evolve to showing you what to do. And I appreciate that. I said, thank you. I really did. I really do. Because what we always got to remember is the struggle is real. Ain't no make-believe, thought it happened, coulda, woulda, shoulda. There are things in your real life that you can either take for growth or you could leave for expense. Now, the accountant knows that in your growth will come additional income that will pay the cost of the expense of what it is you did. So it ain't on you. And me, I hustle. So I know what the truth is about the matter.
you guys saw my Suerte Euro videos. Just wanted to remind everybody before I start today, when we're talking about when you hear white servitude or European, don't automatically think so-called white or pale skin. There was melanated, dark-skinned Europeans. This is information and history they never told us. I mean, we kind of knew, but it's really deep. And we got to start correcting history. We got to start putting it in their face more and more and more. It doesn't matter how many times they're going to say cultural vultures or this is history. This is true. All right? This is Charles V right here. These are Minoan women. That's ancient times. That's like Minoan women. Look at them.
Indeed, not a single English or American sailor or traveler captured at sea by North African pirates between 1600 and 1775 described himself or herself as a white slave or even as white in over 36 published memoirs. Instead, they described themselves as Christian captives, as Christian slaves, and frequently as English slaves. To be a white slave was to be a Muslim, and if born in Europe, to be someone who had converted to Islam, a so-called renegade. To be a white slave was to be a Muslim, and if born in Europe, to be someone who had converted to Islam. To be a white slave or a white servant in North America in the 1680s was likewise to be understood as a trafficked subject. To be a white slave or a white servant in North America in the 1680s was likewise to be understood as a trafficked subject. A migrant whose whiteness marked his or her fungibility, their capacity to be bought and sold, rather than their rights as a political subject.
You hear that?
So this is not what I expected. Not at all what I expected. The argument being that white racial grammar was not born white supremacist. It became that way. So then the question becomes how and why? What led to that evolution and the creation of an ideology of white victimhood and white power?
Now, why is this not being known more widely in America? Why is this being swept under the rug?
We have a gigantic industry in the United States and in the West, which is determined to limit Black people to a slave mentality, to tell them you've been slaves, and the only way you're ever going to get out of that is to rely on the slave mentality of the socialistic welfare democratic system, which is going to subsidize your manumission ever further. Well, as we know, no one ever gets out of his own bondage by someone else doing it for you. It's by your own work that you bring yourself out of bondage.
Governor Northam made a reference to the history of slavery in the Commonwealth during his CBS interview, but he didn't call the first Africans to land on Virginia's shores slaves. Take a listen.
Well, it has been a difficult week. And, if you look at Virginia's history, we're now at the 400-year anniversary. Just 90 miles from here, in 1619, the first indentured servants from Africa landed on our shores in Old Point Comfort, what we call now Fort Monroe. And while in 1619, the first indentured servant, the first indentured servant, the first indentured servant, the first indentured servant.
And what did the elite do when you see that you're outnumbered by Black and white folks who are penniless, landless, peasants? You have to do one of two things. You either have to kill them all, but you can't do that because who's going to work? Rich folks weren't going to. They had to get poor people to work. The whole point was to be a person of leisure back in those days. That was the goal, was not to work. So you couldn't kill them all. You didn't want to kill them all. You had to do the work yourself. You had to build your own levee, build your own house. No, pick your own tobacco, harvest your own cotton. No, we're not going to do any of that. So you can't kill them, but you can co-opt them. And so the elite in Virginia, for example, in the colony, begins to give certain carrots to people of European descent, saying things like, we're going to let you own a little land, not much, but just a little. And we're going to get rid of indentured servitude. Now you're free labor. And by the way, once you're free labor, you get 50 acres of land. Just because you're free labor, see? So we're going to cut you in on this deal. We're going to let you enter into contracts. We're going to let you testify in court. And here's the best of all. We're going to put you on the slave patrol. to keep those people in line, right? The idea was you're still going to get your clock clean. We still don't like you. We still aren't going to really empower you or change your economic subordination, but we're going to make you honorary members of this team, and you're going to help us keep those other people down. So they got a little taste of power, and it did effectively divide and conquer those coalitions. Those rebellions began to stop almost instantly.
So again, we're about to read from this book from Benjamin Franklin. This is a throwback from the Black Jacobite video real quick, and it also helps us understand what we're going to read today. Concerning the increase of mankind, peopling of countries, by Benjamin Franklin. All right, Benjamin Franklin wrote this. All right, this is from 1755. All right, and we're on page 10 of this book, and this is what Benjamin Franklin says point 24, which he's making observations, right, he's given, which leads me to add one remark. He says that the number of purely white people in the world is proportionally very small. It's very small. You're the minority. All Africa is black or tawny. Asia chiefly tawny. All right, tawny, a darker complexion, right, not white. America exclusive of the newcomers, wholly so. All right, what is that saying? America is what? Black or tawny, wholly so. All right, Benjamin Franklin, you know. And in Europe, the Spaniards, Italians, French, Russians, Swedes are generally of what we call swarthy complexion. Swarthy. All right, just in case you don't know what swarthy is, just a quick reminder, we're here in the American Dictionary of the English language. All right, this is actually Webster's 1828 dictionary. All right, I got the official PDF. We're gonna go all the way to the word swarthy. All right, and right here it says swart. Right, almost sounds like steward. Swart, steward, swart, steward. And what they get steward? Did it mean black or dark? What is swart? It says being of dark hue, moderately black, tawny, swarth. All right. Down here it says swart, to make tawny or brown. Swart, an apparition. Swartly. All right, duskly with a tawny hue. It says swartness, tawniness, a dusky or dark complexion. Dark complexion, all right? Dark complexion, swarthy, being of a dark hue or dusky complexion. Tawny, in warm climates, the complexion of man is universally what? Swarthy or what? Black in warm climates. Is there only warm climates in Africa? No, we have warm climates all over the world, right? The Moors, Spaniards, and Italians are more swarthy than the French, Germans, and English. This says their swarthy hosts would darken all our plains. Swarthy. All right, black, as the swarthy African, it says, right? As the swarthy African. So the African is swarthy, right? Swarthy is a tawny color. Swartish, somewhat dark or tawny. Swarthy, tawny. All right? So you get the picture, right? Swarthy. So an African is swarthy, right? Black, right? So again, he said, Benjamin Franklin, that in Europe, the Spaniards, Italians, French, Russians, French, Italians, Spaniards, and Swedes are generally of what we call a swarthy complexion, black complexion, as are the Germans. So is the Germans. So who's the real Quakers and Puritans that were coming over here? The Saxons, only accepted who, with the English, make the principal body of white people on the face of the earth, he says, according to him, right? So he's saying that the Saxons and the English and his English lineage, right? Not all of the English, we'll see later. I could wish their numbers were increased. He said, I wish there was more white people, because it seems that all of Europe is basically swarthy. Right? What do we have here? Right here. This is a runaway ad from the Pennsylvania Gazette, 1747. It says here, runaway, the 22nd instant, from James Greenfield of Newland Township, Chester County, an Irish servant man named Robert Clinton. Irish, right? A weaver by trade. He's a middle stature with black curled hair. Black curled hair and swarthy complexion. Hello. Hello. Black curled hair, swarthy complexion. Irish with black curled hair and swarthy complexion. Who are they talking about here? Just let y'all think about that. All right? Look at this. Let's never teach them what swarthy means, so they'll never know. But we missed the You know, we're picturing Irish with red hair, red straight hair, blonde. No, sorry. This Irish got black curled hair, and a swarthy complexion, and about 20 years of age. He was young, all right? Had on when he went away a new felt hat, a dark brown coat, a green jacket, a flaxen shirt, and in fine stock polo trousers. Of course, he had that. He's a European. The so-called Negroes are European. Why did so many so-called black people not go back to their indigenous African culture and clothing after they ran away and gave their kids, instead of dressing like Europeans and giving their kids European names? Well, they were Europeans. They were just doing what was natural to them. I black curled hair, swarthy complexion. Do you guys understand now? So when we're talking about Irish being sent to the Caribbean, Irish being sent to the plantations, don't just assume pale-skinned white people. Yeah, this is deep. If you're in the islands, Jamaicans, you know, on any of those islands, Barbados, you got to really think about your ancestry. How deep it is. How much Irish and Scottish could it be? Could it be? You got to go case by case, individual case by case, because can't group everybody under one single thing. Because we have an Irish with black curled hair and swarthy complexion here. All right.
All right, so we're in the Encyclopedia Virginia.org website, and it says here indentured servants in colonial Virginia, contributed by Brenda Wolfe and Martha McCarty. And it says indentured servants were men and women who signed a contract, also known as indenture or a covenant, by which they agreed to work for a certain number of years in exchange for transportation to Virginia. And once they arrived, food, clothing, and shelter. All right, so you see transportation to Virginia. So they want us to assume they're talking about Europeans. You know, it doesn't really specify from where, right? But they're gonna, you know, we're just, I guess in this article, they're just gonna talk about Europeans, or, you know, it doesn't say if they're white or more, you know, what kind of Europeans were coming. All right, so that's your own hijack. So it says adults usually served for 4 to 7 years and children sometimes much longer, with most working in the colony's tobacco fields. Yeah, in the plantations, right? In tobacco plantations. Indentured servitude became, during most of the 17th century, the primary means by which Virginia planters filled their nearly inexhaustible need for labor. That's how they filled these plantations, all right? At first, the Virginia Company of London paid to transport servants across the Atlantic, but with the institution of the head-right system in 1618, the company enticed planters and merchants to incur the cost with the promise of land. So I guess they promised them land after they were done. As a result, servants flooded into the colony, servants, not slaves, where they were greeted by deadly diseases and often harsh conditions that killed a majority of newcomers and left the rest to the mercy of sometimes cruel masters. The General Assembly passed laws regulating contract terms, as well as the behavior and treatment of servants. Besides benefiting masters with long indentures, these laws limited servant rights, while still allowing servants to present any complaints in court. By the end of the 17th century, the number of new servants in Virginia had dwindled, and the colony's labor needs were largely met by enslaved Africans. Gosh, the hijack.
And so there are two sources of labor in colonial Virginia. The first of these being indentured servants. These were poor Europeans who agreed to a fixed term of forced labor in return for their passage across the Atlantic. So that's why it's called an indenture, because it's a type of contract between two individuals or groups. Well, at the very beginning, there were more indentured servants than African slaves. In fact, at the very beginning, there were 0 African slaves.
0.
All right, so real quick, just want to say let's dodge the hijack with the African, but you know, shout out to Tom Ritchie for you know, this history lesson. And again, as he was saying, you know, it was indentured servants. All right, in the beginning, there was no no African slaves at all. There was no slaves. It was all indentured servants. Remember?
And slavery kind of gradually became institutionalized in colonial Virginia until finally it was decided that slaves were the property of their masters for life. First, slaves were actually treated like indentured servants.
All right, so this is the Johns Hopkins University Studies in Historical and Political Science by Herbert B. Adams, the editor. It says history is past politics and politics are present history. Freeman. 13th series. All right, and it's called White Servitude in Virginia. Yes, white servitude in Virginia. Oh, you thought it was just a little article here and there.
You know, what is this? White servitude in colonial America. It says white servitude. Again, they're only saying white because they're Europeans, not because they're pale skinned. This is a modern interpretation of what they're trying to teach you in these books. So again, they're referring to all these Europeans collectively as white or white servitude. But we know, right? We've shown the evidence, we've shown the books, we've shown the genealogy, we've shown the historical coat of arms, the historical stewards, the historical so-called black nobility of Europe, right? And everybody else that was over there, the Huguenots, Sephardic Jews, the Moors that got expelled. We've shown all that. What happened to them? All right, let's see.
A study of the system of indentured labor in the American colonies by James Curtis Bala. All right, white servitude in the colony of Virginia, 1895. And we're in.
All right, so real quick again, Dodge the hijack, they're saying white servitude, they mean European servitude. All right? Not just pale skin. Yes, there was pale skin, yes. But they're leaving out, they want you to assume, they want you to only picture pale skinned people. So break the spell. All right? Wow, when I'm reading this, picture people of color going through this too.
Page 10 in the introduction, it tells you that the object of the present paper then is to show first the purely colonial development of an institution which both legally and socially was distinct from the institution of slavery, which grew up independently by its side, though the two institutions mutually affected and modified each other to some degree. All right. Second, that it proved an important factor in the social and economic development of the colonies and conferred a great benefit on England and other portions of Europe in offering a partial solution of their problem of the unemployed. Now remember, they were sending their undesirables, the poor people in the street, the bums, homeless people, convicts. So they were getting rid of all these people. So they were finding a way to do that by putting them as indentured servants and sending them to America. Right? So it says when Lord Delaware came in 1610 with fresh supplies, he thoroughly organized the colony as a labor force under the commanders and overseers. Dale afterwards applied a rigorous military system adopted from the Low Countries and enforced it with great severity in carrying out his plans for establishing new plantations. The colonists were marched to their daily work in squads and companies under officers, people, colonists, Europeans, not talking about African slaves here. All right. And the severest penalties were prescribed for a breach of discipline or neglect of duty. A persistent neglect of labor was to be punished by galley service from 1 to 3 years. Penal servitude was also instituted for petty offenses. They worked as slaves in irons for a term of years, in irons and chains. The planters affirmed that there were continual whippings and extraordinary punishments, such as hangings. Who's getting hanged first? You see, who's getting whipped? Hanged. Right? Shooting, breaking on the wheel, and even burning alive. They were burning these people alive, but it is likely they must exaggerate the state of affairs. So they were sending so many people here, even before 1619. Since 1607, they were trying to set this up. They had different ways they were trying to do it. This book explains. Eventually, the growth of a class of strictly indented servants was also a factor in the failure of this tenantship. Servants were much less costly and rapidly became more profitable. 50 servants were sent to serve the public in 1619, and in the next year, 100 more, say the records, to be disposed of among the old planters, which they exceedingly desire, and will pay the company their charges with very great thanks. These men had been selected with great care, but the company was unfortunate in being forced by the repeated orders of King James, all right, good old King James, to add a number of dissolute persons whom he was determined by the exercise of a mere prerogative to remove from England as undesirable class. See, He didn't want these people over there. They were sending them, they were dumping them over here in America, these undesirable people. The new life, which began in Virginia in the year 1619, greatly encouraged industry and husbandry and led to a large increase of independent proprietaries in a few years. Special inducements were offered by large grants of land and exceptional privileges to associations of planters and adventurers for the establishment of separate plantations. Liberal grants were also made to tradesmen and to members of the company in proportions to their shares. To encourage immigration, additional grants were made to them for every person transported to the colony in the next 7 years. A large number of servants and tenants was needed on these plantations, and for some time the importation by private persons was larger than that by the company. All right, so they can't even count all the people that were brought privately. You hear what they're saying, right?
So now we come to the modern period, and we have this absurd stereotype which denotes black skin with servitude. And it's absurd. It's a folly. So I'm bringing the good news to black people that they are not of any more of a slave race than whites have been. Well, white slaves had to endure hundreds of lashes, and many of them died of that. But another way of penalizing them was to add time onto their length of service. If you ran away a day, that was a month of additional service. If you ran away for a month, that was a year of additional service. If you stole from your master, that could be months of additional service. If you had a corrupt master and the courts of assize listened more to the master than they did to you, he could have all kinds of trumped up charges against you, as happened in the Caribbean and has happened in the United States and the tobacco plantations. And it meant that in reality, it boiled down to a lifetime of enslavement under the euphemism of indentures. A lifetime of enslavement under the euphemism of indentures.
All right, so we're in this other book, all right? I had to borrow this, couldn't even download this. You know, they don't even want you to have this. So it says White Servitude in Colonial America, an economic analysis by David Gelson.
Again, European servitude.
White servitude was one of the major institutions in the economy and society of colonial British America. Major institution, white servitude. Indentured English men and women constituted the principal labor supply for many of the early British settlements in the New World. All right, we're not talking about Africans. They told you all your life it was Africans. All right, but that was wrong. That's Kunta Kinte. That's roots, fictional stories, plagiarized fictional stories. And their successors continued to make up an important part of white immigration to the British colonies in America throughout the 17th and 18th centuries. All right, they were coming in as what? Servants, indentured servants. All right. Yet those bound immigrants who arrived in the West Indies or the Chesapeake in the first half of the 17th century performed a very different role in the colonial labor market than did the indentured servants who came to British America in the middle of the 18th century. This book provides a description of the evolution of the economic function of white servitude in colonial America, based on an examination of detailed evidence about the population of bound immigrants and analysis the sources of this process through the use of an explanatory framework designed to provide an understanding of the determinants of the major changes that occurred over in time in the composition of colonial labor forces. In this way, this book is intended to produce both a thorough portrayal and an explanation of the causes underlying a dramatic episode of early American history in which hundreds of thousands of European men and women of the 17th and 18th century voluntarily sold themselves into bondage for a period of years in order to become part of the earliest stream of immigrants from the old world to the new. All right? Again, did you understand that? Hundreds of thousands of Europeans, they came in as what? Into bondage. They volunteered themselves into bondage, into Egypt. They came back into Egypt, right? Into bondage for a period of years. contract to become part of the early stream of immigrant. Slavery played no part in the plans of the early colonizers of British America. All right, slavery wasn't around; it didn't exist. It wasn't in their mind. They came in with their English laws, which was indentured servitude. They also copied this from the Spaniards, their encomienda and repartimiento system that they had with the Aborigines as well in the islands in Central America and Mexico, South America. Again, slavery played no part in the plans of the early colonizers of British America. The use of bound white laborers preceded the use of black slaves. So the use of bound white laborers preceded the use of black slaves in every British American colony, in every colony, all right?
And a constitutional system dedicated to the defense of legalized chattel slavery in our Constitution in 1789 could become transformed into an abolitionist project in 1865. That accomplishment was neither easy nor inevitable. It was a product of sustained resistance, ideological battle, consciousness raising, brilliant organizing, and ultimately a war of national liberation and preservation led by Black citizen slaves and white freemen. But few commentators have spent much time pondering the significance of the abolition of indentured servitude in the 13th Amendment. That omission seems reasonable when we consider that few indentured servants remained in the United States in 1865, as most courts had refused to criminalize breach of contract after the 1830s. And yet the abolition of indentured servitude, along with slavery, of course, would have profound implications and consequences for the American nation. For starters, consider the dramatic divergence between the United States and Great Britain, its anti-slavery rival, which after its abolition of slavery in 1833, enlivened regimes of indenture and expanded global systems of unfree labor across its empire and across the 19th century. Consider also the power of an anti-trafficking coalition within the 13th Amendment. By anti-trafficking, I mean the abolition of buying and selling people, which is not the same as slavery, but certainly is commensurate with it. That is, in fact, what is so startling about the 13th Amendment in many respects, is that it abolished both kinds of traffic. Linked explicitly here for the first time in US law were the common interests of indentured servants and slaves in not being bought or sold. You can read the servant and slave codes from their origin as trying to drive a wedge between servants and slaves. And here in the 13th Amendment, they come together beautifully.
All right, I know it sounds like a little mumbo jumbo there, but the guy is going to get to a point later on, and we're going to read it as well. But he's basically letting us know that these first abolitionists, we're going to read later on, you know, the whole American Revolutionary War, it had a purpose. And the main reason these people's freedom, the freedom they were really fighting for, it was their indenture. They were bounded. Most of these people were convicts, prisoners. We're just beginning right now. We're going to read all this. They were fighting for their freedom. It wasn't about no country and, oh, let's fight for America. And no, they were fighting for their own freedom. A lot of these people got land grants after they did time in the war. All right, so that was their indenture to come fight in the war. That was how they paid their transportation over here. And if they survived, they got land. A lot of these people ended up in the southeast of US today, where there is so-called Black communities today. And there's been Black communities for like 200 years. Right? So where did all these indentured servant people, these American Revolutionary hero soldiers that got land grants all over these areas, if they're white, where do they go, all of them? Should be more white.
Where did these slaves come from? Where were they drawn from?
Well, primarily from Great Britain. It was remarked in one of the chronicles that I found that Scotland was a veritable industry for white slavery. In the 17th century, white parents were afraid to bring their children to the ports of Scotland for fear of what has come to be known as press gangs. Again, the historians have distorted this and implied that impressment only operated for recruiting people on board British men of war as sailors. That's not true. In the original annals, you find that press gangs operated to kidnap children and adults on board these ships, and it was a veritable industry with the cooperation of the authorities. It began in the very early or the very late Elizabethan era, when the Elizabethan geographer Halkut suggested that the only way they were going to people these plantations was with bondsmen. But the actual machinery of it and where it was really put into effect en masse came in the Stuart dynasty and under the King Charles I in the early 17th century.
We're going to get the info now that we're clear that not all Europeans were white. There was many so-called black Europeans, and a lot of these were the ones getting caught in this indenture middle passage, this involuntary or voluntary middle passage, prisoners of war, convicts, colonization, you know, all right? So let's get on with the info.
All right, so now I want to get into this book. It's written by Bernard Bailyn. He's a Pulitzer Prize winning author of Voyagers to the West. And this particular book we're getting into is called The Barbarous Years, The Peopling of British North America, The Conflict of Civilizations, 1600, 1675. So what I did is I bought the Kindle version because they don't show you any preview of it and it's hard to get anywhere. So, thanks to your donations, I'm able to get stuff. So we begin here. It says the third group of Anglo-Dutch religious radicals to settle in Virginia was initially the most tragic. All right, so what are they talking about? So Anglo-Dutch religious radicals, these are indentured servants, most of them. Of the 180 passengers from the embattled Elder, Francis Blackwell led from Amsterdam to Virginia, no fewer than 130, including Blackwell himself, died on that voyage of 7 months. They had been packed together, it was reported, like herrings. They had amongst them the flux and also want of fresh water. So as it is here, London wondered at that so many are alive, then that so many are dead. All right, so again, they were what? Packed together like herrings. Talking about people packed in ships. We ain't talking about Africans. Or if you want to talk about a slave ship and people, a middle passage, right? So you got to include these people too. And they all died too. Now, were all these white people? That's the debate. They're talking about Anglo-Dutch religious radicals. That doesn't talk about complexion right there. Continuing down here, it says the horror of Blackwell's notorious voyage was only an extreme example of the miseries of the transportation and resettlement process of those years. For most of the voyagers, emigration was a shocking experience. For some, it was as deadly as it was for Blackwell's pilgrims. The Virginia Company published guidelines for the supplies necessary for such voyages, but did nothing to enforce them, with the result that the provisions on board were so poor that they became a subject of complaint to the Privy Council. The voyages of these small, ill-equipped rocking vessels lasted 2 or 3 months. Food and drink were bad, stinkish beer in quality and short in quantity. Sanitation was primitive, and sickness swept through the passengers like deadly storms. So, you hear this? Each year, each shipping season, many died at sea. Most of the carefully recruited iron workers were lost on a single voyage. Okay, we're not talking about Africans here in this moment. The survivors were so weakened by disease and exhaustion that they quickly fell victim to debilitating attacks of dysentery and other afflictions. Whole shiploads that had been sent over to work on various public enterprises had to be transferred to whatever private plantations would take them, simply to assure their survival. You hear this? And the guest houses of which Sandy spoke so happily did not exist. Only one building, 40 feet by 20, is known to have been built for that purpose. And so, since it is mortal for newcomers to lie on the ground, the hundreds of new arrivals had to be added to the crowds that already filled the small, flimsy dwellings that were being hastily constructed. Even that might have been tolerable if the timing of the voyages had been right, but despite bitter protests from Virginia, the vessels typically left England early in the spring and arrived at the worst possible time, at the beginning of the hot season and before the year's harvest had come in. So they would send these people right when it was time to actually gather the harvest and go, go into winter. They actually needed these people more. It would be more logical to send them during the springtime when they're planting so they can help out, right? Partake in the work and get their fruits from it. The constant, often unexpected arrivals of shiploads after shipload of sickly, disoriented passengers in a climate that was debilitatingly hot and humid, lacking supplies to carry them over the first phase of resettlement, destined to be housed in crowded huts until they could be distributed, often to places other than their intended destinations. All of this brought repeated outcries from the resident leaders. I pray, Sir Governor George Yearly, 1618-21, wrote Sandys, give me both time to provide means and to build and, and settle before you send one load after another. Stop sending these ships, they're telling him, man. Give us some time. We're talking about ships after ships, right? Shipload after shipload. Not talking about slave ships from Africa here. Talking about Europeans coming as indentured servants, convicts, undesirables, right? But let's not forget all this. We continue in chapter 5 of this book. And right here it says the English, who both repelled and attracted the Indians as they probed their exposed borders, continued to lead fragile, disordered lives in an unfamiliar, dangerous environment, pressing against threatening people no less disoriented and fearful than themselves. The settlers were still sheltered in a small, lightly built, dirt-floored dwellings, scattered haphazardly amid crudely cultivated stump-filled tobacco fields and cattle farms, some with produce gardens, small fields of corn and other crops, cut out of Indian hunting grounds. Most of them were servants, slaves. All right, parentheses, you see that? Most of them what? Were servants. These settlers, these English, these were slaves. They were frequently called working off their indentures. They were working of what? Their indentures. They were what? Servant slaves, often side by side with their masters, hoping eventually to acquire a parcel of tobacco land of their own or return to their original homes. It says the African among them, oh, that's the hijack. All right, the reason I say that is because when was this written? In 2012, published. So they're going to add the African in there when they're talking about people of color. It says the African among them, 23 in 1625, because there's no record of any Africans in six. Show me slave voyages. Go to slavevoyages.org right now and show me any African in 1625, a ship, and bringing in any Africans in 1625. You won't find that. It says they were of indeterminate legal status since they had no contracts. And their social status, though, the base was unclear. So wait a minute. They have no contracts and you don't know their status. So you can't say they're a slave because you don't know. It's unclear. They have no contracts. They sound like free people of color to me. That's what they sound like to me. If it's unclear, and this has scholarly footnotes, right? This book is very scholarly. His sources are very scholarly. You can follow up on this on that if you like. Right? They don't know. It's unclear. So again, drop nation. If they can't tell you who you are, how can they tell you who you're not? The social order as a whole in the struggling colonies pell-mell scramble for survival and profits was chaotic. We continue on page 80 of this book. It says these large quantities of tobacco were not produced on the company's land, and the laborers necessary to produce these crops were not as originally planned employees of the Virginia Company. They were contract workers on an increasing number of private plantations created by the company new land policy and tenant farmers of absentee landowners assisted by indentured servants. All right, indentured servants. All right, that's who by 1617 a model structure had emerged. All right, they had the plan, they had the blueprint. We need need to do this with indentured servants. We're going to get them from the undesirables and the convicts we don't want, and all those poor people we don't want over there. Adventurers do land for their investments began to pool their grants to create larger and more efficient units of production. Smith's Hundred, founded that year, which combined the land claims of leading figures in the company, became a virtual colonizing company of its own, financed by a terminable joint stock and complete with a private labor force of indentured servants, a private labor force of indentured servants, not African slaves. We're talking about plantations, we're talking about tobacco plantations, indentured servants. And this included also American Aboriginal Indians they were bringing in from the Caribbean and local ones they had already put into servitude and indenture. Right. So when they show us these tobacco fields with so-called Negroes, growing it, it's not Africans. This was done with indentured servants. So Dutch the hijack. This is real history. All right, so now we're on page 130. We're going to talk about the passengers on this ship, the Ark and the Dove. All right, it's about 1634. We're going to go to the next page. It talks about the list. It says the rest of the passengers, most of them Protestants, right? Protestants. Remember, who's the Protestants? We already know. So remember, we're indentured or paid servants. So remember, when they're telling us Protestant settled here, religious freedom, well, they had to find a way to get over. It wasn't like they all had money to come over, so they had to indenture themselves for the passage over here. So these Protestants were indentured or paid servants. One of them black, one of them a Protestant, one of them black. What does that mean? So-called black. One of the Protestants is black. One a Portuguese mulatto, some artisans, and a few independent farmers. Now, are we supposed to assume that this supposedly one black, is an African? That's the hijack, right? They're letting you know something here. Two Jesuit priests, Andrew White and John Alton, and a lay brother completed the shipboard list, sharply divided between gentry and laborers, most of whom were indentured servants. The first settling group conformed reasonably well to Calvert's social expectations. 165 of this book, it says approximately 100,000 Britons, of the great majority English, are known to have migrated to the Tobacco Coast in the 17th century. All right? Britons in the Tobacco Coast, Britons, not Africans, at least 70% of them, and probably 85% came as indentured servants, 85% slaves, bonded for service. They were at work in the oldest settled areas as in the newest, arriving year after year on veritable convoys of ships from the major English ports. Middlesex County, between the Potomac and the Rappahannock rivers, a contemporary road, was a sea of servants. All right, a sea of servants. We're not talking about Africans. 45% of that country's entire population were servants in 1668, and the same could have been said of other countries. Who were these tens of thousands of voluntary bonded servants? Tens of thousands, hundred thousands. Where are their descendants? This is a lot of people. Imagine. So why would they need, if they're hiring contracts, you know, why would they be doing that if they got free labor from Africans? It's a business, it's a corporation, you see? Who were the tens of thousands of voluntary bonded servants? Where were they from? And were their backgrounds? What were their backgrounds? What were the differences and similarities among them? How did they live in this strange environment? What would become of them when they were released from service? In the book says the most debased, possibly 40% of the total, were the youngest, the least skilled and most destitute. They shipped out without the protection of legal indentures and served therefore according to the harsh terms of extemporized contracts that followed Virginia's local custom. Right, we're on page 308 of this book, and this part is talking about Irish travails in Fort Christina, a settlement renamed to Altona. And it says that the population, about 600 souls, many of them rough people, as poor as worms and lazy withal. Only a few of them qualified farmers, fell victim to the damp climate made more miserable by a sequence of heavy rains that ruined the winter fodder. A hot intermittent fever and dysentery became epidemic. About 100 people, many of them children, died, and the diseases were compounded by the arrival of 108 more settlers on the mill. So on top of what they were going through, they were dumping more convicts, more people with disease, more people undesirables on top of them. All right, 11 of whose companions had succumbed to scurvy on the passage, 3 of whom died on landing. The survivors, especially the indentured orphan children, indentured, taken from Amsterdam's almshouses, were suffering from a variety of illnesses, some contagious, and they brought with them no supplies. But recruitment continued in Finland and especially in the farming districts of Gelderland and Holland. All right, we're talking about Dutch, German, Finnish people, indentured servants too. These type of Europeans, not just English, Scottish, or Irish. Remember, all of Europeans we're bringing over here. In the book, Redemptioners and Indentured Servants in the Colony and Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, by Carl Frederick Geiser from 1901. A single example from the Pennsylvania Gazette on May 9, 1751, may here serve as a characteristic illustration. And it says, from that time, an ad, right? It says, run away from Thomas James of Upper Merion, Philadelphia County. On the 5th of this an Irish servant, lad named William Dubbin, about 18 years of age, speaks good English, fresh colored and thick and well set in his body, has light colored curled hair, somewhat resembling a wig, had on when he went away an old felt hat, Ozenbrick shirt and old dark brown colored coat, too big for him, and breeches of the same, gray worsted stockings, and a pair of old shoes with brass buckles. One of the buckles broke. Whoever takes up and seizes this servant so that his master may have him again shall have 20 shillings reward, and reasonable charges paid by Thomas Jones. And we continue in the book, White Servitude in the Colony of Virginia, a study of the system of indentured labor in the American colonies. All right, 1895, I believe. We're in chapter 2 now. The servitude thus developed was limited and conditional. With respect to its origin, it was of two kinds, resting on distinct principles. First, voluntary servitude based on free contract with the London Company or with private persons for definite terms of service in consideration of the servant's transportation and maintenance during servitude. Second, involuntary servitude, where legal authority condemned a person to a term of servitude judged necessary for his reformation or prevention from an idle course of life, or as a reprieve from other punishment for misdemeanors already committed. All right, so again, they were sending convicts, or they were picking up these spiriting, actually kidnapping, spirited these people, involuntarily, and sending them to America, dumping them over here. Convicts, poor people, undesirables. So, though involuntary on the part of the servant, this kind involved a contract. So even though these people were being forced to come over here involuntarily, they still were getting a contract, imposing the sentence on the person that undertook the transportation of the offender. And the master's right to service resting upon the terms of this contract made or assigned to him was practically on the same footing as involuntary servitude. The great body of servants was comprised in the former class. They were free persons, largely from England, Wales, Scotland, and Ireland. You hear this? All right. These are your slaves. These are your first indentured servants who wished to go to the colony as settlers to better their condition, but were too poor to bear the charges of their transportation. They consequently entered into a voluntary contract with anyone that would assume these charges and their maintenance for such a term of years as would repay the outlay, placing themselves for this limited time at the disposal of the person for any reasonable service. The contract was made in Great Britain with resident planters or the agents of colonists, but more frequently with shipmasters who traded in Virginia and disposed of the servant on their arrival as they saw fit. The agreement was by deed indented, and hence arose the term indented servants. This class of so-called kids was supplemented by a smaller class of persons who went on agreements for fixed wages for a definite time. The other large class was supplied chiefly from English paupers, vagrants, and dissolute persons, sent under the arbitrary exercise of royal prerogative or by court sentences, and later by the action of English penal statutes. In the earlier years, it included a large number of poor children from the counties and towns of England who were sent to apprenticeship on easy conditions. The penal regulations of the colony up to the year 1642 tended also to recruit this class. A very large number of the convicts sent to the American plantations were political and not social criminals. Of the Scotch prisoners taken at the Battle of Worcester, 1,610 were sent to Virginia in 1651. 2 years later, 100 Irish Tories were sent, and in 1685, a number of the followers of Monmouth that had escaped the cruelties of Jeffreys. Many of the Scotch prisoners of Dunbar and of the rebels of 1666 were sent to New England and other plantations. As early as 1611, Governor Dale, anxious to fill out the number of 2,000 men for establishing military posts along James River, had recommended that all convicts from the common jails be kept up for 3 years. They are not always, he said, the worst kind of men, either for birth, spirit, or body, and would be glad to escape a just sentence and make this their new country. Oh, they would be glad to not be criminals anymore and get to go free in America so they can do their criminal acts over there, right? And plan therein with all diligence, cheerfulness, and comfort. Yeah, sure. Not all these comics were good, I don't think. This request passed unheeded, and the earliest introduction of any of the criminal class seems to have been in 1618. All right? They're sending criminals over here. A strict system of search was applied to every ship that entered Virginia ports, and for the next half century, the colony had a respite from this class of Newgaters and jailbirds. Their transportation was now diverted to the West Indies. Also, it's not like they stopped sending them, they just started sending them to the West Indies instead. But this proved so ineffectual in putting a stop to petty felonies that in the fourth year of George I, 1717, Parliament passed a statute over the most vigorous protest from the Virginia merchants in London, making the American colonies practically a reformatory and a dumping ground for the felons of England. So they brought it back in 1717. Nope, that is the dumping ground for the felons of England. Again, pay attention, people. Please remember this. When you see an American who says, "Oh, I descend from England," right? Well, your ancestor might have been a felon, and he was dumped here. He was considered a felon in England. He was dumped here because he was a felon.
Damn,
They needed to work. They needed
mail
indentured
robbed.
servants. So you can tell them that. Have you done your genealogy and studied that? Ask them that. All right, because this was a dumping ground for the felons of England. All right, this is an official scholarly book with sources, real history here. In 1766, the benefits of this act were extended to include Scotland through Benjamin Franklin on the part of Pennsylvania, memorialized Parliament against it, and in 1768, the more speedy transportation of felons was ordered. Look at how many felons they're sending over here. So how many of these indentured servants that came here, how many really were felons? Wow. You see why they came here with that evilness, with that nature, to not care to take your town, to kill you, take your whole, rape your women, eat up all your corn, not care, dig up your graves, eat them, right? Like eat your ancestors because they were so hungry, going hungry, digging up your graves and stuff. This stuff they did. All right, these felons. The practice was only stopped by the War of the Revolution. The preamble of the Act of 1779 significantly remarks that whereas the transportation of felons to His Majesty's American colonies is attended with many difficulties, they are now to be sent to other parts beyond the sea, whether situated in America or not. All right, in another book from the Johns Hopkins University Studies in Historical and Political Science, and this is White Servitude in Maryland, 1634 to 1820 by Eugene Irvin McCormick, PhD, instructor in American History, University of California, and this is from 1904. As nearly all indentures were negotiable, they were regularly disposed of at auction or private sale. The following is an example of the notices which appeared in the papers whenever a servant ship arrived in port. It says here, just arrived in the ship Sophia, Alexander Berdine, master from Dublin, 20 stout, healthy, indented men servants with 20 people, it says, whose indentures will be disposed of on reasonable terms by the captain on board or the subscriber, etc. The price received for servants varied according to their skill, age, and other personal qualities, but the average price for adults seems to have been about 15 to 20 pounds, all right? People from Europe being sold, right? Like property, people being sold. The Jews and Moors in Spain, Iberia. This is by Rabbi Jos Kruskov, chapter 17, The Dispersion of the Jews. Thus mournfully closed the last chapter. These are sad words fraught with anguish and despair.
Yet, however sad, however despondent and hopeless, however much of grief and anguish and despair they convey, they befell the Jews of Spain, and they fell altogether when they are asked to describe the sufferings and miseries which met the unfortunate exiles everywhere in their fruitless search for a quiet spot where they might live or die in peace. Ships stood ready in the harbors to carry nearly all of the banished 300,000 Jews, whithersoever it suited the captains best. All right, so again, these are moderate numbers because we're talking about they were very prosperous for hundreds of years with the Moors. All right, so we have others, scholars will question these numbers and talk about millions, right? Now it says here, into these ships, exiles were literally packed, all right? Literally packed in ships, crowded together without regard to sex or age, often mother torn from child, husband from wife, brother from sister, friends from friends, and separated on the coast meant separation forever. Words and the heart fail me to speak of the heart-rending cries of parent for child and child for parent, of husband for wife and wife for husband, or of the wailing and lamenting as Spain, the land of their birth, the home of their comfort and luxury and blessings. All right, Spain, not Africa, right? Spain, not Africa, Spain, place of their birth, slowly faded out of sight and finally disappeared beneath the horizon. All right, now you tell me if that don't sound like what happened to Kunta Kinte in the so-called African slave stories, how they were snatching people, separating families, babies from their moms. All right, now we're talking about a real history here. So this is further on in the book, what they were doing to them when they were putting them in the ships. It says, no sooner were they on high sea, when men and women and children were ordered on deck, commanded to disrobe publicly, regardless of innocence of youth and modesty of sex. Many a virgin and many a youth, many a husband and many a wife dared to resist. Not that they had money concealed, but for shame's sake. And the raging billows rocked them into their eternal sleep for their resistance. All right, they killed them. Disappointed in their search, their thirst for gold was more excited. Body after body they ripped open, before the eyes of unfortunate exiles, in the belief that they must have swallowed their gold and precious jewels. And disappointed in this, there followed a scene, a more detestable and dastardly one the sun never shone upon. All right, you hear that cruelty going on? These are people of color, right? From Spain. It says, when the sailors had finally satiated their brutal lust upon the innocents and helpless and faint from terror and torture, and when the still surviving victims had been made to cleanse the ships from every trace of the blood of their friends and kin, they were seized and dropped into the ocean without a pang of conscience, and as unconcernedly as if the great God had created Jews for no other purpose but to appease the beastly appetites of inhuman sailors and serve as food for the fishes of the sea. All right? Again, these Catholics are doing this, right? It's a religious warfare. Deep, it's not about complexion. Another captain was somewhat more merciful, whether he had to expiate some of his tender heartedness by humiliating penance. Ecclesiastical history has neglected to record. He set all his exiles on the shore upon a desert coast, leaving the weak and the suffering pitilessly a prey to wild beasts and to starvation. One of these unfortunate deserted exiles who survived tells us how he saw his wife perish before his eyes, how he himself fainted with exhaustion, and upon awakening beheld his two children dead by his side. For weeks, roots and grass furnished their food. Each day brought fresh miseries and fresh graves. These were days such as Shakespeare speaks of. Each new morning, new windows howl, new orphans cry, new sorrows strive heaven on the face. It says mothers unable to bear the pinning of their children struck them dead. All right? I know a lot of you read scripture. Hey, I don't know if this is sounding familiar. So mothers unable to bear the pain of their children struck them dead and then took their own life. Whole families folded themselves in love and embrace, and while thus embracing, ended their life with their own hand. When the wind beast came upon them, the exiles plunged into the sea and stood shivering in the water for hours and hours until the beast retreated. Warily they made their way onward until at last they beheld the joyous sight of human settlements. Exhausted they lay along the coast, wasted by suffering and disease, and half demented from starvation. Down to the shore came the priest, and holding a crucifix in one hand and provisions in the other. The unfortunate Jews were given the choice between Christ and starvation. So you choose Christ or you die. Convert or die. That's the Inquisition. Another shipload was cast out by a barbarous captain upon the African coast. So listen to this. People, Sephardic Jews being brought to African coast, right? Are reversed, where the African savages pounced down upon them and abandoned themselves to fight for cruelties. You heard what happened when they dumped them in Africa? West Africa, where they're supposed to, a lot of these Hebrew Israelite camps, attacking me, telling me, oh, they're coming from what, it's actually in reverse a lot of this time. A lot of those were Sephardic Jews that were being taken as slaves or just servants or just being dumped in West Africa. The men and Jews they sold into slavery. The defenseless women were brutally ravished. You know what that means. The children of their mother's breasts, the aged and the sick and the infirm were mutilated and tortured and murdered by the thousands. That's on the African coast. Another shipload landed in the harbor of Genoa, all right, Italy. A graphic picture of their suffering is given by Genoese historian and eyewitness of the scenes, which he describes as follows. No one says he could behold the sufferings of the Jewish exiles unmoved. A great many perished of hunger, especially those of tender years. Mothers with scarcely enough strength to support themselves carried their famished infants in their arms and died with them. Many fell victims to the cold, others to intense thirst, while the unaccustomed distress incident to a sea voyage aggravated their maladies.
All right, so we're in this other book now by Don Jordan and Michael Walsh, and it's called White Cargo, The Forgotten History of Britain's White Slaves in America.
We're just talking about European servitude.
Slaughtered in America for gold. The English in America had to plant for their wealth. Failing to find the expected mineral riches along the eastern seaboard, they turned to farming, hoping they can make gold from tobacco. They needed a compliant, subservient, preferably free labor force, and since the indigenous peoples of America were difficult to enslave, they turned to their own homeland to provide. All right, they got their own English slaves, not Africans. They imported Britons deemed to be surplus people. All right, Britons, they're talking about the originals, the dark skin. All right, remember, I know they're talking about white people here, but they also imported anybody who didn't want. So that even black Britons too. The rootless, the unemployed, the criminals, and the dissident, and held them in the Americas in various forms of bondage for anything from 3 years to life. This book tells the story of these victims of empire. They were all supposed to gain their freedom eventually. For many, it didn't work out that way. In the early decades, half of them died in bondage. This book tracks the evolution of the system in which tens of thousands of whites, not Africans, were held as chattel, marketed like cattle, not Africans, whites, punished brutally and in some cases literally worked to death. For decades, this underclass was treated just as savagely as black slaves, and indeed toiled, suffered, and rebelled alongside them. Right, whites running away, getting hanged, getting whipped, lashes, all that. Eventually, a racial wedge was thrust between white and black. Something happened, leaving blacks officially enslaved and whites apparently upgraded, but in reality, just as enslaved as they were before. You understand what happened? Eventually, there was a racial wedge, and among the first to be sent were children. Some were dispatched by impoverished parents seeking a better life for them. but others were forcibly deported. Forcibly. In 1618, the authorities in London began to sweep up hundreds of troublesome urchins from the slums and, ignoring protests from the children and their families, shipped them to Virginia. England's richest man was behind this mass expulsion. It was presented as an act of charity. The starving children were to be given a new start as apprentices in America. In fact, they were sold to planters to work in the fields, and half of them were dead within a year. Shipments of children continued from England and then from Ireland for decades. Many of these migrants were little more than toddlers. In 1661, the wife of a man who imported 4 Irish boys into Maryland as servants wondered why her husband had not brought some cradles to have rocked them in, as they were so little. A second group of forced migrants from the mother country were those such as vagrants and petty criminals, all right? They were sending mad criminals over here, whom England's rulers wished to get rid of. The legal ground was prepared for their relocation by a highwayman turned Lord Chief Justice who argued for England's gaols to be emptied in America. Thanks to men like him, 50,000 to 70,000 convicts, all right? Or maybe more, were transported to Virginia, Maryland, Barbados, and England's other American possessions before 1776. All right, before 1776. All manner of others considered undesirable by the British Crown were also dispatched across the Atlantic to be sold in servitude. They ranged from beggars to prostitutes, Quakers to Cavaliers. All right, all the people, anybody they didn't want over there, undesirable. So they were sending them too. They were undesirable. So a lot of you people got, whatever, English, Irish, in your family's census, and you go back to English people. They might have been actually so-called black people, not white people. These were black indentured Europeans. All right.
Races. And there were still people profiting from white bondage. What did end with the beginning of the American Revolutionary War against the British Crown was transportation, which is a technical term used by the British for bringing so-called white criminals from Britain and dumping them in the United States. Benjamin Franklin greatly protested that, and that was in fact one of the colonists' grievances. However, I believe that it was also an alibi because the Waltham Black Act of 1723 had criminalized a great number of petty misdemeanors and made them capital offenses. In other words, Britain was teeming with a white population of poor people that it couldn't handle, and it needed to get them off the island. So by criminalizing these petty offenses, you were then able to say, we sentence you to death. However, as for stealing a teaspoon or a loaf of bread or cutting down trees on an aristocrat's grounds or poaching a deer. However, as a mercy of the British Crown, we will transport you for life into slavery in the British Crown colony of America. When the American Revolution erupted, the British Crown then had to switch their dumping ground from America to Australia, and that's how Australia was founded.
All right, so before we continue, I just wanted to, I know it was really quick. He mentioned that Benjamin Franklin was complaining about this. How they were just bringing all these Germans and Europeans and all that. I don't know if you guys remember, right? Benjamin Franklin was actually saying these were swarthy. Why are we going to Germanize America with more German, swarthy Germans, with these Boers? He called them Boers. And he said the Scottish, the Spanish, all these people were swarthy. He said America was swarthy as well. He said all of Asia was swarthy. All right, so he just mentioned them. And yes, he did do that. You can look that up. Again, we're just learning about a true middle passage here. We just learned about the true middle passage here. Let's continue.
And this book is called Colonists in Bondage, White Servitude and Convict Labor in America, 1607 to 1776. Now, it reaches that year, but we know that it actually continued after that. Abbott Emerson Smith is the author. It says a search and exploration of a very profitable and frequently criminal trade and its impact on colonial life before the Revolution. So we're in part 1 again, chapter 1, Indentured Servants and Redemptioneers. This book is about those white people who went to the British colonies in North America and who, because they were unwilling or unable to pay the cost of their own passage,
became bond servants for a period of years to some colonial master who paid it for them. All right, so we've already gone over this. We understand now what indentured servitude and the whole passage and why they had to be bound or be servants for 7 years, because they couldn't pay for it on their own. And doesn't always mean that these people were willingly coming either. So a lot of these people were being forced. So somebody had to pay for their transportation. All right. They were variously known as indentured servants, redemptioneers, or in order to distinguish them from the Negroes, as Christians or white servants. Many of them were convicts from the jails, transported instead of being hanged. A few were political and military prisoners, taken in war or rebellion. There were rogues, vagabonds, whores, cheats, and rabble of all descriptions, racked from the gutter and kicked out of the country. All right, all their undesirables, all these people that were just trying to get rid of, criminals, all these people, man, that they were just dumping over here. It's no wonder why they did the things they did when they got here. There were unfortunate French, German, and Swiss Protestants, fleeing from religious persecution, starving and unhappy Irish, rack-rented Scottish farmers, poverty-stricken German peasants and artisans, brash adventurers of all sorts. People of every age and kind were decoyed, deceived, seduced, inveigled, or forcibly kidnapped and carried as servants to the plantation, all right? They were kidnapping people. Now, they told you they were going to Africa kidnapping people, all right? Now you see why this dude who wrote Roots, the original, I'm talking about the African, the one Alex Haley plagiarized, where he get all these ideas from. People getting kidnapped and brought to America to work in a plantation. This was happening to white people first, Europeans first. I'm not talking about slavery, I'm talking about in the Americas. When you're talking about setting up a colony, setting up an economy, building a town, you need free labor. In the Americas, this was done with indentured service, not African slaves, not in the beginning. And even at the end, we already know there is no proof. Where's the slave ship? You guys were already here. They were grabbing you from here. They had the labor force here. They didn't have to go spend money, bring a ship all the way to Africa, risk the adventure, the company, the business, and then bring Africans over here when you were already here. All right, they made you into indentured servant. They did that to the Indians. We already got all these videos. Got like 5 videos on that with all scholarly sources. Go back if you're new to my channel. There were many ordinary individuals of decent substance, and a few even who were entitled by the custom of time to be called gent. All right, so he's trying to water it down a little bit. He said, well, there were some regular people. More than half of all persons who came to the colonies south of New England were servants. Again, you're a white American. You're most likely a descendant of a servant, a convict, or anything like that was sent over here, a vagabond. You know, you read. From the complex pattern of forces produced in emigration to the American colonies, one stands out clearly as most powerful in causing the movement of servants. This was the pecuniary profit to be made by shipping them, put them in ships. Labor was one of the few European importations which even the earliest colonists would sacrifice much to procure, and the system of indentured servitude was the most convenient system, next to slavery, by which labor became a commodity to be bought and sold. Labor or your service was a commodity to be bought and sold. It was profitable for English merchants trading to the colonies to load their outgoing ships with a cargo of servants. Load what? Their ships? Load their ships with servants? What servants? English, Irish, Scottish, all these undesirables, not Africans. For the labor of these servants could be transferred to colonial planters at a price well above the cost of transporting them. It was profitable to the colonial planter to buy them, for he could rise from mere subsistence to prosperity only by commanding the labor of others beside himself. Hence, there was a constantly active stimulant to the emigration of servants, a powerful and resourceful group of merchants and shippers, always ready to accept the services of volunteers for the New World, and what was more important, to bring pressure to bear on doubtful candidates to advertise the attractions of life in America, and even as a last resort, to collect a shitload of labor by forceful means. All right, they were advertising, making it seem, give a good picture of America, the American dream, and you can be successful, you can be free. You won't be a convict, you won't be a vagabond, you won't be not desirable. All you have to do is work for 7 years and you get your land. And if they choose not to do it, they don't want to, what they're gonna do? They're just gonna do it by forceful means. They're gonna go kidnap you. They're gonna force you to come over here and work.
Now, this kind of indentured labor force, was it freed when America gained its independence and the British lost kind of the right to rule, or when did this practice end?
They were not granted their freedom under the United States Constitution, because there is a reference in the Constitution to bondsmen of unspecified races. And there were still people profiting from white bondage.
Now, when we talk about slavery, of course, to me, this is mostly new. When we talk about slavery, we talk about these crowded ships coming over from Africa with people dying of diseases, people being kept in the holds of these primitive ships. Was it the same for whites?
The ships were not designed to carry human cargo. They were designed to carry cargo, period, which could be horses, it could be rum, it could be lumber. These ships exhibited a higher rate of fatality for white slaves, as I document in my book, in the Middle Passage, as it's known, than existed for black slaves.
All right. So again, I know a lot of you probably, forget and go off on the hijacking. These are trigger words. He's saying white were more in bondage, or white servitude was more. Remember, he's just saying white because these are Europeans. He wrote a whole book. He named it white. They were white and they were slaves. His misunderstanding, he's assuming, I mean, he's a scholar. This is an old interview. I don't know if he thinks like that now, but this is very old. He was still under the impression that all Europeans were white. He wants to talk about his, I guess, heritage, and he just wants to show, look, man, we were slaves too. But he has to understand, and I know you guys, a lot of you guys understand. You don't fall for the hijack, and you're ready to dodge the hijack when you hear it. All right, you're ready to dodge it. A lot of these were people of color. I'm not gonna, stop saying it. I'm gonna repeat it as many times as they repeat African, as many times as they repeat white, African. I'm gonna repeat, no, these are people of color. These are so-called black Europeans, so-called Negro Europeans, Negro, people of color, black Europeans, Negro, people of color, black Europeans too. Right? Put that in your mind.
Goes on in this first chapter to explain all the different schemes and all the different types of dentures and what happened when they got here a little bit. Schemes meaning what they did to get people to come over, how they promised them things, or how they, but it was a whole, they just wanted basically free labor. And it says here, while schemes such as these were carrying their hundreds to the plantations, the regular trade in indentured servants and redemptioners was carrying its tens of thousands. This trade was the backbone of the whole migratory movement. Neither imperialist visions and necessities, nor charitable impulses, nor religious enthusiasms, nor desire for landed possessions kept it going. All right, it wasn't none of those things that kept it going, but simply, meaning it wasn't just because people were being persecuted religiously or anything like that, right? That's not the reason it kept going, but simply the fact that colonists wanted white laborers and were willing to pay merchants and ship owners for bringing them. All right, they wanted what? White laborers. What does it say anything about Africans here?
The book White Servitude in Colonial America, an Economic Analysis. All right, so this is introduction, part 1. Wherever slavery ultimately developed, indentured servitude had earlier been in use. All right, to British colonial planters in the early 17th century, the indentured system offered the most accessible supply of bound labor. In those colonies in which abundant land and the availability of a profitable staple crop made the demand for labor grow rapidly, there was a high demand for servants. As a result, for many regions, it became true that, as John Corey reported from Virginia in 1619, our principal wealth consisted in servants. All the way in 1619, right? That was their wealth. What was their wealth? The labor the servants were providing these people, free labor. Quantitatively indentured servants played a major role in early British migration to the New World, all right? Although their total numbers are not subject to precise estimation, an indication of their significance is given by Abbott Emerson Smith's judgment that between half and 2/3 of all white immigrants to the American colonies after the 1630s came under indenture, or Wesley Franks Craven's estimate that 75% or more of the Virginia settlers in the 17th century were servants. All right? This is an uncomfortable truth, an untold story, untold history. So we continue in the book White Servitude in the Colony of Virginia, a study of the system of indentured labor in the American colonies by James Curtis Bala. All right, 1895, I believe it was written. And we're in still in chapter 2. This is page 38. And it says here, another important source of involuntary servitude was found in the practice of spiriting. All right, now remember, they actually changed the word kidnapping and called it spiriting. There was kidnapping people. That's what this meant, which grew up in the reign of Charles I and continued throughout the Commonwealth period in the reign of Charles II. It was an organized system of kidnapping persons, young and old, usually of the laboring classes, and transporting them to the plantations to be sold for the benefit of the kidnapper or shipmaster to whom they were assigned. They were kidnapping people from England in the streets, children, old people, anybody. They were kidnapping them, taking them by force, putting them on ships, right? What does this sound like? They told us they were grabbing Africans by force and bringing them over here, but they were actually grabbing undesirable felons and convicts, vagrants, beggars from England and dumping them by force in the plantations of America, all right? It became widely extended in England, but Bristol and London were the centers of the traffic. Throughout London and the parishes of Middlesex County, its agents called spirits were distributed, men and women, yeomen, tradesmen, doctors, and a class of rogues and idlers who earned a livelihood by this means. Even doctors, anybody got into it, women. It was good business, kidnapping people. The ladies of the court and even the mayor of Bristol were not beneath the suspicion of profiting by this lucrative business. Even the mayor was involved. All manners of pretenses were used to decoy the victims aboard ships lying in the Thames or the places where they could be assaulted and forcibly conveyed on board to be disposed of to the ship's company or to the merchants. They would trick people into the ships, is what they're telling, all kinds of things to get them on. All right. The practice first arose in connection with the West India plantations. Barbados and other island plantations probably received a much greater number than the American colonies. So a lot of these kidnapped people ended up in Barbados and other plantations of the West Indies.
And the mid 18th century is a moment when the penny press has generating a whole spate of new narratives that are emerging, very often published by people, anyone who could afford a printing press, and which was not insubstantial, but there were a variety of new narratives entering the popular libraries. And Peter Williamson, his story is remarkable. He was kidnapped as a young boy, sent into slavery, as he described it, as an indentured servant, a very long apprentice contract, 10 years of an indentured servitude in Pennsylvania, at the end of which he was then drafted into the local militia when he fought in the French and Indian War, and was then captured by Delaware Indians and became a captive again, a second captive. And he finally escapes from the Delaware Indian and then returns to Great Britain, where he then publishes his memoir called French and Indian Cruelty. And in it, he embraces some of these new ideas that are emerging about a white identity that really are more than a language of traffic, but also a language of romance and a language and an ideology of victimhood, and some of the things that we've already discussed that are more familiar. At the heart of his story is the white damsel that he comes upon when he himself is a captive. And he finds her tied to a tree, and the Delaware Indians are about to kill her. And he, along with his other fellow captives, find a way to rescue her. And she's actually rescued by a British soldier, a British officer. And then there's that kind of redemption of sorts. And it's an imperial context, certainly. The other way in which I guess I would describe Williamson's whiteness is on display is here, in this image, in which he sold his book in the garb of a Delaware Indian. And so it wasn't enough just to have a really interesting story that linked different kinds of captivity in colonial America, but in fact, he would go to book fairs, these small little marketplaces around his native town of Aberdeen, and would say French and Indian cruelty, and he pretended to be a Delaware Indian. And here he is dressed as one, and he's got his tomahawk, his scalping knife, his shot bag, his bag of wampum, his powder horn, his Indian canoe. Well, that's in the image. He didn't carry that with him, and then a war dance. And so he would.
How does a so-called supposedly white man who was an indentured servant, how does he go and run away and blend in and hide amongst the Indians? How can he just hide and look like an Indian? Think about it. How does a so-called white person, right? He's supposed to be a white because he's white servant, right? Supposed to be a white indentured servant, right? How does he go and blend in with Indians, right? Copper-colored tribes of America. Copper-colored tribes of America. You an Indian, right? How does he blend like you? How can a white man, even if he put on a wig and everything, how would he look like you? Right? So just like in scripture, how Joseph, right, he was hiding amongst the Egyptians and they couldn't recognize him, his own brothers. Oh, what did that tell you? That they were the same complexion, right? So how can a white man hide amongst Indians, the copper-colored tribes of America? I think about that because he's not so-called white. Remember what white man, trafficked person.
Perform being Indian. He would perform his capacity to appropriate Indian culture, playing Indian. He was not the first British subject to do this. This kind of love affair with the exotic subject in the empire was not new. What is unique is that he's the first traffic subject himself to do that and to use that as a way of gaining an audience. If you've read the work of David Rodiger, whose work remains foundational to the field of U.S. labor history, it is blackface minstrelsy. It is the institution in which white workers would become white and become white supremacists in the early national period. You have here, in effect, an earlier prototype for that, which is him playing Indian, a trafficked servant doing this work. Indeed, the formation of working classes was closely bound up with a mixture of radical anti-slavery sentiment on the one hand and newly embraced white victimhood. That mixture of whiteness and radical anti-slavery did not preclude the formation of working class consciousness, but rather comprised the cultural and intellectual fabric from which it emerged. White slavery, so-called, was at the formative moment. It was the discourse in which classes emerged in Great Britain and the United States. That trope did not preclude working class support for Black abolitionism, but frequently, in fact, advanced a broader abolition of all slaveries, Black as well as white.
We're continuing the book White Servitude in Maryland, 1634 to 1820 by Eugene Irvin McCormick. And it says chapter 5, it says fugitive servants. One of the most noticeable features of indentured servitude, and one which greatly impeded the successful operation of the institution, was the large number of runaways. All right, all these runaways, you thought it was just African slaves. No, it was indentured servants, mass, large number of them, from the founding of the colony to the dying out of white servitude. From the very beginning, in the first half of the 19th century, there's abundant evidence that large numbers of servants deserted the service of their masters, and their apprehension was one of the most serious problems with which the planters had to deal. These slave catchers, who were they going after really? Indentured servants. Outside of the convict class, by far the largest number of runaway came from the ranks of the outcast and ne'er-do-wells from the cities of England and Ireland. All right, these outcasts, many of them fleeing from justice or suffering from the pangs of hunger, were attracted by the glowing accounts given by the agents and eagerly accepted this method of reaching the land of gold. They were induced, they were forced, they were kind of like schemed into coming over here and putting themselves in an indenture. It is not at all likely that these persons had any intention of fulfilling the conditions of the indenture and thought only of the free transportation to America. So a lot of these dudes are like, yeah, but when I get over there, first thing I'm doing I'm running away. I'm escaping. I ain't working for 7 years. These and the convicts became the professional runaways. All right, the convicts and all these outcasts. These were the runaways. Not no African slaves. You understand what we're reading here? Like this is in Maryland, but this happened in a mass scale all over all these states where they had indentured servants. These same type of indentured servants, two convicts and these outcasted people from Europe. From the publication of the first newspaper in Maryland till long after the revolution, it is difficult to find a number whose columns do not contain from 1 to 10 advertisements for runaway servants. All right, we've seen a lot of examples of that already, right? All these newspapers during those times filled with runaway ads of servants. The Rise and Fall of Indentured Servitude in the Americas, an economic analysis by David D. Gilson. So here, the evolution of indentured servitude in colonial British America. Indentured servitude was an initial solution to an acute problem of obtaining a labor supply that existed in many regions of colonial America, and the basic form of institution developed by the Virginia Company was widely adopted and used throughout the British colonies in the 17th and 18th centuries. Although precise estimates of the total numbers of servants are not available, all right? They're not gonna, so when they tell these estimates, like I always say, like they always saying 2/3 or about this percentage, that's them being modest. I'm telling you, it's guessing, but they know it's high, so they even tell you high. 2/3 or 80, 75% is high. An indication of the overall quantitative importance is given by Abbott Emerson Smith's judgment noted earlier that between half and 2/3 of all white immigrants to the American colonies after the 1630s came under indenture. Their importance at times in particular regions was even greater, as is suggested by Wesley Frank Craven's estimate that 75% or more of Virginia's settlers in the 17th century were servants. 75% were servants, indentured chattel property. Talking about Europeans settling in Virginia. All right, not Africans. Although initially all the servants came from England, in the course of the colonial period, migrants from other countries joined the flow of servants to British America, and especially in the 18th century, sizable numbers of Scottish, Irish, and German immigrants arrived in the colonies under indenture. Active markets for indentured servants arose in Europe and in the colonies. Hundreds of English merchants in the major British ports participated in binding immigrants for servitude overseas. Transportation costs varied little across individuals or destinations, and differences in the immigrants' productivity, which affected the rate at which they could repay the implicit loans, were therefore reflected in variation in the length of the terms for which they were bound. Surviving collections of indentures clearly show that characteristics that raised the expected productivity of a servant tended to shorten the term for which the servant was indentured. Thus, the length of the indenture varied inversely with age, skill, and literacy, while servants bound for the West Indies received shorter terms in compensation for their undesirable destinations. The presence of these markets provided a consistent link between European labor supply and the labor demand of colonial planters from the 1620s through the time of the American Revolution, again, all the way up to 1776, indentured servants. So where's the Africans? When did the slavery, they started outlawing it? Like almost 1807, they're declaring it, right? The Act of 1807. So all the way to 1776, indentured servants. The efficiency of the institution within the colonies was further increased by the fact that indentures were generally transferable, and masters could therefore freely buy and sell the remaining terms of servants already present in America in response to the changes in economic circumstances. Continue in the book White Servitude in the Colony of Virginia, a study of system of indentured labor in the American colonies. It says here in chapter 2 still, page 40 says the servants in Virginia were usually English, Scotch, or Irish, but there were also a few Dutch, French, Portuguese, and Polish. They were usually transported persons, but residents in the colony also sold themselves into servitude for various reasons. All right, colonists sold themselves into servitude. Well, why didn't they just go get Africans if it was so easy? The demand for servants before the rise of slavery was always very great in the American colonies and was further enhanced by that of the island plantations. It was the impossibility of supplying this by the regular means that furnished the justification professed in the English penal statutes and gave encouragement to the illicit practice of spiriting, kidnapping. In the early years before these means were resorted to, dealing in servants had become a very profitable business. The London merchants were not slow to see the advantage of such a trade. A servant might be transported at a cost of from 6 to 8 pounds and sold for 40 pounds or 60 pounds, and a systematic speculation in servants was begun both in England and in Virginia. Regular agencies were established, and servants might be had might be had by anyone who wished to import them at a day's warning. Others were consigned to merchants in Virginia or sent with shiploads of goods on a venture. The demand continued unabated until near the last quarter of the 17th century. The numbers were so considerable in 1651 that the commissioner of the Commonwealth, who were sent to demand the submission of Virginia, were authorized, in case of resistance, to levy the servants for reducing the colony. From this time to the beginning of the decline of the system, the yearly importations were very large. The number imported from 1664 to 1671 averaging 1,500 a year.
So one of the things I also discovered in the research is that white slavery is the political content of whiteness was remarkably divided, and that there was a kind of fight over its political meaning. That is important for recognizing a kind of fault line in contemporary white supremacy. This was not simply an assertion or a naturalized understanding that all white people share something. It had a particular political target in mind, the way it was being used by traffic subjects. That said, the ways in which whiteness became legitimated as a broader cross-class identity at this moment in time, a political project that was uncertain, fighting abolitionism, as well as supporting it, critiquing imperial policy, as well as supporting other ones.
White servitude and convict labor in America, 1607 1776. We are still in chapter 2, page 35. And it says here, the profits of the trade. Never during the colonial period did it cost more than 5 or 6 pounds sterling to transport a servant to the plantations. The Virginia Company paid 6 pounds in 1619. And in 1750, the Board of Trade contracted with merchants to take settlers to Nova Scotia at 5 pounds, 5 shillings each. The Georgia Trustee usually paid 5 pounds for the passage of their free colonists, but shipped at least one lot of indentured servants for only 4 pounds apiece. In 1708, a merchant tried to get 7 pounds each from the government for taking palatines to New York and was told that his bid was too high. So they were bringing what? They were trying to bring what? Palatines to New York. What is a palatine? German palatines, says here in Wikipedia. The German palatines were early 18th century immigrants from the Middle Rhine region of the Holy Roman Empire, including a minority from the Palatine, which gave its name to the entire group. They were both Protestant and Catholic. Towards the end of the 17th century and into the 18th, the wealthy region was repeatedly invaded by French troops, which resulted in continuous military requisitions, widespread devastation, and famine. The poor Palatines were some 13,000 Germans who migrated to England between May and November 1709. Their arrival in England and the inability of the British government to integrate them caused a highly politicized debate over the merits of immigration. The English tried to settle them in England, Ireland, and what? The colonies, the American colony. The English transported nearly 3,000 German Palatines in 10 ships. 10 ships, 3,000 people. We're not talking about 10 slave ships from Africa here, man. I need you guys to really understand what we're reading here. You know, we've been reading so many. I mean, are the numbers starting to add up? Just think about it. Look how this, how this will multiply. These indentured servants, these Europeans. We're talking about 10 ships that didn't come from Africa. We're talking about 10 ships full of German Palatines. All right, so in 1708, they were trying to sell these same Palatine Germans for 7 pounds, and they were like, nah, man, you're charging too much for these Germans. Bring the price down.
All right, so bring the price down for these Germans, man. They ain't that expensive, man. They're cheaper than that. All right, so again, going to go back, right? Repetitive, right? Germans, right? What did Benjamin Franklin say about the Palatine Germans? Specifically, the Palatine Boers. Instead of calling them Moors, he called them Boers. And again, Germans, these Palatines are swarthy complexions. Swarthy. I know it's hard when you're reading these things like Germans, Palatines. You totally disconnected from it because you assuming these are not related to you in any way. I actually did somebody's genealogy, actually 2 or 3 genealogies that went back to these Palatines coming out of Pennsylvania, Maryland, all these places, right? These were people of color. And so again, don't forget, these German Palatines, he was saying they were straight up swarthy. They were swarthy.
It says in 1638, a shipload of servants sent to Virginia was sold off at various amounts ranging from 250 to 600 pounds of tobacco per servant. Shipload of what? Servants, not Africans. Shipload. It is difficult to be sure how much this represented in money, but at rate of 6 pence a pound, this means that they brought from about 6 to nearly 15 pounds apiece. The same year, servants were sold in Barbados for 500 pounds of tobacco each, which may be about 12 pounds sterling. The average price in Maryland during the earlier 17th century has been estimated as from 15 to 20 pounds, in Virginia as high as 40 to 60 pounds. Sir Thomas Muddyford said in 1670 that male servants sold in Jamaica, where? In Jamaica, we're talking about Europeans, in Jamaica, selling, people being sold, slavery, sold for 12 pounds to 15 pounds, and females from 10 to 12 pounds. We have already seen that the islands fixed prices by law ranging as high as 18 pounds apiece for good servants, and this figure was intended to attract trade. In Jamaica, a good tradesman was said to bring about 40 pounds in 1739. All right. In Jamaica, we still got indentured servants in 1739, and other less skillful servants went for 20 pounds each. And
All levelers and fugitive runaway advertisements and the contrast in political economies of mid-18th century Massachusetts and Pennsylvania by Barry Levi, University of Massachusetts, Amherst. Continuing, many old white servants had families that had been developed and grown in servitude. All right? Many white servants had families that had been what? Grown all their lives in what? Servitude. In this one regard, they were similar to black, so-called black people, Indian and other colored slaves. So no different than the so-called Negro, right? No different. Of course, some old white runaway families crossed racial lines. In short, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Delaware clearly had a large group of permanently servile whites. All right, permanently servile whites, permanent. People who lived their lives in servitude and who developed families likely to stay in servitude. Talking about white people here. And you know why they're saying white? Because these are all European indentured servants, so they gotta say white. But we don't know if they're all white. Many white children in Pennsylvania grew up in servile families. When Thomas Johnston, aged 30, ran from Thomas Ogle of Newcastle County, Delaware, in 1751, he took his wife, a little boy, about 4 or 5 years of age, with him. Similarly, when an Irish servant, Charles Campbell, ran from Henry Huddleston, Plumstead Township, Bucks County, in 1739, he was supposed to be in company with one Martha Bostock, a short, well-set woman with red hair and poke broken, has a child with her about 5 years old. In 1741, Benjamin Mifflin of Philadelphia noted that his servant Henry Carpenter is a great boaster and has a son with him of his own name. This son was 13 years old. Like the stories of the slaves of the Old South, all right? Just like the stories of the slaves of the Old South, many white Pennsylvania servants ran to reunite their families. Such servants were not just German redemptioners seeking to reunite families soon after arriving. In 1746, Rachel Pickering, a 30-year-old English woman, fled from Matthias Curling, tavern keeper in Concord, Chester County, Pennsylvania. Curling noted that she had a fat man child with her about 6 months old. Curling had information that she was carried up from Newcastle County to Philadelphia in a boat, and that she had been heard to inquire of one Timothy Connor, who she says is her husband, but he is only her bastard's supposed father. He served his time with one William Peters, Fuller, living near Concord, the Delaware Valley Free Labor Market, apparently disappointed and defeated many white ex-servants who returned to servitude after gaining freedom from the original labor contract and then decided to run later in life. Historians are beginning to uncover a class of lifelong servile white workers, and cottagers in the middle colonies, and these advertisements confirm these findings. All right, these advertisements, these are recorded history. It confirms these findings and this unusual and depressing feature of the middle colonies labor system. Between 1720 and 1760, over 35% of the runaway Delaware white men and women whose ages were specified were older than 24. Some of these were men who arrived at older ages to begin their American adventures. But as the advertisements make clear, most had served several terms of indenture in the middle colonies or in Maryland. They had failed to cultivate the discipline or skills of Poor Richard to compete well in an unregulated labor market. Some fell into debt or had to sell themselves into servitude contracts again to eat. All right, continuing this book, and right here it talks about how the runaways would do different things to escape and change their clothing and everything, so they would brand them, right? So it says here, in retaliation, Pennsylvania masters used tattoos to keep servants from simply shedding their clothes and thereby their historical identities. In all the New England and advertisements, not a single white runaway sported a tattoo. However, some 50 Pennsylvania white runaways had tattoos or brands imprinted on their bodies by their masters or merchant suppliers in order to deter escapes and aid in recaptures. Many servants, particularly from Quaker districts, had the initials of their names tattooed with gunpowder on their hands, usually the left hand near the thumb. Gunpowder tattoos were created by etching or cutting the skin with a needle and plugging the wounded skin with gunpowder. The burning procedure was not intensely painful, or so it is said. For example, Joseph Britton of Crosswick, New Jersey, reported that his runaway servant John Henry had J.H. picked with gunpowder on one of his hands. So that's what they mean, that they were branded. Masters tattooed women as well. Abraham Shelley of Philadelphia reported that his Irish runaway, Eleanor Kavanagh, alias Plunkett, aged 35, had EP and blue wrote in gunpowder on the back of her left hand. She is a good spinner. All right, so that was the code. The gunpowder was basically the tattoo, the brand they were putting on them.
But there was finally a law passed. If you look at Henning's history of the statute.
Okay, I'm going to bring this segment of our show to a close. I mean, that's been almost 2 hours. We've been on for an hour and 47 minutes. Wow. That information we just received there was so good, man, we couldn't stop watching. I don't know about y'all. Nicole, she just kind of ran off. She said, okay, Pop, well, I'm running off. I got some errands to run, man. I've seen enough. But Nicole, I'm about to share this now on my community wall. Yeah, great, honey. Hey, hold on. Let me do you a favor. I've seen you around here a couple of times now. I trust you. Let me go and give you one of these wrenches so I can put you to work, make you more motivated to come here and grab your community wall activity. So go ahead and post something now, Nicole, so we can make sure that that tattoo worked, since we were on the subject of tattooing people. Did she leave? Is she, Nicole? If you are still here, say something. Let me go play some music, y'all. I'll be up here in headquarters trying to decide what's going to be next. Let me go down here to the bottom of the playlist inside my computer. Off of it. In Brooklyn, what about you? One of our
get money, that's the code I live by. Penny, peach, and coins since I was knee high. Get money, that's the motto I follow. On the corner, catching checks like I just won a lotto. I got reason to smile, and I ain't even got a grill in. Working the streets until your boy bring a million. Back in the booth because your boy love the feeling of his fans' hands raised to the ceiling. Eyes on me as if I committed a killing. Not bloody murder, but from the tickets that's selling. Pockets overweight like Jenny Craig's clients. And my gas tank always like my eyelids.
You don't have to say them, just wave your hand. Word, I got a couple of those books. Papa also spoken stories from my elders. This is why I don't debate with people, because the history most know is one-sided. Yeah, that's why we have to look at the sources of the information that we're looking at. Like, the reason why I go with him, hold on. I'm sorry, your audio is lower than the music. I turned it down. How about now? Are we better now? Okay. All right, 18, you rolling out too? Just because I stopped the video, everybody taking off now, huh? But word to respond more to you. You know, when you say you have the books, are they written by the authors of the people that was actually there? Are they written by the books that have done research and have the receipts from what the people that were there had written? Because that's what makes books, you know, authentic. You got, you know, like, you got to know who wrote it. You got to know when you open this book up, you know that the person that wrote it, resources for this information were gathered from this source, this source, this source, and then those sources have to cross. You could get two sources to cross with the same information, then you know pretty much you got the true information. Okay, next question. Brooklyn. Brooklyn, can you hear me better now? Because I know that may have been a problem right there. Because sometimes it becomes a problem that we can't hear the music. You know, like when I first, the music could go up higher than what my voice is. Because my voice is set at a moderate level. And it can't go up any higher, but if I flip to music on the music meter, and I had it turned up from the last one, you know, like DJs do, but I ain't sitting here with no headphones on where I can listen to anything I'm playing prior to putting it on. They haven't gotten that sophisticated with this platform yet. You know, in case you was wondering, I'm not done for tonight. I just, you know, I want to give everybody a break chance that we can start, you know, sit and talk to each other about what we think that we've been reading or listening to or reading along. I try to read along with most of it. Sometimes I might not get it all. Let's listen to a little faster. I did share this one on the wall a while ago. This was so interesting. Thank you for coming through, Brooklyn. And if I see you in here again, let me give you a mind, take a picture of work. Because I haven't seen nobody drop no links in this show today, like it must be illegal or something. Is it illegal or something that I don't know that has restriction on? Drop your links in my chats. Can somebody tell me, because if I need to overcome something, get something worked out, please let me know. Now, my question is this music playing louder than I'm speaking? That's the thing I got to know. Because I haven't really learned how to turn this music down yet. So you have to let me know. Oh, here's the volume. Okay, here we go. Is that better? Somebody raise your hands and tell me that the music level is better. I'm a little choppy. You're making me nervous now. So, okay, so tell me one more time. Okay. Tell me now if you hear music. Tell me if you hear music now. Okay, you do hear the music. Okay, because what I was back here trying to figure out, and nobody was able to help me with it the other day. There's an audio channel, the audio library that you can play music out of, but I guess you can only check it out first back here that way. You know, you can check it out in the audio library on your studio. Yeah, go into your studio, and at the bottom of your studio set is audio library. And then I just lost another subscriber. No, I haven't. Okay, it's holding down. Hey, can I share something with you guys about? Hey, what's up, G-Duck? G-Duck. Okay, we're good now. Here to give you a like. Hey, don't give me a like. Like, comment, share, whatever it is you're gonna do. I know you're already subbed up. So just, give me a little, a watch time while you're here. But what I wanted to share with you guys is about, being a mod in a channel like mine is because you're a content producer. The G-Duck and other content producers can tell you, words you can tell them too, that when you're in somebody's chat and you go, oh yeah, man, drop a wrench on them, but they can't do it. Oh man, pull that person's channel up. Well, just pulling somebody's channel up does not do any good. I'm telling you, everybody that now. Like I'm gonna go over here to Queen's channel by these 3 dots over to the right. I'm gonna click on those 3 dots. It's gonna bring me right to her channel. I ain't gotta go to no URLs, no search lines, or nothing. And in the about section, it can tell me when did she start her account. And if I go looking for anything else and there's nothing here, then I can debate, okay, do I need to subscribe to this person right here or not? Because there's nothing here. So then when I back out, let's go, just for example, Brooklyn Lady, you go over to your channel and see, oh, you got in your home, you got things that people can watch that I'm sure has your link to it. So I'm gonna click on WTF is wrong with people. What no sound. Okay, so I'm clicking on it and it's a link. The first thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna click on it and I'm gonna like it. Then the next thing I'm gonna do is go up and leave her a comment and ask her, is this in the airport baggage? Department? I can't tell. I blocked it out before I finished looking at it. Okay, let me finish looking. Yep, that's some airport. Oh, there's a woman all up on the rafters, all up on the top. What is she trying to do? There ain't no sound. What the fuck is wrong with people? Okay, that one had no sound in it, and that person had climbed up over there. Who was that lady? Who was that lady climbing? All over the counter. Now I've left her a message. And we don't know each other, so by me going to her, me going in her pages, in her shorts, now when she comes in, not only have I given it a like, I left her a comment. Now I can click on her share, get a copy of a link that shares her content. I can come right back here, right click after I paste it. After I post it, paste it, and then boom, there she is. That's how simple it is when you as a moderator are asked to drop somebody's link. Now, the thing that helps the most is I went over to her page. I went to where that video was playing, and now that I'm out of there, that video is repeating itself with me watching it. So now I'm developing her watch time. on that single video. I just let that same video run over and over and over and over, and I done subscribe to her. YouTube will allow me to remain as somebody that has subscribed to her channel. But if you just go over and to somebody's channel and you just click subscribe, and then you're like, yeah, I subscribed to your channel, yeah, but did you hit the notification button? Oh no, I forgot. Then go back. And also, while you're over there, look at one of my videos, one of my little shorts. Because the reason why people don't want to do it is because they don't want to lose out on what's going on in the chat. I mean, that's kind of selfish of you. You know, you're gonna drop a link, and then I gotta leave the chat I'm in and go over to see what's on this link. No, I ain't, because then I'll miss what's going on over here in this chat. Okay. That simplify it. Because once you go and you hit their channel, if you pull up one of their lives, it could be hours. At least when you finish the chat you're in, you can go over there and finish watching that chat, and you've given her watch time, and you can subscribe to that person. And the next thing you know, you got a new subscriber to your channel. This is for moderators. You know, for people that are just productive wrench carriers. When you're in a show, you might not care if you ever get another subscriber or that you subscribe to anybody. But if you hit these three dots over here on the right side and you go to a person's page and they got content over here, then why not subscribe up to them and come and enjoy their content? You know, like Perpetual Fatty Pussy. She's not a regular content provider, but this girl got videos, and she be reading books and stuff, you know, in video form, 34 minutes, 13 minutes. You know, if you click on one of these books, whether you get to read it all now or not, you can go over and click on like. You can leave her a comment down here in the comment section after you watch it, like I've done. You could come back and you could share this video for her, and you could subscribe. You could sub up to her. And see, while I got this over here, that link I just dropped, that link will be in this show forever. Whenever, as soon as I'm done here, I can go over here and listen to her read this book. And if you leave her a message, now you guys are friends. Now anybody you subscribe to will be, you know, they subscribe back to it, whichever way it goes. You guys are linked together, and it will be to the advantage with the person that you did it for. Because not all people you're gonna meet in here are not gonna want to be, content producers. Can y'all hear me okay? Because to me, I sound perfect. If there's something wrong with the sound, hit me up. So if what I'm saying makes any sense to you, because everybody in here that I'm looking at, is G-Dup still in here? G-Dup ain't been here, ain't been to one of my shows since I became a content producer. G-Dup, I'm glad you came today to let me know that not all my friends are, subscribers to what I do. Okay, Brooklyn Lady. So I'm geared up, G'd up, and I can be heard. And that's the most important thing that we want to have going on here. Now, where's my video I left going on over here? Because I just subscribed to you, so I really want you to get this subscription. Let me take this a little longer one. Now, see, I can do it like this, but if you're doing this on a computer, you can open up multiple tabs. Like right now for YouTube, I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 tabs open. Yeah, 6 tabs are open on YouTube on my computer right now. And I've been in as many as 3 where one's just talking and they're typing. And then I could go to another one where they're just typing and they're not talking. So I could turn the volume off on one and watch either one for staying with the conversation and typing inside the conversation. But that's because, I was born gifted to a higher level than just being able to sit around on my hands and not know what the hell I'm saying or doing. I proceed that procedure. And now, Brooklyn lady, Ellie, oh my God, thank you. Oh, you don't have to be like that. Here, take this wrench with you. Next time you come here, you just drop. Go ahead and say something so I can make sure. Okay, it says that you are. G-Duck walked out on me. He gave me my life and he rolled over on me. See, I like it when my ethnic group of people come in and despite what their brainwashing is, we can let each other know, hey man, we're all the same. We're all the same. As we're seeing in this video, they're talking about they were stealing people from Scotland, Ireland, casting them out from England, going over to Germany, going into where they call India, where they call them white people, the Jews, going and getting them and bringing their asses all over here. No wonder we got a race problem over here. Because once the mixed marriages occurred, when a swarty and a mulatto, have a baby, it generally becomes more mulatto than it does swarty. Now, when that more mulatto baby mates with a more mulatto baby, then you got a white person. But that don't stop them from being swarty. That don't stop them from being a so-called Negro. Just ask some people. Ask Abraham Lincoln. Ask George Washington what it was like to look white, but knowing that your mama and your mama's mama was swarty. Ask Dwight D. Eisenhower. Some people think that the first or the last black president we ever had was Obama. That's because your ass wasn't born to the 80s or something. I don't know. But if you step up to the podium and you explain it to us, then we'll all know that Dwight D. Eisenhower was a black president that looked white. So Obama, he's just in a long line of mixed individuals to become president. Because the first 8 inaugural presidents of this United States were all black. They weren't even called president, they were called some other name. They're just, executive officer or something, strange and unusual they used to use. So, y'all want to hear some of my recorded music? You want me to hit one of my channels? Get some of this music that they say is okay to play. Let me see if I can get this. I want to thank y'all for sitting here listening to me all this time. It's really a great feeling to be able to be sitting, spitting the truth with people that understand that the truth will set you free. Now, I don't expect none of y'all to run right out and exude anti-brainwashing and start getting in conflicts with your friends, relatives, and neighbors. I don't expect you to do that. But you should make it a point to at least start teaching your children the truth. Also, as you can see on the video that I'm using, let me go back to the video that we're using. Let me lower this. You can see right down here, this is a YouTube video. And Kurimiyo Awa, you can put that name in your browser and you can basically research just about any distorted history we've been taught anywhere forever. You can go right there and you can get that. knowledge. It's not something, this isn't just something that I'm sitting here talking to you about. This is something that we all can grasp and levitate towards. So let me get some Coolio, Grandmaster Flash, and get y'all some white lines up here while I go down here and figure out some more. Be back in a minute.
Bass. Vision, dreams of passion, and all the while I think of you. A very strange reaction. The more I see, the more I do. Something like a phenomenon, baby. Telling nobody to come along, but white lines blow away. Ticket to ride, White Line Highway. Tell all your friends they can go my way. Pay your toll, sell your soul. Pound for pound, costs more than gold. The longer you stay, the more you pay. My white lines go a long way, either up your nose or through your vein, with nothing to gain except killing your brain. Higher, baby. Get higher, baby. Get higher, baby. And don't ever come down. Pure as the driven snow. And now I'm having fun, baby. It's getting kinda low. I need some one-on-one, baby. Don't let it blow your mind away. Baby. Go till a little highway. Cause white lines blow away. Blow! Rock! Blow! A million magic crystals. Painted pure and white, a multi-million dollars, almost overnight. Twice as sweet as sugar, twice as bitter as salt. And if you get hooked, baby, it's nobody else's fault, so don't do it. Higher, baby. Get higher, baby. Get higher, baby. And don't ever come down. Freebase. Don't you get too high. Don't you get too high, baby. Turn you on. You really turn me on and on. Cause you gotta come down. My temperature is rising. When the thrill is gone. No, I don't want you to go. A street kid gets arrested. Gonna do some time. He got out 3 years from now just to commit more crime. A businessman is caught with 24 kilos. He's out on bail and out of jail, and that's the way it goes.
Cane, sugar. Cane, sugar. Cane.
Athletes rejected, governors corrected. Gangsters, thugs, and smugglers are thoroughly respected. The money gets divided, the women get excited. Now I'm broke and it's no joke, it's hard as hell to fight it, don't buy it.
Freeze! Rock! Freeze! Rock! Freeze! Rock! Freeze! Rock! Rock!
Get higher, baby. Get higher, girl. Get higher, baby. Come on!
White light.
Vision, dreams of passion.
Flowing through my mind.
And all the while I think of you. A very strange reaction. The more I see, the more I do.
Something like a phenomenon.
Baby.
Telling your body to come along. But white lights blow away.
Yeah. Money Mac. Dale Federer. What's up, y'all? And Mr. Reed. That's how we do it, y'all. Y'all ain't even ready, though. Hell nah. Mac. What's up now? Yeah. Give it to him. Yeah. These niggas on life support, about to put a plug on them. Speaker in the trunk, bumping dope like a drug runner. Mac. Music in my veins, I'm a blood donor. Racks. See them daily like a strip club on a fact. Give it crack, smokes rap. Hang these motherfuckers out to dry like a coat rack. Back wet, got pulled like an abscess. Meet me at the block, I keep numbers like an address. Hustling ass nigga in the bed with a bad bitch. Sleep number 5, 10s, 20s in that mattress. Whole life's a crapshoot. Hell yeah, I'm gambling. Bet it all on black student body up and grambling. DJ sampling, rappers just biting. Bitches in my pocket out of gas, try to siphon. Touch more keys than Sean Ross on the Triton. Heavyweight, iron on the mic like Tyson.
My music is my motivation. My music is my motivation. My music is my motivation. So I gotta do what I gotta do. My music is my motivation. My music is my motivation. My music is my motivation. So I gotta do what I gotta do.
I'm old school like rockin' bells and LLs, dropping tail short dogs, 7-5 girls, 7 to my world, MCs and DJs, Rick Lee's and Freeway, shake cheese, that's all day, smoke weed and serve game, magazine in this prime. But tennis ain't my racket, I'm a menace when I'm rapping, there's no ending to this saga. All the other rough, the raw, Tupac, I'm like fuck the world. I do this thing often like fucking your girl, teaching youngsters to be bosses and motivate they sales. I soak the game well and you should do the same, it ain't hard to tell. You better guard your grill, cause the streets is talking and you're the topic. You better guard your grill, cause the streets is talking and you're the topic.
My music is my motivation. My music is my motivation. My music is my motivation. So I gotta do what I gotta do. My music is my motivation. My music is my motivation. My music is my motivation. So I gotta do what I gotta do. My music is my motivation, man. It's more than a dream. That's why I do the things I do on a daily. I chase money. It's funny how time passes like sand through an hourglass. Yet I can't never relax, cause I'm back like a relapse. The next day, at it again. I can't stop. Hustling in my blood like clots stuck on the block. Feeling withdrawals if I stay away like a knot. So I'd rather stay and play while my future I plot. Can you dig it? If you came, it's good. See, I'm used to getting questioned and misunderstood by my own self, trying to figure out the mistakes that I done made in the past, so I don't duplicate them and waste any more days of my lifespan. Been here from the start, never left like a right hand. Mystery shining like the light on my nightstand. And fuck getting rich, I want wealth like a white man. My music is my motivation. My music is my motivation. My music is my motivation. So I gotta do what I gotta do. My music is my motivation. My music is my motivation. My music is my motivation. So I gotta do what I gotta do.
Sister and your mama too, cause they're about to throw down, and you know just what to do. Wave your hands in the air like you don't care. Glide by the people as they stop to look and stare. Do your dance, do your dance, do your dance quick, mama. Come on, baby, tell me what's the word up. Everybody say, when you hear the call, you got to get it underway. Word up. It's the code word. No matter where you say it, you know that you'll be heard. Now all you sucker DJs who think you fly, there's got to be a reason, and we know the reason why you try to put on those airs and act real cool, but you got to realize that you're acting like fools. Give us music, we can use it. We need to dance. We don't have that time for psychological romance. No romance, no romance, no romance for me. Mama, come on, baby, tell me what's the word up. Everybody say, when you hear the call, you got to get it underway. Ow!
long way to go there, y'all. But don't go nowhere because I got plenty more that I need to share with y'all. Next, we got Hirsch White, who did this tribute to Kobe Bryant. This way, if I mix up the music, then there ain't no chance of, there being a real strike coming against me because I'm keeping it theirs, mine, and ours. And I got this big list that I've compiled of music that you can actually play that's copywritten that they don't mind if you play when you're on YouTube. Take that back home and smoke it. Burn it up. Go for broke. Watch your bullshit go up in smoke. Rock on. Rock on. Drive me crazy.
We be ballin'. We ball out. I pull up to the line, drop a 3 on them. Dagger in the heart, Kobe lean on them. Look them in the eye, love mean on them. Untouchable, triple team on them. 5 champion rings on them. Purple and gold, fresh and clean on them. Yeah, I'll be ballin'. MVP shot calling. Forever a legend. Look in the sky, my name is written in heaven. Forever a legend. Look in the sky, my name is written in heaven. Northern Cali, we be showing love. From the Bay to LA, we be ballin'. Northern Cali, we be showing love. From the Bay to LA, we ball out, ball out. Northern Cali, we be showing love. From the Bay to LA, we be ballin'. Northern Cali, we be showing love. From the Bay to LA, we ball out, ball out. Forever legendary, we ready to ball, baby. Forever legendary, let's shoot for the stars, baby. Forever legendary, we ready to ball, baby. Forever legendary, let's shoot for the stars, baby. I live my life like a rock star. Everywhere I go, they know who you are. When I'm on the road, baby, getting money on the go, baby. I'm legendary like an icon. Got this game on lock like a python. 24 to the hole, baby. You're not knowing now you know, baby. Northern Cali, we be showing love. From the Bay to LA, we be ballin'. Northern Cali, we be showing love. From the Bay to LA, we ball out, ball out. Northern Cali, we be showing love. From the Bay to LA, we be ballin'. Northern Cali, we be showing love. From the Bay to LA, we ball out, ball out. Forever legendary, we ready to ball, baby. Forever legendary, let's shoot for the stars, baby. Forever legendary, we ready to ball, baby. Forever legendary, let's shoot for the stars, baby. I slide through when it's crunch time. Game winner, 4th quarter clutch time. Man, I'm so legendary. My game so pretty. Crossover, Holly Berry. Come see me in the battlefield. Mama mentality, shoot to kill. I shine like my chain. On my jersey on, keep it lit, Laker game. Forever legendary. We ready to ball, baby. Forever legendary. Let's shoot for the stars, baby. Forever legendary. We ready to ball, baby. Forever legendary. Let's shoot for the stars, baby. Let's shoot for the stars, yeah. 1, 2, 3, come on.
Yeah, that was Hirsch White. He made that video. Well, he made the song. I made the original video, and it was doing really good. But then somebody saw it and said, "Hey, man, I'll produce you a real video. Come on, man, I'll do it for you." And it looks a lot better than mine. It's got some video in it. Mine just had stills in it, you know, that I went and found pictures. So how about some Digital Underground? Are y'all familiar with the Humpty Dance? Are y'all familiar with the Humpty Dance? Let's get Humpty. I know these guys, man. Doc G right there. Yeah, did shows with him and San Jose. He came back. The whole thing got on my face, man. It's got to all me
Alright, stop what you're doing, cause I'm about to ruin the image and the style that you're used to. I look funny, but yo, I'm making money, see? So yo, world, I hope you're ready for me. Now gather round. I'm the new fool in town, and my sound's laid down by the underground. I drink a bottle of Hennessy you got on your shelf, so just let me introduce myself. My name is Humpty, pronounced with the Humpty. Yo, ladies, oh, how I like to funk thee. All the rappers in the top 10, please allow me to pump thee. I'm stepping tall, y'all, and just like Humpty Dumpty, you're gonna fall when the stereos pump me. I like to rhyme, I like my beats funky, I'm spunky, I like my oatmeal lumpy, I'm sick with this, straight gangster Mac. But sometimes I get ridiculous, I leave a ball your crackers and your licorice. Oh, yo, fat girl, come here, are you ticklish? Yeah, I called you fat, look at me, I'm skinny. It never stopped me from getting busy, I'm a freak. I like the girls with the boom, I once got busy in a bathroom, I'm crazy. Allow me to amaze thee. They say I'm ugly, but it just don't faze me. I'm still getting in the greens, and I even got my own dance. The Humpty Dance is your chance to do the hump. Come on, do the Humpty Hump. Come on, do the Humpty Hump. Check me out, y'all. I do the Humpty Hump. Just watch me do the Humpty Hump. Yeah, do you know what I'm doing? Doing the Humpty Hump. Come on, I do the Humpty Hump. I do the Humpty Hump. People say, yo, Humpty, you're really funny looking. That's alright, cause I get things cooking. You stare, you glare, you constantly try to compare me, but you can't get near me. I'm giving more C, and on the floor B, all the girls, they adore me. Oh yes, ladies, I'm really being sincere, cause in the I'm a Humpty nose will tickle you. My nose is big. I'm not ashamed. Big like a pickle. I'm still getting paid. I get by the ladies. You know I'm in charge. Both how I'm living and my nose is large. I get stupid. I shoot an arrow like Cupid. I use a word that don't mean nothing. Like Luke did. I sang on Do What You Like. And if you missed it, I'm the one who said just grab them in the biscuits. Also told you that I like to bite. Well, yeah, I guess it's obvious. I also like to write. All you had to do was give Humpty a chance. And now I'm gonna do my dance. The Humpty Dance is your chance to do the hump. Come on. Yeah, sexy lady. Do the Humpty Come on. I'll do the Humpty Hump. Sexy baby.
Look, you must be from the West Coast. You did that twice now.
Do you know what we're doing? We're doing the Humpty
I play all this music because back in my day, I used to work with all these people from these shows and stuff in Northern California.
Yeah, that's
What's
great.
the story with this music?
Look at that bass groove right
From
here.
the West Coast?
Yeah. Now that I told y'all a little bit about myself, let me tell you a little bit about this dance. It's real easy to do. Check it out. First I limped to the side like my leg was broken. Shaking and twitching, kinda like I was smoking. Crazy, whack, funky. People say you look like MC Hammer on crack, Humpty. That's alright, cause my body's in motion. It's supposed to look like a fit or a convulsion. Anyone can play this game. This is my dance, y'all. Humpty Hump's my name. No two people will do it the same. You got it down when you appear to be in pain. Humping, funkin', jumping, dig around, shaking your rump. And when the doodle jump punk points a finger like a stunt, tell him step off. I'm doing the hump. The Humpty Dance is your chance to do the hump. Everybody, I do the Humpty Hump. Come on, I do the Humpty Hump. Sexy lady, I do the Humpty Hump. We're doing the Humpty Hump, y'all. Watch me do the Humpty Hump.
I know y'all love that one, so I know you're gonna love this next one. This one right here, this one comes straight out the hood from my boy Johnny West, when he made a deal with Snoop Dogg and came up with this incredible song right here, y'all. It's called Divas Night.
You got the look of a diva. Y'all got it all now. Follow the procedure. I need you to leave your mind, but bring your body. Ain't nothing but an Eastside party. You know it's cracking like that. Why you acting like that? Hand me your glass. Let me pour you some yak. That's nasty. Now if you act right, by the end of the night you get the can with the Southside boss. Twist that spinach. Put fire on the end of the bitch. Now let me hit it. Baby, you cute, but you need to be fucking with Snoop. Come through and see what it do.
Oh, yes, it's Diva Night, and she's feeling right. Oh, yes, it's Diva Night, gonna get it in time. Oh, yes, it's Diva Night, and she's feeling right. Oh, yes, it's Diva Night, gonna get it in time. Get it in time.
Phenomenal abdominal pressure with the follow through. Relax for a second, let me tell you what we ought to do. We start with the top, then move it to the bottom. Let your dress hit the floor like your panties be dropping. Damn, you look good, girl, rocking the set, getting it wet. Correct me if I'm wrong so I can place my bet. This is the time of the night when your girls join in, cause I'm the type of motherfucker fucking you and your friend. East Coast to the West Side, doing it all night. Take you one at a time, no need for a cat fight. The D-O-double-G-Y and the W-E-S-T.
Oh, yes, it's Diva Night, and she's feeling right. Oh, yes, it's Diva Night, gonna get it in time. Oh, yes, it's Diva Night, and she's feeling right. Oh, yes, it's Diva Night, gonna get it in time.
Get it in time.
Me and my girls out at the club, dancing all night long to the robot dog. Gotta be a mood, but I catch my eye. Super duper kind with a super sweet smile. Gotta get to know me in the right way. Turn up the Marley and pass the J. Feeling so fine, listening to reggae. In your arms, I want to stay. I'm the queen, yeah, I'm a diva. Come too close, you'll catch a fever. My love spell on you, now you got amnesia.
Oh, yes, it's Diva Night, and she's feeling right. Oh, yes, it's Diva Night, gonna get it in time. Oh, yes, it's Diva Night, and she's feeling right. Oh, yes, it's Diva Night, gonna get it in time.
Get it in time.
We gave it to a World Cup.
Johnny West.
That was my
Snoop
son, Johnny
D-O-double-G.
West, and Snoop Dogg, D-O-double-G. Now I got some E40 coming up for me. I don't know if y'all familiar with E40 or not, but he was one of the first Bay Area artists to get signed to a record deal, and then that record deal didn't make him no money, and they put him on the shelf, and he wasn't producing. So every time he did a show on his own, then they wanted part of the money because he was signed to them, and that didn't work out. So then when he came back as an independent. We worked together. We did some shows. And then he met an old friend of mine that had owned this club called Beehive. And before that, owned a club up in Redwood City. And the two of them hooked up and opened up this club called the Ambassador. And I come walking in there one night, man. They both trying to offer me drinks. And my homeboy, KY, he had done brought me up there for a job. Like as if I needed a job. You know, I'm Y2K associates. I used to have caps that had Y2K on them. I hustle. Fire burnt me out in 2018. I've been homeless ever since. I ain't never recovered from it. This is the shirt I was wearing that day when the fire, you ever seen fire? Fire has a face on it when it's coming to get you. And it had a face on it. And I had managed to get this shirt on. I still got my underwear. I got my underwear on that I had on that day too. But I think my shoes and my pants, I don't outgrow all of that. And my caps, man, I had some fine ass shoes, some fine ass clothes. Oh man, that's just way too much to talk about. Let me get back to E40 over here.
Nope. Yep. Nope. Yep. Nope. Yep. Nope. Yep. Ever told on a nigga? Nope. Ever squeezed the trigger? Yep. Ever set a nigga up? Nope. Ever helped a brother out when he was down on his luck? You a sap? Nope.
You a boss player, you a Mac?
Yep.
Let me hold a couple dollars.
Nope.
Y'all still be popping y'all collars?
Yep.
Stock rims on the scrape.
Nope.
Paint wetter than a lake.
Yep.
Poodle in my blood.
Nope.
Bitch, I'm a thug.
Yep.
You a loser?
Nope.
Winner?
Yep.
Starving?
Nope.
Dinner?
Yep.
You still sell dope?
Nope.
Now you clean it in the bar Dove soap?
Yep.
Got a little Gouda?
Nope.
Got a thumper, got a Ruger?
Yep.
You in love with the hoe?
Nope.
She bringing you the dough?
Yep.
You gon' cry if she leave?
Nope.
You gon' fly overseas?
Yep. Everybody got choices.
I choose to get money, I'm stuck to this bread.
Everybody got choices.
These bitches is choosing, I'm all in their head.
Everybody got choices.
Keep it 1,000, I like that I chose.
Everybody got choices.
These niggas be hating, I already know, but I never go broke.
No.
I'ma stay getting money,
Yeah.
and I ain't gotta sell my soul.
No.
I'ma stay getting money,
Yeah.
If you broke, you ain't like me.
No.
I'ma stay getting money,
Yeah.
I give a fuck if you don't like me.
No.
I'ma stay getting money,
Yeah.
Lazy,
No.
got dick that'll drive a hoe crazy.
Yep.
Hater,
No.
wanna see a player get paper.
Yep.
Traitor,
No.
loyal to my soil, not a faker.
Yep.
Sleep,
No.
bust moves, hella active in the streets.
Yep.
Scared of the dark,
No.
have money, have heart.
Yep.
Narc,
No.
shark,
Yep.
gossip like a brawl.
No.
Check a bitch like a smog.
Yep.
Slipping,
No.
tripping,
Yep.
sober as a gopher.
No.
Hide in a roller coaster.
Yep.
Star Wars,
No.
Yoda.
Yep.
Never leave the house without my strap.
No.
Shoot a motherfucker in his nap.
Yep.
Never been a sucker or a pussy.
No.
Blowing cookie, never coughing like a rookie.
Yep. Everybody got choices.
I choose to get money, I'm stuck to this bread.
Everybody got choices.
These bitches is choosing, I'm all in their head.
Everybody got choices.
Keep it 1,000, I like that I chose.
Everybody got choices.
These niggas be hating, I already know, but I never go broke.
No.
I'ma stay getting money,
Yeah.
and I ain't gotta sell my soul.
No.
I'ma stay getting money,
Yeah.
if you broke, you ain't like me.
No.
I'ma stay getting money,
Yeah.
I give a fuck if you don't like me.
No.
I'ma stay getting money.
Yeah.
Was it love at first sight?
No.
Did she ride you like a bike?
Yep.
Was it ripe?
No.
Was her pussy tight?
Yep.
Got some property?
No.
Drive a Maserati?
Yep.
You softer than a sock?
No.
You solid as a rock?
Yep.
Slow?
No.
Trained to go?
Yep.
Your team weak?
No.
You respected in the street knee?
Yep.
Shallow?
No.
Didn't need?
Yep.
Broke?
No.
Chin knee?
Yep.
Not a BB or a pellet gun,
No.
but a long barrel bass drum.
Yep.
If I get into it, won't run.
No.
I'ma give a nigga fair run.
Yep.
Still live in the track?
No.
You ever go back?
Yep.
Wear a wire and a camera?
No.
Ears to the scanner?
Yep. Everybody got
I don't give a fuck if you sucking a penis or ducking subpoenas. You lucky to meet us. Respect is something that I earned as a fetus. You tried to burn and defeat us and question who is the cleanest. Take off that rap costume, we'll surely see who's the meanest. You try to come in between us, but this monster is grown. I'll show you the concepts of war. Constantly on top of your property, still in your throne. It's obvious you're a clone dog. Throw you a bone raw. I actually kick you with the director who made the movie Saw. You kicking it with bitches who get you to buy him shit down at the mall. I'll touch 100 bras. You fought 100 balls. Over chicks who ain't even fucked you after wear wonder bras. I'll eat you in the flesh, defeat you in the poo. Speak to you in death, sprinkle you with truth. I just wanna hit him with a little bit of venom that'll get inside your motherfucking melted brain. Kung Fu vampire reignites the flame.
Yes, niggas will come your way. We're making our house to every club in town. Yes, niggas will come your way. We're making our house to every club in
Yeah,
town.
don't get it twisted off of an image you ain't used to seeing. I break you to pieces. Only one that be able to save you was Jesus. There's bullshit going on. I think you the reason. You niggas refuse to get it until I make you believe it. Now when I make new releases, I'm always peeping out the way you conceive it. You motherfuckers better take it or leave it. And ever since the game put me in a random position, I've had the ambition to beat you with my pants in the kitchen. I'm going mad and ballistic. Take a look at my fucking life. Grab the statistics. I've been like this way back in the distance. Rapping this sick shit on my own with a lack of assistance. You seem so eager. You niggas just need to back up and listen. You rappers with no skill don't deserve to get the fame. Shit's changed. It's like everyone's purpose is the same. My new purpose in the game's to keep Easy from turning in his grave until his name is permanently saved.
Yes, niggas will come your way. We're making our house to every club in town. Yes, niggas will come your way. We're making our house to every club in town.
The fact of the matter, my faction is packed with gun splatter. You lack the right data. Oh, that's more brains that I scatter. Popsies pop up, put more on remains on a platter. Copycats sign up for combat, but they can't climb the ladder. This is the death of me, so tell the referee that it's my destiny to collect refugees and feed them ecstasy. You'll eat the recipe. My stepping is lyrical weaponry. I think you're best to be battling bitches that's having sex with me. Bitches that's having second guesses and questioning everyone. Are you filled with estrogen? All of my people, what's left of them, you pestering. Cause your poisonous method and got you effing and acting faster than acting. Acting half of them laughing at just a rapping. Your only craft is networking on MySpace. I'm here to change the game, not to make it a fucking disgrace. Erasing your fucking mind. My chase is all you can taste. Kung Fu vampire and hops it in your face.
Yes, niggas will come your way. We're making our house to every club in town. Yes, niggas will come your way. We're making our house to every club in town.
So good, wicked, sexy, smart and hood. Got a brick house body, make my wood. Make me wanna break her off something real good. Like, damn, she bad, she looks so good. Wicked, sexy, smart and hood. Got a brick house body, make my wood. Make me wanna break her off.
Get your dollars, put them up in the air. Cozy, make them all wanna stare. Baby got cakes, can even see him in the chair. When she walk in the room, you see she fine and she rare. Make a nigga spend up all of his bread, not even care. I'm making the call, I'm telling the wind to go and drop it. With my song going off, they're like, hell no, don't stop it. Call me the pothead, or you can call me the alcoholic. Big titties, fat booty, smacking, loving is the topic. 24/7, it's how a nigga making a profit. I'm stopping traffic in the streets, causing crashes, kind of stuff. I bet you never seen how to rap it. Go, go, robot.
it. That house within 2 blocks, and I bet you that I spot it. Hypnotic, in trance, give it up, now I got it. Everybody in the club already knowing that I brought it. Money on my mind all the time. Yeah, I be about it, I'm the lord of that ass, and I got it for you, little hobbit. Damn, she bad, she looks so good. Thinking sexy, smart and hood. Got a brick house body, make my wood. Make me wanna break her off something real good. Like, damn, she bad, she looks so good. Thinking sexy, smart and hood. Got a brick house body, make my wood. Make me wanna break her off something real good. I like her like Alicia Keys or Vivica, but a little thicker. Naked in the kitchen, cooking up my chicken dinner. How you doing? You might as well probably go and ask the winner. The bigger the budget, bigger the production of the picture. Lights, camera, action, I'm slapping the contenders. Body of a soccer player, better yet a swimmer. Game on advance, no chance for the beginner. With game should be a Catholic converted to a sinner. Sitting at the bar, spending money, trying to get her with a whole day's wage spent quick cause he's a spender. Boy, you's a tripper with your pockets getting thinner. Sipping too much booze and you lose control of your liquor. I'm all trying to do is take a picture, touch up the photo for the promo and rush it to the printer. Game stay cold like the winter. I got the bling bling, the panache, and the glam and the glimmer. Bitches getting at me now on Instagram and Twitter. If I holler, all I wanna do is really just hit her. Licker, pumper, twister, bender, poker, sticker, humper, pinner. Yeah, bad, looks so good. Thick and sexy, smart and hood. Got a brick house body, make my wood. Make me wanna break her off something real good. Damn, she bad, she looks so good. Damn, she's sexy, smart and hood. Got a brick house body, make my wood. Make me wanna break her off something real good.
Yeah, boy, it's your boy Cozy. Yeah, ain't shit free.
Don't let the stress get to you. Don't worry now, he'll make a way. Just keep the faith and make sure you pray every day. Yeah, yeah. And when you know he's on your side, feels like there's nowhere to hide. Stay true to his word and things will turn out alright. Yeah, yeah. Change coming soon. Some good, some bad. It's all another end on life. I've been here before. I'm here once again. Stay patient and pray. Cause of God we win. I know that it may hurt. You're down and you're out. But trust in Him and He work it out. Never forsake me once. But in Him there's a way.
Hot 16. 1, 2, the bass come through. I said 3, 4, all the ladies on the floor. 5, 6, pour some liquor in the mix. I said 7, 8, turn it up, DJ.
Shaking like the 1989 and the rain trying to say it live for the quick when we hit the stage at night. DJ, can you play this crazy vibe so the ladies feel great inside and the guys can bang this around? Let the bass stimulate your mind in a way that makes you feel high. I can wake it up like a con any 40 in this place live when we aim to take flight.
Silicon Valley. Just let y'all know how we do it here on the left side of the states. You know what I'm saying? Cause I'm just gonna put it down one time for y'all to this smashing beat. Yeah, ayy. Certain modes, come on, I'm from the left coast, where we doing it foremost. Silicon Valley, south of the bay, where we all boast, we all go. Burn the rubber for the cricket bowl, we ride it dirty, so you keep your business on the low. Turn the table, smashing out like a pro, all up in the parking like everybody starting a sideshow. Mexicans, one of us, acting a fool with ethical, real and gritty, you saying what it do? That's what's up, we're hella black, but it's fake, but we make it look good, so pop, you gotta do it anyway. Over the game, and the proudly to say that we doing our pencil here from the left, but we mash skate. We mash and skate. We mash and we skate. We mash and skate on the west. We mash and we skate. We mash and skate. We mash and we skate. We mash and skate on the west. We mash and we skate. The game is thick, you can feel it in the air, and the girls are savvy too. She got you to hit it bare. Either you shroom or drink, or you doing both, or you popping the pills. So we the loaded up the sticky draw. Entrepreneurs and everybody's got a label when they dropping the album. That's how we do, cause we are some players on the grind. Pushing weight and slinging the beach, or they're working it 9 to 5. Doesn't matter, cause we keep it street. Old schools, SUVs, sitting up on the street. Well, they gas business, floss stuff, so you couldn't tell why me. Clean pockets got the best tees with the crease in the middle. When we mash, SKATE. We mash and skate. We mash and we skate. We mash and skate on the west. We mash and we skate. We mash and skate. We mash and we skate. We mash and skate on the west. We mash and we skate. She'll cross you off. You ain't knowing she a runner all up in your pocket. That's what you get. Thinking you was done if they ain't working. Cause they know hella child support. Yeah, they got money but unemployed. And their eyes are going get it. Living it fast like she started so early before her teens. Giving up the yacht. Trying to look sexy up in them jeans. Some got it good but wanna play the bad role. Some of us in the pattern to violate the B-roll. Looking suspect. Tattling their next faces singing low. Some do nothing and some shut the candy up their nose. Halfway house, church. Mama's getting their prayer on. Like the Lord to watch their baby when they mash skate home. We mash and skate. We mash and we skate. We mash and skate on the west. We mash and we skate. We mash and skate. We mash and we skate. We mash and skate on the west. We mash and we skate. We mash and skate. We mash and we skate. We mash and skate on the west. We mash and we skate. We mash and skate. We mash and we skate. We mash and skate on the west. We mash and we skate. Young mouthpiece, peace. Certain mode, certain mode, certain mode.
Okay, that's a lot better on my face. One thing I don't like about it right there, that's off the top line where I'm working. Pull the next video to make sure I got the next video lined up properly. Here we go. We got Mega Abuser coming up now, y'all. This is my song. This is my son. Took after me from the famous rap star. Couldn't help it. It's in the blood. I want to try one more thing with this. Should I just leave it right there? Try one more thing.
We shift the balance, juggle styles, and put the math down. Come swift with talent, push the limits north and southbound. Beat smash elitist, click a syllable on fully auto. I'ma live forever, that's the motherfucking motto. Christianship, remember what the rhyme's supposed to sound like. With each release, compute the burning in surround side. Isolated Avalon, get the names right. Young gods doing good, hold it down, keep it tight. Keep sights locked, squeeze, and do as we please. Satisfy our needs by increasing our chi. Seize each opportunity to better our community. Enhance stands a platform, torment sworn adversaries. Beat that box in, no remains. Bomb that sound clash, no refrain. If I can't do it, then it won't be entertained. But I'm up for just about anything, none ventured, none gained. We keep the culture moving, heavy with the insight. Barbarize the people, wisdom from the inside. They can't kill the top skill, sharpen skill. We're taking windpipe, steady as it floats. We're good to go. Exalt the anti. We keep the culture moving, heavy with the insight. Barbarize the people, replete with wisdom from the inside. They can't kill the top skill, sharpen skill. We're taking windpipe, steady as it floats. We're good to go. Exalt the anti.
I get it.
It's the beginning of a new,
I get it.
excitingly different story.
We keep the culture moving heavy with the insight. Barbarize the beat, replete with wisdom from the inside. They can't kill the craft skill, sharpen skill. We're taking windpipe, steady as it floats. We're good to go. Exalt the anti. We stick it moving steady, proof so suckers pipe down. We live in proof and giving truth, so turn the hype down. Leave fools defeated when they trick and step up hollow. Legends never die when we leave you bitches follow. Killing, make abusive, never slept on shit that sounds tight. Keep it independent, hella dope and underground, right? Isolated, Milano, keep the game tight. Old dog, staying strong, hold it down and take flight. Steep heights, drop degrees, still killing MCs. Satisfy the fiends by increasing our means. Free think from the scrutiny, relief from the truancy, and therefore our packs form like blood cells, the capillaries. Keep that block with no remains. Bomb that boxcar, love for trains. If I can't do it, then shit, I won't complain. But I'm always down for everything.
One more like, yeah.
Culture moving heavy with the insight. Barbarize the beat, replete with wisdom from the inside. They can't kill the craft skill, sharpen skill. We're taking windpipes, steady as it floats. We're good to go. Exalt the anti. We keep the culture moving heavy with the insight. Barbarize the beat, replete with wisdom from the inside. They can't kill the craft skill, sharpen skill. We're taking windpipes, steady as it floats. We're good to go. Exalt the anti.
Well, that song just kind of plays out on me. Now here we go. Strange. Can y'all hear this one? No, you can't see this. Here we go. Let me get out the way.
These niggas is strange. Yeah. These niggas is strange. Nah, me funny. You know what I'm saying? When I'm sliding. These niggas is strange. It's strange, man. It's my stress. How to get this rap shit right. I'm in it for 22 years, hustling my life. These niggas so shite, they hate that's love. But that's alright, my daddy made me a thug. I'm a holler boy slug, smoke my ass car. I'm trying to stop looking like I do with your ball. You see the scene raw, it'll trunk in your car. I'ma have your main bitch passing out like, oh, no, he bad like Michael Jackson. And that song body all ready for action. Man, I'm blasting, they look crazy. That's all grandma, kids are created. Modern Mercedes, smoking that heat. They wanna see a nigga phone here in the street. Bloody damn me in the life of the eight. When niggas will leave you stop right over your seat. These niggas strange. But I like it. These niggas is strange. When I'm up and down the avenue. Strange. But I like it. These niggas is strange. When I'm up and down the avenue. I got a 6-8 cool nut, hella dip. We candy ass paint, gold ass chips. We call this shit fit, so I gotta watch these haters. The Smithy and smash on them like mashed potatoes. Nothing can save you, so don't even holler. Y'all shit through, our shit on rock wobble. On everything was stronger than wobble already. Ho, you ain't know, it's fresh to a bit. Hope he got the city, so don't get too jumpy. I fuck around and leave your ass holy and bully. Back like Humpty Dumpty, but fuck it again. And if I get caught, I'm bleeding insane. It's all in your hands, Jiggy, you ain't right. You'll never do it like rockin' sugar tonight. The game ain't nice, so I gotta stay lean. I put that on every fucking thing. These niggas strange.
But I like it. These niggas is strange. When I'm up and down the avenue, strange. But I like it. These niggas is strange. When I'm up and down the avenue.
Hey, these niggas lame, strange, fake, fugazi. I'm Pablo the pimp, I make the bitch pay me. I've been stacking on the block, now they looking at me crazy. Gotta keep the hammer around, cause these niggas shady. Plotting on the meal, had to get it out the project. Hit it with the water, straight drop, that's the process. Cocaine, baby, I was raised off the dope smoke. Clientele knocking, got them chicken out the front door. Jumped off the porch, head first into the dope gang. Mind elevated, gotta get it out the bitch, man. State to state, different cities, all I know is cash flow. Gotta cop the foreign, that's what I'm living fast for. Pockets full of blue things, wood full of blue cook. Took your bitch with one glance, nigga, that's a no look. Ever cross the mob, nigga, you gon' get your life took. Niggas that strange when they see a nigga pull up.
But I like it. These niggas is strange. When I'm up and down the avenue, strange. But I like it. These niggas is strange. When I'm up and down the avenue.
I don't think I want to take a chance yet. Let me play some more of my own music before. Wait till I get that 20. Let me get that 20, and then I'm throwing it up here then. Okay? Because I got Too Short standing in the lobby and keep asking me, Will, am I going on? 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 So let me get that 20, y'all, and then I can tell them, hey, man, you're next. I did that to him at a show out here in Vegas back here in 2004. We came out here and did this big-ass show, and everybody out the Bay that could make it over here was at that show that night. And just when they thought it was time for him, hold on, just when they thought it was time for Sugar Too Short to go on, I told them, man, the kids that paid for this show, for you to be here, are standing over there sniveling because they should have went on earlier and they didn't. So now they're going to get the surprise of their life. They're going to become your opening act. So we're going to get them up and get them on, and then you'll go on immediately after. How about that? He said, sure, no problem, Papa Will. I said, okay, thank you very much, sir. Because my son, Johnny West, he got all his homeboys up in this one, y'all. You'll hear them. Yeah. So that's okay right here. AK9 in the back doing. There you go. Young players, my buddies on things and rallies. Rips and mellies that grant like Bill Gates. South Bay riders, nigga 4-8. I'm from the city where you niggas might think you can. Where them sharks in the bay might eat you, man. We keep the bay bouncing. Chronic by the ounces. Tell me what you gonna do when I blast the phone. Get low, get low. Tell me what you gonna do when you hit the camera set low. Right here in front of me. Now tell me what you gonna do when you up and feel low. Get low, get low. Now tell me what you gonna do when you out saying ho. Get low, get low.
But somebody gotta do it. Might as well be me. I just get straight to it. Choose what you could you do. You wanna? If I ask you, are you gonna hit the motherfucking corner?
That's not the right
now. I got to do my thing. Gotta reminisce like Mary J. Back in the day. It's all good, nigga. Ghetto, so it's all hood, nigga. Fetty like J. Paul Getty. I wish you would, nigga. The law got the homie jumping by where I fence it. Senseless. That's why I stay up by my pimp. Start life music. With a twist of play shit, so you can use it, but don't abuse it. Dirty dead presidents, full of safety deposit box in my residence. Cause real players stack a grip, can't be hesitant. Maneuver on my cellular, 100 more profit on the ranks.
So my brother called Valley, Northern Border Cali, young players, my buddies, old things and rallies.
Rips and Mallies stack bread like Bill Gates. South Bay riders, nigga, 4-8. I'm from the city where you niggas might think you can. Where them sharks in the bay might eat you, man. You keep the bay bouncing, chronic by the ounces. Tell me what you gon' do when I blast the phone. Get low, get low. Tell me what you gon' do when you hit the flow. Get low, get low. Now tell me what you gon' do when you up and feel low. Get low, get low. Now tell me what you gon' do when you out saying ho. Get low, get low. K9 and Forte, keep it poppin' in the Bay. Johnny West and D-Lo from San Jose to Fillmo. Everybody get low, it's the Funk Shack. And I'm the type of nigga to flip a bitch and tell her hit the track. Only fuck a real max, cause I'm in it for the scratch. It ain't matrimony, macaroni, make it extra cheesy like my nigga Foteezy. Pimpin' ain't easy. Bitches don't think that fat meat greasy. Well, it is, and I ain't taking care of your kids. I got some kids of my own, a wife at home, but she know that I'm a G, so she let her dog roam. I told you when I met you, bitch, that all I wanna do is just sex you. Switch the game up. It ain't no thing, but this ain't no love song. My name ain't Ja Rule, fool. When it comes to the skrill, niggas murder for real. Pussy niggas get got, shot up and killed, and bitches get stumped and smacked in the grill. Doing it way before the deal. I hope I live to touch a meal. I think I will. Fucking with these niggas on the hill, from the figgity field to the SJ, leaving niggas found rolling face down in the bay. It's a lovely day. Down with rapping Forte. It's the pimp and the gangster Johnny West. I wanna thank you for hooking us up. Now they booking us up, and to the man upstairs just for looking us up. My life is dead to you. This is where the Cold Valley, Northern Port of Cali, young players, my buddies on things and rowdies. Rips and Mallies stack bread like Bill Gates. South Bay riders, nigga, 4-8. I'm from the city where you niggas might think you can. Where them sharks in the bay might eat you, man. You keep the bay bouncing, chronic by the ounces. Tell me what you gon' do when I blast the phone. Get low, get low. Tell me what you gon' do when you hit the flow. Get low, get low. Now tell me what you gon' do when you up and feel low. Get low, get low. Now tell me what you gon' do when you out saying ho. Get low, get low.
D.O.G. coming out the bay, never be the fool to play. Don't be getting in my way, you get straight with no delay. On the toes is how we stay, on your back is how you lay. West Coast game will never fade. We be scheming and we constantly plotting. Star Life Entertainment, always rocking the potters. And know we ain't stopping until we're reaching the top. This West Coast flavor is what we drop. We still existing in this game. You in the presence of villains that's willing to kill it for real, and we feeling the cap. This is your fate, don't hate, participate. We still exist, man.
Open the bottle, get a swig of ring. Crystal, Grandma, yay, blaze to Philly. So much doja, keep your composure, cause Johnny West and Gucci already done told you. We're getting bent like Cheech and Chong. Blazing on a fat bun, puffing on a bone. Medallion dangling. Full scale Mac Mo, we living a life, do or die criminal tactics. We at this dog in practice. Sick of moving every one of you dirty bastards. Past the bitch on the left hand side. AK9, Johnny West and D.O.G. ready to ride. Let's get high, let's get high, let's get high, let's get high. San Jose, all the way to film, now let's get high.
This is where the Cold Valley, Northern Port of Cali, young players, my buddies on things and
It's your motherfucker boy Charmatos. Like to welcome y'all to Humble Beast. HITM. 4-letter gang. Yeah. We in this bitch. Look, A humble introduction held as a humble beast. Talking to the masses while action here with crumble weed. The coolest heat you ever heard like a summer breeze. And my position stands 2 minus number 3. These niggas under me, murder with the composition. I ain't met an outsider, that's my competition. We don't even take the time for the opposition. It's 4-letter gang, nigga, and we on a mission. Not a pot to piss in, to have it cake up. Money motivated at the minute that I wake up. I'm off the Richter and the game is in a shake-up. I don't have the time for these niggas and they fake love. I'm about to rake up this money and I'm in my bag. I'm running laps around the ops while these niggas lag. I keep the pound on the side like a trauma tag. Humble beast desire, so it's right, I decline to brag.
They wouldn't believe me if I told them. It wasn't easy. You splashed with the squeezy. For that gas, we were scheming. Shopping bags out of Neiman. Popping tags for no reason. Just stuff we got to be needed. Do it so Major League. When them dollars out them trees, my niggas grow their own peas. I will never have to ask anybody. I got plenty of the Scotty. I got plenty of the Scotty. In my team, I trust. Ain't no squeezing on us. Ever since 96, I've been feeding us. Good graduates flow free. These got to limit you see me. Rocking out like the Bee Gees. Getting bigger, they can reach me. I'm becoming a mogul. Used to ride around the stolos. Sleep on so many flows though. Now they all want my photo. I remember when I so cold. My connect wasn't no joke. Shoot you with your rib or don't. For playing with the chips. Oh no, no. Oh no, no. Yeah, street politics. Have you hibernating quick from the fucking popo? That's just a no-no. Riding around with the stick. Compliments to the chef. Cooking fast to a crisp. You shouldn't play with your health. Remember when we pull legs? I pull them shits by myself. Can't crush go defended. When they hit the stand, they melt. It be happening all the time. Niggas talk about it all the time. I can't fuck with that shit though. I'm about my own though. Getting here wasn't easy. You spaz with the squeegee. For that gas we was scheming. Shopping bags out of Neiman. Popping dads for no reason. Just girl, we got it, we need it. Do it so Major League. When them dollars out them trees. My niggas grow their own peas. I will never have to ask anybody. I got plenty of the Scotty. I got plenty of the Scotty. Give my team my trust. Ain't no squeezing on us. Ever since 96, I've been feeding us. Smirk jobs and I smirked on them. I don't flex, I burst on them. Wrist out of this equator. With an 8 yard for his shit. Totally, I be on some other shit. Home alone thinking gory shit. Like if you owe me anything, I'ma let it rip through your corporate gang. I'm just being mean, not being mean. It's your BDP with some oil sheen. I'ma clear the air like when Sawyer sings. Nigga, Sawyer jeans, nigga, wheelchairs. This is not a threat, this is real here. Please listen to what I'm saying. I've been through this dungeon with the unwanted demons. Some motherfuckers bugging with no explanation. Fuck a fuck boy, get excavated. Mad at niggas, I excavated. Why you sit and watch me elevate the game table like a Chris Angel, mind freak? Mine speaks a different language like time stable. That's a time share in the top suite with a hot piece with lines on the table. Getting here wasn't easy. You spaz with the squeegee. For that gas we was scheming. Shopping bags out of Neiman. Popping dads for no reason. Just girl, we got it, we need it. Do it so Major League. When them dollars out them trees. My niggas grow their own peas. I will never have to ask anybody. I got plenty of the Scotty. I got plenty of the Scotty. Give my team my trust. Ain't no squeezing on us. Ever since 96, I've been feeding us. My niggas grow their own peas. I will never have to ask anybody. I got plenty of the Scotty. Give my team my trust. Ain't no squeezing on us. Ever since 96, I've been feeding us.
Yeah, 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 yeah. When push comes to shove, I rush the herd, proclaim open season for cow tipping. If and when you'd like to address me, set the terms, and I'll be sure to burn thermonuke like your catalog ain't fireproof. Yeah, 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 yeah. It ain't suggested to test freshness, spawn from repressed aggression, and second guessing will get your gangplank domer. The defender of the zone of enders is hell bent on cinder fucking your faculty. Yeah, 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 yeah. This ain't a game and I'm not here to put up a shot block, and I'm sure as fuck not to be mocked or talked about. Cock boys to deploy the reserves and get the circle jerking on a work in progress. Yeah, 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 yeah. The axles with catalyst, protagonist, masochist, manuscript, maniacs, gone mental, and the torment won't be accidental. The element of surprise personifies, turning halos into bow ties. Yeah, 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 yeah. Meg abusive, the variable paired to no known coefficient, transition that spans distances uncharted on a return flight from martyrdom. It appears that I've outsmarted them. Yeah, 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 yeah. Meg abusive, the variable paired to no known coefficient, transition that spans distances uncharted on a return flight from martyrdom. It appears that I've outsmarted them. Yeah, 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 yeah. I'm tickled fuchsia that you should hold me in such high esteem. I mean, it's always been such a goal of mine to inspire sadistic daydreams, acting as if I can't infiltrate the mainstream just as I've been secluded with the bass scene. Yeah, 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 yeah. I'm off the wriggle for shiggle, for shits and giggles, and it's a whole lot simpler than I make it look, little pickle. Get trumped and truncated, trying to play Mr. Educated. Yeah, 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 yeah. Flying by the seat of my pants, flipping the bird from a cockeyed cockpit with a dirt bomb and a smart rocket hovering above your next project. The survival rate's expected to be non-existent. Yeah, In closing, I'd just like to thank you for the invitation to thank you. Perhaps you ought to be more careful about the battles you provoke vocally. While we may never cross paths, don't get caught performing locally. Mag abusive, the variable paired to no so efficient. Transition to span distances uncharted on a return flight from martyrdom. It appears that I've outsmarted him. Mag abusive, the variable paired to no so.
Hey, salute. Herb, you're back. What's going on with your girlfriend? Herb, it's good to see you back. Did you have a good time wherever you went?
1, 2, 3. Yeah. Yeah. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Can you see this? It's not easy. 1, 2, 3.
I got a rack in my pocket and in my pants. Walking around. It's the boogie man effect. Yeah, I'm all through the town. A domino effect. I watch them all lay down. And I put it in my system and I spit it on the victim. I bring it back to the block. And it's still short town. Run the ball to my hit the ground. Yeah, I'm moving that full throttle. And I'm riding on smash. I ain't got no brakes, so I'm coming with the gas. Light a match and spit fire. Yeah, I got that danger mouth. Can you feel it through your speaker? Yeah, I'm off the meter. Tracks drop the beat and hit the streets with a heater. And I got it for cheap. I'm just doing the stunt, man. High siding through the city, yeah, the boogie man.
1, 2, 3, can you see this? It's not easy. 1, 2, 3.
I got a rack in my pocket and in my pants. Walking around politicians, watch them do the rain dance.
1, 2, 3, can you see this? It's not easy. 1, 2, 3.
I got a rack in my pocket and in my pants. Walking around politicians, watch them do the rain dance. I do the boss man dance all across the land, make them shake like they got the killer ants in their pants. When you see me in the club, put your hands in the air. Yeah, I don't wait in line, I got status like the mayor, and I'm a rap star. I'm fresh off tour. I'm out in Las Vegas. Lil' mama money maker, no, she not insecure. MGM brand, I'm like 28th floor. I'm doing the Superman while I'm digging at them tools. Bottle popping on the throne, and I ain't seen bad broads like this back at home. I'm like 20/20 vision, and you still can't see me. I'm like maniac pimp, and it's way too breezy.
1, 2, 3, can you see this? It's not easy. 1, 2, 3.
I got a rack in my pocket and in my pants. Walking around politicians, watch them do the rain dance.
1, 2, 3, can you see this? It's not easy. 1, 2, 3.
I got a rack in my pocket and in my pants. Walking around politicians, watch them do the rain dance. I'm trying to have my money long like John Madden. I'm 05, I'm 06, I'm 07. I'm 08, I'm 09, I'm on the grind. I hit the end zone and I two-step like prime time. I'm about to get mine. And yeah, the lottery ticket. Yeah, I did it, I make it kick from the block to the office doing corporate biz. And yeah, I made my quota. Only in America, I hustle hard like John King, the show promoter. Roll them over, get the cold shoulder, push the button on them. Yeah, that game is all over, move over. Like, can you see me? I'm too breezy on TV. Count with me, I'm like
1, 2, 3, can you see this? It's not easy. 1, 2, 3.
I got a rack in my pocket and in my pants. Walking around politicians, watch them do the rain dance.
1, 2, 3, can you see this? It's not easy. 1, 2, 3.
I got a rack in my pocket and in my pants. Walking around politicians, watch them do the rain dance.
Yeah, sure.
Sliding in my old school.
I got an old school Delta 88 with so much slapping to make the license plate shake. I can't wait to slide on my young life. I'm so pumped, I'ma ride on them all night through the light. Ain't got no time for romance. Oh God, I'ma make this great thing dance. Here's your chance, gonna take a picture. She fucked around and fell in love with some thug niggas, with some killers. So back off the candy paint. Little mama is so wet it might make you faint. Nah, no I ain't. Oh yes you will. The brown coat might give you the chills. I'm talking about my wheels, fuck your attitude. Nigga, I'm sliding in my old school. I'm talking about my wheels, fuck your attitude. Nigga, I'm sliding in my old school. I got an old school and my paint red. I love the Mobby man all through the set. I got an old school and my paint red. I love the Mobby man all through the set. I got an old school and my paint red. I love the Mobby man all through the set. I got an old school partner, you don't understand. I'm gripping the steering wheel like a grown man. I'm chasing every grand, spinning out a penny. I let the Edda Rock sound off at pennies. Fuck around and spinning through the intersection. I pull my pistol out, straight Smith and Wesson. Nigga, it's protection, so gon' count some blessings. And if you scared, don't come in my direction. Now I'm flexing, hollering out NASCAR. Oh, for sure, hater, it's a fast car. I'm a rap star, they call me OG. I'm finna give them something that they can't see. Who me, look dog? I'm a general. That's on the gang. I'm finna mac a hoe. Oh, you know we finna go ape shit crazy and keep that cutting your peanut butter baby. I got an old school and my paint wet. I love the Bobby bang all through the set. I got an old school and my paint wet. I love the Bobby bang all through the set. I got an old school and my paint wet. I love the Bobby bang all through the set. I got an old school and my paint wet. I love the Bobby bang all through the set.
I got to do this now, man. I got to bring back my boy. Bring him on up in here. Get him going on. There he is. Yeah, I peeked it. But I'd rather be talking to Perp than making sure that this music gets played right. But when it's time to make the music play right, damn, all bets are off. All the kids got to get out the room. All the toys got to be dropped. It's time for some Players Club. Rapid Forte style, y'all. Here it comes.
Me and my homies, we tied it in the glove. We chop a lot of games, how we do it at the Players Club. Jump the pool or kick it in the tub, cause we keep much ass at the Players Club. I got a hoe named Real DeReal. She got a buddy named SB12. Now you know the deal. We get freaky in the studio late night. That's why the beats that you hear coming real tight. Something to roll to, something to stroll to. If you's a player in the game, this'll hold you. More money for the bankroll. Stick to the script, don't slip in the 9-4. A lot of fools put salt in the game to where these women get the notion that they running the game. I run my own and I'm my own self person. No respect make the situation worse and feel more HP than Sunny Deal. There's a Players Club everywhere you dwell. Lakeview, PH, and Orange Street. A different part of town, a different kind of freak. I just work on my toes on a mink rug. Press play on remote at the Players Club. Me and my homies, we tied it in the glove. We chop a lot of games, that's how we do it at the Players Club. Jump the pool, keep it in the tub, cause we keep much ass.
I just want to get
more champagne, Mr. Forte.
From day one, I had to get my money right. We flying Frankie J, we took an airplane flight. They wanted to hear rap. I said, I bet. We dropped the beat and grabbed the mic and then they wrote a check. A few checks for the pocket, no hesitation. Took a flight back to the Golden State and shops made orders from a whole new capital. The word was getting out, Forte's out rapping. Don't need a Glock, but I bought one just in case. Someone try to stop me from pursuing my paper chase. So the chase is on because it don't stop. I got the beat, I got the rap, you make the Glock pop. So treacherous, the suckers couldn't sweat this on a bad day. By the way, just in case you never heard of rapping Forte, I'm on a smooth tip. Never tripping on the suckers popping off of the lip. I pop the top off the drink and we can roll some dank, bro. Leave the gat at the house, bring some dominoes. Kick off your shoes, relax and get a body rub. And shoot your mackin' at these women at the Players Club. Me and my homies, we tied it in the club. We chop a lot of games, that's how we do it at the Players Club. Jump the pool, or kick it in the tub, cause we keep much ass at the Players Club. You can't resist it, but don't get it twisted. VIP, that means the number's not listed. Membership is based on clout and how you carry yourself. Now, homie, what you all about? I stack paper and kick it with the OGs. Some got a 9 to 5, some took a lot of keys. You can learn a whole lot from a player. A lot of these players make a damn good rhyme sayer. A lot of people get a misconception, start drifting in the wrong direction. Miss Goody Two Shoe, I'll see you later. I ain't got time, you ain't nothing but a player hater. I'd rather kick it with the crew in Arizona. They chop game like we do in California. Another show, another flow, a new bank account. Where cash money comes in large amounts. So get your membership, but never slip the lane this fast, or else fly have to tap that ass and drop it to the ground and make your knees scrub. Just an everyday thing at the Players Club. Me and my homies, we tighter than the club. We chop a lot of game, that's how we do it in the Players Club. Jump the pool, or keep it in the tub. You can keep my ass at the Players Club. Me and my homies, we tighter than the club. We chop a lot of game, that's how we do it at the Players Club. Jump the pool, or kick it in the tub. Cause we keep much ass at the Sucker Free Club. Yeah, I like to send a shout out to all the Players Clubs throughout the world. I know they got a Players Club in Chicago. Man, what about that one they got in Philly, folks? You know they got one out there in Atlanta, the way they be chopping it. You ain't said shit. Detroit, New York, Texas. Yeah, but we gonna move on down to these Players Clubs closer to home, like Seattle.
All right, I did my part. I done liked this show. I done subscribed to the creator.
Yeah, but a special shout goes
I
out
done
to
shared
Club right across the
video, this live show. I done shared it in Facebook.
Yeah, them player clubs they got
What
right
else
there
can
in
I
the
do?
San Francisco
Already
yeah.
subbed
Your
up.
Players Club at 4. My Players Club right in the heart of Fillmore.
And I'm gonna leave a comment somewhere. Somebody
on the corner of 3rd and Newcomb right in the heart of HP.
I just made ultimatum to my Facebook, so I gotta find me a real long video I can put that let me get Michael up here. I gotta find a real long video that I can play. So let me get a Michael Welch up here. You think does that look like that's getting ready to play Michael Welch? I didn't think so. You get back over here. Y'all gotta stop pulling that shit with me, man. Here, give me what it is we require. What we require is get Michael Welch up here singing 2 songs about 10 minutes while I try to figure out or try to remember what I said I was gonna go do. Oh yeah, I need to go and take this live video and let this be the starting point of my beginning of being in this live stream.
Take it off slow. I like Victoria's Secrets, but I won't be without your clothes. And I light all the candles, and baby, let me pour the wine. Let's keep that groove to some old school sound. Some Marvin Gaye will do just fine. So if you got a body, feel like a fantasy, let me embrace you. I wanna taste you until it comes naturally. Let me be the one you love. Oh, I wanna do the sweetest things to you, sweet lady. Let me be the one you love. Oh, lay on down to ecstasy. Baby, let's do it naturally. Lay down with me, baby. I massage your back and rub your thighs. Looking into the mirrors of your soul, I see and feel my nature rise. Let me kiss your lips. Oh, let my fingers touch your ecstasy. Let me bring it down to that climax, girl. It's so good to you, it's good to me. You got a body just like my fantasy. Let me embrace you. I wanna taste you and do what comes naturally. Let me be the one you love. Oh, I wanna do the sweetest things to you, sweet lady. Let me be the one you love. The one you love. Oh, yeah, baby. Yes, you feel so good in my arms. You and me between these satin sheets.
my body all over your body.
Your body all over me. Yeah, you got a body built right to fantasy. Let me embrace you, embrace you. I wanna taste you. Do what comes naturally. Do what comes naturally. Let me be the way you love. I wanna make it to you, girl, everybody. Come on, baby, I'm gonna make love to you, girl, until your grandma's let me I wanna hold you, I wanna squeeze you, hold you, squeeze you. I wanna hold you, I wanna squeeze you. I wanna hold you, squeeze you. I wanna do all the things you want me to let
Yeah, nigga, Johnny West and his bitch. Spice Young Slim.
Well, why is
what?
You know what?
I mean, really that. It's really big.
What?
But a boss player like all my friends. I've been riding since the beginning of getting my ends. Stop at the green light, wipe off my rims. Beat the shit out of any nigga that honk in my Benz. It's on, nigga. We roll like spent phones. You can tell that the East Bay is my home. The way I spit these ebonics and pop my motherfucking collar. We don't fall down, but me and the homies might squabble. Love each other like brothers, so we ride for one another. With one foot in the grave and the other one in the gutter. It's the motherfucking boss. I'm riding at all costs. And if I fall that I carry you, break your wig off, break your back, boy. Bring you your motherfucking hat, boy. We hitting corners, leaving motherfuckers flat, boy. You get a hole in your chest without the vest. I just purchased a Desert Eagle from Johnny West. Niggas is tripping cause he gave me the gun. Saying why you get that big old pistol, the Spice One. Bang, bang, go. See why they getting pissed out to Benny Chico. Bang, bang, bang. Hit him up with them heaters, but send me do me thug thing. Bang, bang, go. See why they getting pissed out to Benny Chico. Bang, bang, hit him up with them heaters, but send me do me thug thing.
Johnny West ready to pack another clip. Lock and low, why don't you take another hit? When you sick and I'll be creeping, ready to take your cash. Thought you wasn't ballin', now you ballin' like an asshole. Desert Eagle still a strap, lay you on your fucking back. Pop a collars, all the laces fucking track. Thought you was riding, got you crying like a little bitch. Angelic Witness in the back, about to dig your fucking dick. Try to rob a star life, you sippin' fellin' shit. Fuck don't let my boy Tino G riggedy walk and fucking lip. Bang, bo. See why them getting pissed out to Benny Chico. Bang, bang. Hit him up with them heaters, but send me do me thug thing. Bang, bo. See why them getting pissed out to Benny Chico. Bang, bang. Hit him up with them heaters, but send me do me thug thing.
bang ball. So Johnny West, what the kids Spice on that pistol? I don't know either.
Bang, bro. See why them getting pissed out to Fetty Chico. Bang, bang. Hit him up with them heaters, but Sammy do me thug thing. Bang, bro. See why them getting pissed out to Fetty Chico. Bang, hit him up with them heaters, but Sammy do me thug thing.
Wow. I want to say good afternoon to everybody that just walked in. I got my eyes up here on this show, trying to make sure I put these buttons on time, and I missed it. I didn't get that one right on time. I'm sorry, but here, this is the one we're gonna blast off from here with. I just got to make sure that I got it all on here. There, that part is cool. This part here is running a little slow. Here it comes. Okay, there we go, y'all. Okay, we're in line, and I'll be right over there to say hello to all of y'all.
Hello, everybody. Hi.
I like to introduce you to the thizzle dance.
Thizzle dance?
Thizzle dance, I said. Can you do the thizzle dance? First, I do like this. Like to put a look on my face like I smell some piss. Bounce to the beat till it start to hurt. Then I dust all the smirk off me shirt. Dip to the ground as I catch the bass. Then I wipe all the sweat off me face. Hop back up,
Mac Dre, so here we get on this planet.
As I glide, then I break the thing down.
Gilroy, California, the largest show this whole thing ever had. He got all of them shakers, the table from that group, and wound up dead. I don't know.
This dance, can you do the thizzle dance? This dance, this dance, this dance, can you do the thizzle dance?
I hope you got you a juice, a thizzle, because it's time to pop you a few. Then you gas, break, start the jig, bounce with the core as it start the shit. Then you open up the cordos, the whole damn car low. Hop out the follow while you let the car run. You don't ride the whip while you ride the shit. You change it to dance on the side of it. While you ready, the passenger and driver swing. Spin up and jump back
and then after the word, I can play some music.
out the rooftop. Do not get moved out by them fool cops. They trying to have you got nothing to that. You and your boys cool big. You wanna learn boom, stay tuned to this.
Right now.
Mama freaks, get your man. It's on the
I
niggas.
have this ready and against it. Don't worry. Here we go. Here we come. Thank you, Mac Dre, for doing what you did for us. I'll get you on the flip back.
Families.
Okay,
When
here
Thomas
we go.
Johnston, age 30, ran from Thomas Ogle of Newcastle County, Delaware. In 1751, he took his wife, a little boy, about 4 or 5 years of age, with him. Similarly, when an Irish servant, Charles Campbell, ran from Henry Huddleston, Plumstead Township, Bucks County in 1739, he was supposed to be in company with one Martha Bostock, a short, well-set woman with red hair and poke broken, has a child with her about 5 years old. In 1741, Benjamin Mifflin of Philadelphia noted that his servant Henry Carpenter is a great boaster and has a son with him of his own name. This son was 13 years old. Like the stories of the slaves of the Old South, right? Just like the stories of the slaves of the Old South, many white Pennsylvania servants ran to reunite their families. Such servants were not just German redemptioners seeking to reunite families soon after arriving. In 1746, Rachel Pickering, a 30-year-old English woman, fled from Matthias Curling, tavern keeper in Concord, Chester County, Pennsylvania. Curling noted that she had a fat man child with her about 6 months old. Curling had information that she was carried up from Newcastle County to Philadelphia in a boat, and that she had been heard to inquire of one Timothy Connor, who she says is her husband, but he is only her bastard's supposed father. He served his time with one William Peters. Fuller, living near Concord, the Delaware Valley Free Labor Market, apparently disappointed and defeated many white ex-servants who returned to servitude after gaining freedom from the original labor contract and then decided to run later in life. Historians are beginning to uncover a class of lifelong servile white workers, and cottagers in the middle colonies, and these advertisements confirm these findings. All right, these advertisements, these are recorded history. It confirms these findings and this unusual and depressing feature of the middle colonies labor system. Between 1720 and 1760, over 35% of the runaway Delaware white men and women whose ages were specified were older than 24. Some of these were men who arrived at older ages to begin their American adventures. But as the advertisements make clear, most had served several terms of indenture in the middle colonies or in Maryland. They had failed to cultivate the discipline or skills of Poor Richard to compete well in an unregulated labor market. Some fell into debt or had to sell themselves into servitude contracts again to eat. All right, continuing this book, and right here it talks about, how the runaways would do different things to escape and change their clothing and everything, so they would brand them, right? So it says here, in retaliation, Pennsylvania masters used tattoos to keep servants from simply shedding their clothes and thereby their historical identities. In all the New England and advertisements, not a single white runaway sported a tattoo. However, some 50 Pennsylvania white runaways had tattoos or brands imprinted on their bodies by their masters or merchant suppliers in order to deter escapes and aid in recaptures. Many servants, particularly from Quaker districts, had the initials of their names tattooed with gunpowder on their hands, usually the left hand near the thumb. Gunpowder tattoos were created by etching or cutting the skin with a needle and plugging the wounded skin with gunpowder. The burning procedure was not intensely painful, or so it is said. For example, Joseph Britton of Crosswick, New Jersey, reported that his runaway servant John Henry had J.H. picked with gunpowder on one of his hands. So that's what they mean, that they were branded. Masters tattooed women as well. Abraham Shelley of Philadelphia reported that his Irish runaway, Eleanor Kavanagh, alias Plunkett, aged 35, had EP and blue wrote in gunpowder on the back of her left hand. She is a good spinner. All right, so that was the code. The gunpowder was basically the tattoo, the brand they were putting on them.
But there was finally a law passed. If you look at Henning's history of the statutes of Virginia, they actually had to pass a law saying that no black or Indian shall hold a Christian in bondage. Well, Christian was a euphemism for white person. So that's one of the pieces of evidence that we know, because, they came to be very ashamed and embarrassed. The record of white enslavement is not something that they wanted to broadcast to the world. It was something that existed in a kind of an anomalous and ambiguous fashion, and one has to hunt these things out. Now, I'm not saying that it's something that was in code, but if we see a law that says no Indian or black shall hold Christians in bondage, we have to understand that these were people who were very reluctant to pass a great deal of laws. The people at that time felt, those who were religiously inclined, felt that the Ten Commandments were plenty of laws. If they passed a law, you can be sure that it was because there was a need for it.
Mm-hmm.
And certain fortunate whites, as well as fortunate blacks, because there were also free blacks who owned whites, free blacks who owned blacks, and blacks who were involved in an indentured system that was very humane and legitimate that I'm outlining here.
Now, how about this thing that there were free blacks that had white slaves?
Oh, yes. The early 17th century experience in America was one of, you would say, Reagan capitalism really prevailed in the 17th century in America. It was pretty much a capitalist domain, and it was an unregulated domain. And the idea that there was an ideology of white supremacy, which always protected poor white people and always gave them a higher station or status than blacks, is a tissue of falsehood. Because if you study the status of white slaves in Great Britain prior to the colonization and peopling of North America, you find that they were synonymous with a type of subhuman. That was the ideology of the ruling class in Great Britain. Now, that ideology didn't suddenly stop as soon as they confronted the experience of colonization in America. It was carried over. So there was a sense among the British aristocracy, who were now the governors of the crown colonies in British America, that if blacks were holding some individual whites in slavery or bondage, well, what the heck? These were, after all, poor whites, and this was their natural state. To the credit, I certainly don't wish to indict all wealthy whites. I'm not engaged in the class warfare here. I come from a family that had a fairly affluent background, so I don't have any axe to grind. It's just that this is what the facts, the documentary record, the empirical facts speak, and I must therefore be the vessel of their articulation.
So this is a future video I'm going to do about the black populations of England. This is one of them. One of the major cities that had a black, so-called black population was Bristol, along with Liverpool. In history, they'll tell you the same hijack. Oh, these were Africans, and since the African slave trade, but there was actually so-called black people there before slave trade started, before, colonial times. All right. There was a major so-called black population in Bristol. Now, let me show you something real quick. I bought a book. Great book. I had to get it. As soon as I found it, I had to get it. It was not available anywhere in the internet, or like you couldn't read it. You had to buy it. I had to buy it. All right. What's the name of this book? It's called The Bristol Registers. It says servants sent to foreign plantations, 1654 to 1686, by Peter Wilson Coldhand. The Bristol Registers. All right. The Bristol Registers. They got permission from the Bristol Historical Society. This is a very scholarly register they copied. I just want to read. So remember, all right, what they're going to talk about here. What are they saying? About people they're sending from Bristol, England. It says here, on 29th of September 1654, the Council of the City of Bristol enacted an ordinance requiring that a system of enrollment be set up to record the names of all indentured servants embarking from the port of Bristol for service overseas. On the very next day, the first entry was penned in what was to become the register known as Servants to Foreign Plantations. The need for scrupulous tally arose from the long-standing and notorious practice of kidnapping, all right, inveigling and bribing youngsters onto ships bound for the labor-hungry colonies, there to be sold at good profit, sold like cattle. Nor was the practice without weighty precedent, for as early as 1619, the state had connived at the rounding up of vagrant children in London in their forcible shipment to Virginia. But when private enterprise adopted similar measures, the state took exception and prosecuted those responsible. Nevertheless, forcible shipments of servants, indentured or not, continued apace. An order of Parliament of 9th May 1645 required of officers and justices to exercise diligence in apprehending those responsible for the kidnapping and shipping of children, and the city fathers of Bristol may perhaps be considered negligent in having allowed 9 years to pass before regulating these matters. So they let 9 years go by. People were just getting kidnapped, sent. They were doing whatever they want. They grabbed whoever they wanted. This decline from the previously high standards set by Bristol has an interesting sequel. Judge Jeffrey's bloody assizes took him in 1685 to Bristol, where he condemned many hundreds involved in Monmouth's rebellion to be transported from that port to Barbados, all right, Jacobites. On the same occasion, he took the opportunity of castigating local merchants and magistrates, merchants, Sephardi Jews and Moors, for their evil practices. A contemporary wrote, there have been a usage among the aldermen and justices of the city where all persons, even common shopkeepers, more or less trade to the American plantations to carry over criminals and to sell them for money. It's all about money, right? This was found to be a good trade, but not being content to take such felons as were convicts as their assizes and sessions, which produced but a few, they found out a shorter way which yielded a greater plenty of the commodity. What small rogues and pilferers were taken and brought before the court were put under terror by being hanged, and some of the diligent officers attended instructed them to pray transportation as the only way to save them. And for the most part, they did so. So it was either get hung, die, or go work in a plantation. What would you choose? Then no more was done, but the next alderman in course took one and another as their turns came, sometimes quarreling whose the last was, and sent them over to America and sold them. Jeffrey formed the opinion that all the justices and aldermen, including the mayor of Bristol, were tainted by this practice. Again, we read this earlier. Even the mayor of Bristol, everybody in Bristol was making money off this, selling people to the merchants, getting rid of the undesirables, trafficking people. When he discovered that a boy from one of the city's prisons had been illegally transported, he summoned Sir William Hayman, the then mayor, to the bar, accused him of complicity in the crime, fined him £1,000, and bound him and 3 others over to a Barbados. Who were they sending to Barbados from New England? You guys remember that? And all these Indians, they didn't like all these rebel Indians and all these. They would send them to Barbados too, under indenture, not just Europeans. That's what I'm saying. So where's all these? Why would they need to go get Africans if they got all these indentured servants and they got Indians? All this free labor they got. Why would they go all the way and risk themselves to go a lot further? You know, that's not a good business plan. It's not a good business plan. These are real. These are real. Some of these might end up being your ancestors. A lot of these are people of color. A lot of these ain't slave names. Those are your actual names. You get it? It's not slave names. If anything, they might have taken your name. You never know. The whole book is full of this. This one's 1662, so it goes by year, and it tells you what day they got there. All right. Virginia, a lot sent this time during this period to Virginia, right? They were trying to colonize Virginia, right? An example, so you can see John Webb to Richard Thorne, 5 years in Jamaica, all right? 4 years in Jamaica, Hannah Legg. William Harris, 5 years in Jamaica. Thomas Whittle, he went to New England. This guy went to New England. All right, Margaret Howell, Jamaica. Edward Knight, Jamaica, 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 Newfoundland, Jamaica, Newfoundland, Jamaica, Newfoundland. You guys are starting to overstand? You wanted to see slave ships? What slave ships? Charles Jones, Maryland, Virginia, 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 Jamaica, Maryland, 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 Virginia, Virginia. Who's going to the plantations? Who's growing tobacco? Who's going to work the sugar plantations? These sugar plantations were owned by who? Sephardic Jews. Who started the sugar plantations? Who started that whole sugar plantation system? It was the Sephardic Moors, first in North Africa, then in the Canary Islands, St. Thomas, off the coast of Guinea, Cape Verde, the Azores, Madeiras, and then they brought that to the Caribbean and the East Coast. Sugar plantations in the South. All right, again, more people. Margaret Seward, Nevis, Barbados, Nevis, Jamaica, Philip Davy to Jamaica, Edward Lydia to Jamaica, Nevis, Jamaica, Jamaica, Barbados, Montserrat. How they celebrate St. Patrick's Day. Oh, y'all remember that? Yeah, any of you ever been to St. Patrick's Day in Montserrat? It's the biggest in the world. Even the Irish like to go there. Say it's better than the one in their country. Jamaica, Barbados, Nevis, Jamaica, Montserrat, Edward Jones, Jamaica, Nevis, Virginia, Virginia, Nevis. You see, the year 1669 goes by years. William Dyer to Nevis, Elizabeth Price to Jamaica, Williams, Perrin, Lewis, Benoni, Watkins, all these people, Jamaica, Barbados, Barbados, Nevis, Nevis, Jamaica. All right, you guys get it, right? The cool thing about the book, it actually shows the ship names. There's a whole index of the ship names. There's an index of the people. So you can look, if you had if you think you have an ancestor, you go and look for the index and you look for the name and tell you what page is on, where he might have gone, and things like that. The master's name and where the origin, where the countries were of the origin. So it's very diverse. All right, and it has an article here. Just wanted to read from the very interesting. It says Irish indentured servants in the colonies. It says our 18th century newspaper collection includes the Pennsylvania Gazette and the South Carolina Gazette. Both newspapers carried many advertisements for the sale of indentured contracts and the recovery of runaway servants. All right, not just slave servants, indentured contracts. It says August 16, 1750. A runaway on the 12th instant from Joseph Jackson of London Grove, Chester County, an Irish servant man named William Farrell of middle stature and brown complexion. Brown complexion. Who? An Irish servant. We're talking about an Irish servant. He's not white. He's not pale. He's brown complexion. Aren't you brown complexion? So is this a white person or a so-called Negro? Anything would be up to conjecture, but we have a description of him clearly stating and describing him as brown complexion. All right. Had on when he went away, stripped flannel jacket, a brown sailor's jacket, a pair of coarse trousers, stripped drawers, a felt hat, and checkered shirt. His hair cut off. Likewise, all right, so it's going to say that he also ran away with somebody else. So it says, likewise, ran away with the aforesaid servant, an Irish servant, another Irish servant named Thomas Collard, all right, belonging to Samuel Ramsay of Londonderry. Samuel Ramsay, so that was his servant, in the said county of a dark complexion. Of a dark complexion. So this Irish servant man, this other runaway, Thomas Collard, is of dark complexion. So his boy, Joseph, let me see, what's his name? William Farrell, Irish people of color, indigenous people from Ireland over here. They were sending them over here. Run away from the subscribers. The 15th of September. Two Irish indented servants, one named Maurice Croney, about 5 feet 8 inches high, of fair complexion with his own hair, wore a white shirt, a sailor's blue jacket, Osnaburg trousers, and shoes without stockings. His ankles are very much swelled. The other, named Jeremiah Harrington, about 5 feet 5 inches high, has fair hair, had on a brownish colored coat, Osnaburg jacket, and trousers, white, worked stockings, and shoes. Their conversation will convince any person that they are natives of Ireland. A reward of 20s, besides all reasonable expense, is offered for each to any person who will apprehend and bring them to Savannah. Joshua von Peter Blyth. It's called The Swedish Settlements on the Delaware, their history in relation to the Indians, Dutch and English, from 1638 to 1664. With an account of the South, the New Sweden, and the American companies and the efforts of Sweden to regain the colony, Volume 2. It's 2 volumes of this. And again, I didn't see nothing about no slaves or African slaves or anything like that. I did find this reference here on this page 548 in Volume 2. And it says, slavery was not employed to any extent by the settlers. The slave brought to Christina in 1639 was employed for many years, but beyond this single case, there's no record of slaves in New Sweden. New Sweden is Delaware and New Holland area. There's no slaves there because it was indentured servants. All these people, a lot of these Swedish people that came were indentured servants. And a lot of them, again, the owners were given land grants as well. They did the same thing. And they started the indentured servitude. And I want to go to the footnote, all right, because it says footnote 59, right? So who's this slave? The slave brought to Katrina. That's the only record of a slave. Other than that, there's no records. Now, in the footnote, it says that this so-called slave was actually Lars Schwartz. Remember, he was being employed. He was employed for many years. Employed meaning he was in a contract. He was paid probably. Lars Schwartz, all right, Schwartz. What does Schwartz mean? Schwartz, we already know Swarty. Schwartz, that's black. Might have been a Negro slave. As he says, might have been, right? They don't know. Might have been a Negro slave. They don't know. But it is more likely that Schwartz simply referred to his complexion. All right, so Lars Schwartz might have been a Negro slave, but it is more likely that Schwartz simply referred to his complexion. He's not a slave, he's an indentured servant. All right, so I want to get into this book. Very good book I found here. I'm glad I found this. It's called Bound Over, Indentured Servitude and American Conscience by John Van Dersey, forward by John Patrick Diggins. This is from 1985. And I just want to show real quick, this is in the back of the book, the sources, very scholarly book, primary sources. You can see it's a very long list. And this is in the introduction of the book. And it says here, what exactly was on the minds of the English, Irish, Scottish, German, and other immigrants when they said, let's get out, let's go to America? Thanks to John Van Dersey, Bound Over, his book that we're reading right now, we know now the reasons that prompted many Europeans to come to America and the conditions in which they arrived. Some were between 1/2 and 2/3 of all the colonists came to the New World as what? Voluntary what? Slaves, indentured servants. Well, they'll say that voluntary, but we know, right, to dodge the hijack, we know a lot of them were being kidnapped or convicted felons and all that, undesirables that were being sent over here. It says indentured servants, apprentices, tenants, bond servants, and the like, all agreeing to the status of redemptionary in one form or another. A person who, lacking the means, accepts free transportation as the price of 4 to 7 years of unrelenting servitude to an unknown master. As Van der Sea makes clear, memories of servitude weighed heavily on the minds of leaders like Tom Paine, Benjamin Franklin, Joseph Galloway, and Alexander Hamilton. All right, big one right there, right? So, right, I did a video, right, on Benjamin Franklin. He was an indentured servant. He was a servant to his dad, supposedly. And he ran away. He was a runaway slave, basically. He was a runaway slave. That's why he ran away, because he was treated like property. Benjamin Franklin. Now they're letting us know here, Alexander Hamilton, Joseph Galloway, and Tom Paine as well. These people were all indentured servants. But it remains to be considered whether those who had once felt the tyranny of servitude would emerge as classical Republicans, dedicated to civic duty, or economic liberals, aspiring to individual opportunity. It says, in any event, Van der Sea shows how the experience of indentured servitude made many Americans not only suspicious of British rule, but keenly aware of man's tendency to exploit fellow man, an attitude deeply felt in the debates over the Constitution and continuing into the Civil War itself. What Lincoln learned from the Bible, his successor, remember Lincoln, the so called Negro, Lincoln, President Andrew Johnson, an ex indentured servant. Oh, Andrew Johnson, and what an ex indentured servant learned from personal experience. I want to read on from this book now. It's called The Peopling of British North America, an introduction by Bernard Bailey. All right, he has a lot of good sources for his information. We're going to get into this book now. It says here, as I suggested earlier, the original recruitment of the 17th century population was largely, though not wholly, the product of efforts to divert to the colonies a portion of the mobile English labor force. Reliable estimates of the numbers involved have now been established: 378,000 immigrants from England to the Western Hemisphere in the course of the 17th century, of whom 155 went to the mainland colonies. The majority of them, what? Indentured servants. They wasn't here just because they wanted a free ride over here and start a new life. They didn't pay their own way over here. These were indentured servants slash slaves, and we know something of their geographical origin. Almost all of the indentured servants came from southern England, with a high concentration in the Thames Valley, centered in London. Their social origins are less clear, but there are fairly clear boundaries. These 17th century labor migrants form a spectrum from the utterly destitute, the disreputable, and the vagrant to the respectable young artisans or would-be artisans seeking more secure employment and eventually an independent stake in the land. All right, so they try to sugarcoat it, but they told you a little bit. They're undesirables, they're destitute, they're disreputable and vagrant. That's what they were sending over here. In these later years of the colonial period, their numbers were supplemented by convicts from all over Britain. About 50,000 of them were transported to America to serve out their time in unpaid labor, along with the free indentured servants. There were Irish and Scotch too among the 18th century labor recruits, and above all, a mass of German redemptioners whose presence, like that of the Irish, was a major fact of social life everywhere in North America, from Lunenburg in Nova Scotia to the southern borderlands of Georgia and Florida. All right, all these countries sending their undesirables, all these indentured servants from different parts of Europe.
We got a runaway ad. Ran away from Captain McCarty's plantation on Pope's Creek in Westmoreland County, a servant man belonging to the subscriber in Prince William County. His Christian name is John, but surname for God is Pretty Tall, a bricklayer by trade, and is a Kentish man. Kentish? He came into Potomac in the forward Captain Major last year. All right? He came into Potomac. Is supposed to have the figure of Savior marked with gunpowder on one of his arms. They were doing that to the indentured servants. They were marking them up with gunpowder. He went away about 20th of April last in company with 3 other servants. Richard Martin is a middle-sized man, fresh-colored, about 22 years of age, and is a sailor. Had on a blue jacket. Richard Cable is middle-sized, young fellow, has several marks made of gunpowder on his arms, particularly on his breast, being the figures of a woman in cherry tree, and is a carpenter by trade. He wore a blue-gray coat with a large cape, a snuff-colored waistcoat, and buckskin breeches. Edward Ormsby is a small, thin fellow of a swarthy complexion, and is a tailor by trade, has a hesitation of stammering in his speech, and being an Irishman. All right, he's an Irishman. I know people are like, well, how do you know he's a European? Well, he's an Irishman. In his swarthy complexion, had a good deal of brogue. They went away from Captain Island's landing on Potomac in a small boat, and are supposed to be gone towards the eastern shore of North Carolina. Whoever will secure the said bricklayers, so that he may be again, shall have £5 reward beside what the law allows. All right, so they're like, please bring back my Irishman, please bring back my Irish swarthy man. Now, it says Virginia Gazette, Parks, Williamsburg, from August 10th to August 17th, 1739. 1739, right? It says, ran away the 8th of July last from the subscribers living in Westmoreland County, 4 servant men, with John McHugh, Francis Mann, Daniel Fitzpatrick, and John Freelove. John McHugh is an Irish man of middle stature. He's swarthy complexion. He's an Irishman, John McHugh, Mac. Remember the Mac. John McHugh is an Irishman. He has on one of his arms a bleeding heart pricked in gunpowder and name length. Several other letters. All right. So okay, then we get uh, Francis Mann. Francis Mann is an Englishman. All right, so now we got an Englishman, right? Not just an Irishman. We got an a Briton, right? An Englishman, a middle stature, and he's also swarthy complexion, short brown hair, and yellowish rotten teeth. And speaks quick and. But we know, you know what they were saying about the Europeans. A lot of them that were coming here. There was a lot of the undesirables, a lot of the drunks, a lot of the peasants on the street. You know,
Order of the bad.
it was like, yo, let's just send them over there. Let's just come on, hurry up, man. Let's get that swarthy peasant out of here. You know, that's what they were doing by massive numbers.
All that. This is from the Oxford Journal, says here, Oxford University Press. That's from JSTOR. Says British convicts shipped to American colonies. All right. Author James Davy Butler, The American Historical Review, Volume 2, Number 1, October 1896, pages 12 to 33. The Oxford University Press of American Historical Association. And it says here, British convicts shipped to American colonies. It says convicts were sent to 9 of the American settlements. Convicts. According to one estimate, about 2,000 had been sent for many years annually. Dr. Land, after comparing various estimates, concludes that the number sent might be about 50,000 altogether. Again, in the Encyclopedia Britannica, under the article Botany Bay, we read, on the revolt of the New England colonies, the convict establishment in America were no longer available, and so the attention of the British government was turned to Botany Bay, and in 1787 a penal settlement was formed there. It seems certain that among the felons sent to New England, by far the largest element was made up of prisoners taken in battle. A letter from Reverend John Cotton to Cromwell, dated Boston, July 28, 1651, states that sundry Scots taken by him at Dunbar September 2nd, 1650, had arrived there and been sold not for slaves to perpetual servitude, but for 6 or 7 or 8 years. That's the word, sundry. Meant 150, we learned from the British Calendar Domestic Series for 1650. All right. On September 19, the Council of State orders 150 Scotch prisoners delivered to be sent to New England by John Foote. On October 23rd, it was ordered that they be shipped away forthwith, and on November 11th, that they be delivered to Augustus Walker, Master of the Unity, for transportation to New England. In 1650, Dr. Stone, a Massachusetts agent, bought several Scotch prisoners from Tothill Jail, London. Again, of the prisoners taken at Worcester, September 3rd, 1651, 272 were shipped to New England on the John and Sarah from London and arrived in Boston the following spring. You see all these indentured servants that are coming in the 1600s, these ain't Africans. You see who's their slaves first, right? From about 1600s. All right. Their names derived from the Hutchinson Papers were printed in New England Historical and Genealogical Register. All right. The number deported to Virginia from among the Scotch made prisoners at the Battle of Worcester was much smaller than is generally stated. Thus, in Ballaw's White Servitude in the colony of Virginia, a recent issue of the Johns Hopkins Press, we read, of the Scotch prisoners taken at the Battle of Worcester, 1,610 were sent to Virginia in 1651. Wow. Bancroft gives some countenance to such an assertion, but Bruce, though he loves to swell the number of political transports, says in his Economic History of Virginia, after the defeat of Charles II at Worcester, his soldiers who were seized on that occasion were disposed of the merchants, and of at least 1,600 were thus conveyed to America. The parliamentary fleet in which they were transported sailed first to Barbados. We have certain information of the arrival of only 150 Scotch servants in the colony when the fleet arrived in 1651. You see, these ain't Africans. That the next winter, 2 vessels set out from London with prisoners designed for the plantations in Virginia. That in 1653, Richard Netherway of Bristol was permitted to export from Ireland 800 Tories, all right, from Ireland, all right, now we got Irish here, all right, who were to be sold as slaves in Virginia. Who Irish to be sold as what? Slaves in Virginia. These are not Africans. Now, are all these white people? I don't think so. you know, thinking logically, I know they were getting rid of the so-called black Irish too. All right, so a lot of these were also people you would consider Negro. All right, and these were the same people eventually that might come out in your census, in your family census. Say, oh, I got Irish in me. Like, how the hell do I have Irish in me? Look at me. I don't got no traits of being so-called white. But you know, a lot of this has to do with what we're reading right now. You know what I mean? So again, in 1653, this dude Netherway permitted to export from Ireland 100 Tories who were to be sold as slaves in Virginia, and that other batches, some still larger, of Irish unfortunates were there imported. Again, Irish unfortunates. What's an unfortunate? Yet no proof appears that any of the Drogheda prisoners were transported to Virginia. Cromwell himself mentions Barbados as their destination. So even though, you know, even if they didn't land in Virginia, they were landing in Barbados in the Caribbean. A lot of these, you know, they said, oh, they're supposed to be taken to Virginia when they were in England or Ireland or Scotland, but when they got here, they were, you know, ending up in the Caribbean or somewhere else. The Scotch prisoners in the Preston campaign of 1648 were sent to Barbados. All right, some of the men that at that time brought into Virginia from New York as convicts were felons only in the eye of martial law. Thus, previous to the year 1665, the English invaders of Long Island attacked New Amstel on South River. Many of the Dutch colonists they sold as slaves in Virginia. You see that? So when the Dutch were there running things, you know, that was Dutch lands. You know, New Dutch land, that was New York. New Holland, that was all New York. All right. And the Dutch had that colony, and when the English got there, enslaved some of these Dutch, right, and sold them as slaves in Virginia. Now, were all these Dutch white? I don't think so. So we got to break that. We got to stop thinking when they're talking about Europeans that it's always going to be white. All right. So a lot of these so-called dark-skinned Dutch as well were taken into plantations in Virginia and then mixed with Aboriginals from America. You know, and then you forget the whole history. Now you're just black.
One generation.
All right. So how do you have Dutch in your census record in your family? All right. Think about it. Other convicts guilty of no moral transgressions came from other colonies. Thus, the General Court in Boston ordained that the Quakers who had not wherewithal to pay their fines, and they were enormous, should be sold for bondmen or bondwomen to Barbados, Virginia, or any of the English plantations. Again, bondmen, indenture, all right, as contract, you're bound to serve for a number of years, all right. That's what they did to the Quakers when the English got there. You see that? We're not talking about Africans. When have we read anything about Africans? Right? After the Mar and Derwent Water Rising in 1716, 2 shiploads of defeated Jacobites out of His Majesty's abundant clemency were deported. All right, so now we got into the Jacobites. I know a lot of people heard of the Jacobite rebellion and all that in England, in Scotland, and all that area up there. You know, so a lot of these prisoners of war from the Jacobite rebellions were being sent over here as well. Again, after the Marne, there went water rising in 1716. 2 shiploads of defeated Jacobites, not Africans. Again, we're talking about slave ships. We're talking about 2 shipload of slave ships, if you want to call them slave ships, because I bet you these are battalion ships. They didn't have no slave ships. Were defeated. Were filled with defeated Jacobites. All right? Jacobites. Out of His Majesty's abundant clemency. These are English people. English, not Africans. Were deported, 80 in the ship Friendship and 55 in the Good Speed, and were sold in Maryland. I know I've heard these ships before, and we're going to get to the story of this ship and the Jacobites. All right, right now. Let me just finish this paragraph. Let's continue to say, a most desirable class of political offenders would have come to both Virginia and New England. All right, POWs, they were sending them over here, prisoners of war, convicts, all that. and that in great numbers, through the Conventicle Act of 1664. But that law which expelled from England a noble army of martyrs, all right, a noble army of martyrs. Who's these noble people they're taking out of England? Could these include so-called black people, noble black people? Martyrs expressly forbade transporting them to either Virginia or New England, and so they were consigned to the torrid sugar islands. You understand? I mean, they were sending them when they were because of political reasons or something, even though their intention was for them to go to Virginia and New England. There was when they got here, there was like trouble sometimes, so they would end up in the Caribbean instead. They would be like, no, man, they can't. We can't have that here. Just send them to the sugar plantations. If cargoes could not all be sold there, there is a reason to think that the remnant in some way was carried on into continental colonies. All right, talking about the Jacobites. Virginia in the present paper has been chiefly spoken of as the destination of convicts.
All right, so real quick, I just want to show you guys something I have here. Jacobite prisoner. Right, here we go. So look, it says names, age, profession, county, stature, and remarks. Yeah, so let's get this first person. I know you guys saw it already. James Nielsen. These are Jacobites, remember. James Nielsen, he's 26, he's a laborer. He's from Aberdeen. He's 5'5". He's what? Black, swarthy, and slender. Black, swarthy, and slender. The other guy is brown. Sandy hair, swarthy, brown, well-made, brown, diddle, diddle, ruddy, diddle, 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 black, straight, swarthy, lusty, light hair, fair face. All right, brown, well-made, swarthy, swarthy, black, black. All right, hold up, let me go back now. All right, this is an actual primary source, right? All right, so I'm gonna read it here. It says extract from a list naming 150 Jacobite prisoners taken by the French in October 1747, as recorded by W. Smith at Lincoln, York, and Lancaster. This is the list referred to by Samuel Smith, which Philip was captured. All right, this is real history. Again, James Nielsen, what? He was black and swarthy. Black and swarthy. As you can see, swarthy, swarthy, dark, brown, black, brown, thick, fair complexion. We got a fair complexion guy here. We got a pale skin one. We got a pock-pitted, ruddy, dark complexion. Can it get any more clear than that? Dark complexion, black man. Hey, black man. Who's the black man? George Hume. Black man. Black man. Again, these are Jacobites. Swarthy. All right, dark brown. That's not black man. Again, black, swarthy, and slender. Jacobite, a real transcript. We're going to go back to the presentation.
It is made thus prominent in all documents which have come to the knowledge of the writer, but he is not ignorant that according to Dr. Land, all the 9 colonies outside of New England were penal settlements, and that Lodge and other able writers maintain that Maryland received a larger felon quota than any other province. The whole number there, as estimated by Scharf, the Maryland historian, was at least 20,000, about half of them after 1750. We ain't talking about they bringing Africans. You gotta really do research on real history so you can see that there is records that's telling you straight up who was really getting enslaved. We already went over the Indian enslavement. They weren't bringing no Africans. They were enslaving the American Indians, the Spanish and Portuguese, and actually bringing them to the other side of the world and the other colonies, selling them to the English and other people. All right. So again, we got a whole estimate here by Scharf, a Maryland historian. 20,000, about half of them after 1750. In all cases where Maryland has been found coupled with Virginia, the writer has so stated it. The historical register now, and then mentions Maryland alone, saying that on October 4, 1726, about 80 felons convict under sentence of transportation were taken out of Newgate and put on a shipboard for Maryland in America. They were just snatching them out of the prisons and putting them in the ship, being joined on the river by several more convicts. from Surrey and Kent. In 1665, certain convicts in England petitioned Her Majesty, the Queen Mother, in hopes she would order them sent to her Maryland. So convicts were like, "What? They're getting sent to Maryland, getting what? Just working, then free, and then they get land, and then they don't have to be in prison? Sign me up for that." They were begging the Queen, "Yo, send me over there. I'll be good. Send me over there." As late as 1769, 87-year convicts from Bristol are noticed by Sharp, and Lodge maintains that such importations continued thereafter they had ceased in other colonies, though such imports into Virginia were not declared illegal until 1788. Damage has been done. And again, we continue a little further down in the book, British convicts shipped to American colonies. All right, very scholarly article from the American Historical Review, Volume 2, Number 1, published by Oxford University. We continue on page 9 as Bristol, according to Macaulay, was specially infamous for kidnappers. Remember the spirits? So it shared largely in an allied branch of business, the traffic in convicts. It was big business.
Mm-hmm.
All right, not in Africans, but what? Who? Convicts, undesirables, prisoners of wars. Hunt, the historian of that city, remarks, toward the end of the 17th century, Bristol, aldermen and justices used to transport criminals and sell them as slaves or put them to work on their plantations in the West Indies. Who? Criminals, not Africans. Criminals from England. A writer in Notes and Queries holds this Bristol industry to have arisen still earlier, saying, when Cromwell and William as well had conquered Ireland, the Irish officers sought safety on the continent, while the rank and file were pressed to enlist in foreign service. As many as 34,000 men were thus hurried into exile. Listen to this, all right? 34,000 widows and orphans. The government shipped wholesale to the West Indies. Wholesale to the West Indies. We ain't talking about Africans here. You gotta break the spell. Don't bring me your personal attachment. Don't be all hurt. Don't be all hurt because I'm telling you facts here. You can research all this. The American Historical Review, they ain't playing. Right? 34,000 shipped wholesale to the West Indies. The boys for slaves. The boys for slaves, not Africans. Who? People from England. The women and girls from mistresses to the English sugar planters. The merchants of Bristol, slave dealers in the days of Strongbow, sent over their agents to hunt down and ensnare the wretched people. Orders were given them on the governors of jails and workhouses for boys who were of an age to labor and women who were marriageable or not past breeding. In the foregoing notice of Bristol exports, the words West Indies probably mean the best American market no matter where. The best American market. Doesn't matter. That wasn't specifically the West Indies, Caribbean. They're talking about anywhere in the Americas. That's what they're trying to tell you. So a lot of those 34,000 convicts that said they went to the West Indies, no, they just went to the open market over here on this side of the world. They landed in many places, those people, even in Virginia and Boston, New York. Some of those whom Bristol vessels had transported were brought to New England and sold there. You see, they didn't all go to the West Indies sugar plantations. With the video, bound over, Indentured Servitude and American Conscience by John Van Dersey. Introduction. On November 30th, 1774, the brig London Packet docked at Philadelphia. Its chief cargo, not usual for the time, all right, not usual for the time, we're talking about 1774, right, was 122 indentured servants, British and continental men and women who would be bound into servitude for an average of 4 years in exchange for passage. Probably some had agreed to a certain term in England. Others would have to bargain with agents, masters or ship owners here. A certain number may have been transported for criminal offenses. A few may have been kidnapped or shanghaied by unscrupulous labor contractors. All of these were common practices in the American servant trade. The American servant trade. All right. We're not talking about Africans here. We're talking about that in 1774, it was the usual thing to see ships come in full of people, full of indentured servants, ships, full ships, right? Servant ships or slave ships. What do you want to call it? Huh? They were packed in there like herons, remember. Now listen to this, except for the important distinction that their existence as individuals was acknowledged by law, and that after their term or servitude, they were to be granted the full rights of freemen and women. The status of these people was essentially the same as that of slaves. Again, the status of these people was essentially the same as that of slaves. This is slave. This is how slavery became. Should tell. It was through indentured servitude. They were extending these indentures for life.
Yep.
The work they did, and the clothes on their backs belonged entirely to their masters. They could be hired out, sold, or auctioned, even if this meant separating them from their families. They could be beaten, whipped, or branded, all right? This is where you get that whole story. Indentured servitude, these people went through that. If they ran away, they could be punished. By an extension, often a multiplication of their term of servitude. In some colonies, runaways were hanged, a process too wasteful to apply to slaves, who retained, after all, the value of capital. The resemblance to enslavement began at least at embarkation, where both voluntary and involuntary immigrants were herded on board. White Guinea men, it says they're white Guinea men, and crammed below decks in unsanitary conditions with insufficient provisions. This is the Middle Passage here. Again, Middle Passage. They're crossing the Atlantic Ocean from Europe, and these conditions. All right, we're going to ignore this. You want to make up stories like Kunta Kinte. You want to put it, oh, it was Africans. It was all these Negroes. No, these are Europeans, both pale skin and melanated Europeans as well, colored Europeans together. They were what? Being packed in these ships, crammed below decks in unsanitary conditions with insufficient provisions. On the London packet, this had meant 9 weeks of confinement in a stifling hold, 9 weeks in the ocean, a Middle Passage in what? In a stifling hold, and an outbreak of putrid fever that had swept through the entire ship. 5 bodies had been thrown overboard en route, and no more than 5 people among the complement of indentured cabin passengers and crew had escaped infestation. You hear this? People will comment on my videos, and these type of videos especially, be like, but it's not the same. Nobody's comparing, first of all, but these people went through the same thing that you supposedly Kunta Kinte went through. Supposedly, that's a fictional story, and I'm reading you a real story right now. You know, remember they're talking about the ship that came in with all these people, and it says among the deceased cabin passengers was a marginally free man, a failed schoolmaster, staymaker, and preacher, who had barely been able to scrape together the price of his passage. In this atmosphere of incarceration, disease, and fortified human rights, he made his passage to the New World, an appendage of a practice developed for the population of it. Such passage, remember this Middle Passage, right? Middle Passage was a fearful demonstration of the fragility of human freedom, as well as the fierce price of slipping back into servitude. The experience was to mark the man, just as the disease festering among the indentured below deck marked him now, leaving him so weakened that he had to be carried off the ship, disembarking only after the rest of the passengers and crew had left. Thus, Thomas or Tom Paine arrived in America. All right, they're talking about Thomas Paine. Who's this Tom Paine? He came in under these conditions. Who's Thomas Paine that came in under the slave conditions? We're gonna go to Britannica Encyclopedia .com or Britannica.com, and it's Thomas Paine. It says here, right? Now Thomas Paine, it says here, born in Norfolk, England. He died in 1809, New York. English-American writer and political pamphleteer whose common sense pamphlet in crisis newspapers were important influences on the American Revolution. So he contributed to the American Revolution, the same person who came in as a slave, remember, under those conditions that he had to be carried off the ship. He almost died on the way over here. All right, so we continue in this book. And right here it talks about how Washington basically liked, this guy Thomas Paine's readings or his literature, what he wrote. And it says Washington, we're talking about George Washington, moved by this article, ordered it to be read aloud to his brigades. He too, plantation owner, slaveholder, aristocrat, had been associated with indentured servitude. As a British officer in the French and Indian War, Washington had urged upon the colonial authorities the enlistment of servants in the Virginia volunteers, warning that if such provision were not made, servants would run off and enlist in the regular army anyway. He himself recruited numbers of indentured servants for his regiment. All these Europeans, who they fighting? It is the forgotten social undercurrent of the American Revolution. All right? This is the true reason of the American Revolution. Indentured servitude and all these Europeans fighting to fight their status and for their freedom, their liberty, and the tyranny they were under indentured servitude, the desperate sucking tide that made the unthinkable challenge to the most powerful naval and military force on earth a worthwhile risk, and prompted the guarantees of individual rights written into government that evolved afterwards. We are, in fact, as Americans, listen to what he's going to say. We are, in fact, as Americans, the descendants of bound people. All these Americans, all these white Americans, all these people talking about love it or leave it, or, this is the America, get out or go back to Africa, all that stuff. They are the ones descended from bound people. I've been showing you a lot in the other videos. How many hours in the other videos? How many sources did I show? And I got more sources on this part, and I got way more to show. I don't know how many parts I'm going to do because it just keeps popping up because it is part of history. I keep finding this. It's part of history. It's real history. History they never told us about. History they sugarcoated. History they whitewashed. History they erased. History they hid. Because the fact is that most Americans are descendants of bound people. And we're not talking about the aboriginal original people here that were never, ever bound. Tied now by that binding in ways we have forgotten, which it would serve us well to remember. They're gonna remember now. Oh, they're gonna hear it now. They're gonna remember now. Ain't no turning back. From 1609 until well after the founding of the Republic, half of all the colonists who came to America arrived under some form of involuntary labor. And they're being modest here with these numbers. Half of all the colonists, how much millions is that? Do the numbers. Now, times that, times all their descendants that are alive today, how they multiplied and they call themselves the white, so-called white American, or what you want to call so-called black American. A lot of the so-called black Americans are descendants of the same European-bound people of color. People of North Africa, Sephardic Jews they didn't want, Huguenots they didn't want, Black Germans they didn't want, Protestants, Quakers, Swarthy, I'm talking about swarthy complexion Europeans. Yes, you can't deny that part if it's in your genealogy. Actually look into it and see what else you can dig on it. We got to accept every part of you. If you have whatever you have in your family, you got to cherish it and understand it, know who you are. Because, again, from 1609 until way after, till basically ever, until today, half of all the colonists supposedly came in as involuntary labor. To them fell the largest share of the hardest work in an unfamiliar country. They cleared the land again. All right, this is a very scholarly book. There's so many sources in this. I already showed you in the beginning before I read it. It's on the way in the back. You want to, again, verify all the info. It's called Bound Over, Indentured Servitude and American Conscience. All right, that's the name of the book. You can check out all the sources he has. You can verify all the information. We have already verified the information we're reading in this book. This is part 4. But I want you to pay attention to what he's going to say. And what he just said, he said, to them, to who? To these indentured servants, these convicts, these undesirables, these people they didn't want over there, political prisoners, all right? All of them, all these indentured servants, to them fell the largest share of the hardest work in an unfamiliar country, the hardest work, not to Africans. The hardest work fell to indentured servants from Europe. They cleared what? The land, drained the swamps, built the roads, first plowed the unbroken ground. They cooked and cleaned and nursed and midwifed. They worked and died in greater numbers than anyone else. Theirs were the hands and backs that worked the transformation from wilderness to settled prosperity, a change so sweeping that its signs have vanished, so that the completed colonies seem somehow to have sprung fully into being directly from their charters. In the process, these men and women, drifters and convicts, rogues and whores, and the chronically poor, reluctant, coerced, unpaid, overworked, overwhelmingly ignorant and unskilled, vanished themselves, transformed into what we have come to think as of the American people. Any questions?
Any questions?
All right, that was so deep right there. I hope you understand. This is the main point I've been trying to show you.
Deep.
All right, and I hope you guys have been understanding the last 3 parts of this.
Let them know, Curimeo.
When I was saying the invention of the white race and how they created this segregation. Today, all these American people, right? All these American people, a lot of these American people descend from indentured servants, both pale skin and people of color. So when we're reading, don't just think white when I'm saying they worked the hardest jobs and all this. There's also colored people in this. When they're saying, because you know how we grew up, and everybody always knew that it was the so-called slave, right, that built everything. The so-called slave, the Negro, right, so-called Negro or African slaves. Oh, they built the White House, they built the roads, right? Well, it was slaves / indentured servants, and there was so-called Negroes in that mix, but there was also pale-skinned people, Europeans. To them fell the hardest work. To your Europeans who were coming here as indentured servants, both pale-skinned and so-called Negro. And with time, they vanished themselves. What happened to them? They transformed into what we have come to think as the American people. But you want to keep associating yourself to being a slave or to everything that is slavery, everything related to slavery. That's what you keep wanting to associate yourself with, right? You want to identify as the persons who built the roads, who had to enslave, who had to go through all this hardship. That's what they want you to envision. But a lot of your ancestors were never even indentured servants or slaves, and owned land and actually owned indentured servants.
Fact.
So this is just time for you to think about. Again, we're in the book Bound Over, Indentured Servitude and American Conscience.
They came as slaves, vast human cargo, transported on tall British ships, bound for the Americas. They were shipped by the hundreds of thousands and included men, women, and even the youngest of children. Whenever they rebelled or even disobeyed an order, they were punished in the harshest of ways. Slave owners would hang their human property by their hands and set their hands or feet on fire as one form of punishment. They were burned alive and had their heads placed on pikes in the marketplaces as warnings to other captives. Now, do we really need to go into all the gory details? But are we talking about the African slave trade?
Nope.
King James II and Charles I also led a continued effort to enslave the Irish. Britain's famed Oliver Cromwell furthered this practice of dehumanizing one's next door neighbor. The Irish slave trade began when James II sold 30,000 Irish prisoners as slaves to the New World. His proclamation of 1625 required Irish political prisoners to be sent overseas and sold to English settlers in the West Indies. By the mid 1600s, the Irish were the main slaves sold to Antigua and Montserrat. At that time, 70% of the total population of Montserrat were Irish slaves. Ireland quickly became the biggest source of human livestock for English merchants. From 1641 to 1652, over 500,000 Irish were killed by the English, and another 300,000 were sold as slaves. Ireland's population fell from about 1.5 million to 600,000 just in one single decade. Families were ripped apart as the British did not allow Irish fathers to take their wives or children with them across the Atlantic. This led to a helpless population of homeless women and children. Britain's solution was to auction them off as well. During the 1650s, over 100,000 Irish children between the ages of 10 and 14 were taken from their parents and sold as slaves in the West Indies, Virginia, and New England. In this decade, 52,000 Irish, mostly women and children, were sold to Barbados and Virginia. Another 30,000 Irish men and women were also transported and sold to the highest bidder. In 1656, Cromwell ordered that 2,000 Irish children be taken to Jamaica and sold as slaves to English settlers. Many people today will avoid calling the Irish slaves what they truly were, slaves. They'll come up with terms like indentured servants. This is to describe what occurred to the Irish. However, in most cases, from the 17th and 18th centuries, Irish slaves were nothing more than human cattle. If a planter whipped or branded or beat an Irish slave to death, it was never a crime. A death was nothing more than a monetary setback. England continued to ship tens of thousands of Irish slaves for more than a century. Records state that after 1798, the Irish Rebellion, thousands of Irish slaves were sold to both America and Australia. One British ship even dumped 1,302 slaves into the Atlantic Ocean so that the crew could have plenty of food to eat. There's little question that the Irish experienced the horrors of slavery as much, if not more, in the 17th century as the Africans did. There is also very little question that those brown tan faces you witness in your travels to the West Indies are very likely a combination of Irish and African ancestry. In 1839,
And we're going to say Irish and American indigenous people.
Right.
They weren't bringing Africans. What Africans?
Britain finally decided on its own to end its participation in Satan's highway to hell and stop the transporting of slaves. While their decision did not stop pirates from doing what they desired, the new law slowly concluded this chapter of nightmarish Irish misery. But if anyone, black or white, believes that slavery was only an African experience, then they have it completely wrong.
Wrong.
Irish slavery is a subject worth remembering, not erasing from our memories.
Remember.
But where are our public and private schools? Where are the history books? Why is it so seldomly discussed? Do the memories of hundreds of thousands of Irish victims merit more than a mention from an unknown writer? Or is their story to be one that their English pirates intended? To, unlike the African book, have the Irish story utterly and completely disappeared as if it never existed. None of the Irish victims ever made it back to their homeland to describe their ordeal. These are the lost slaves, the ones that time and biased history books conveniently forgot.
Lost slaves.
If you want to know more about this subject, I honestly say that you should really check it out, as I found everything that I read today from Google. It was very easy to search. I just typed in white slavery and started reading. And there's so much on the subject, but yet so little is taught in schools about it. It makes me wonder if really there is some kind of cover-up. From or by who, I don't know, but it's just another story of untold history. And it certainly is hidden.
Alright, we're in this other book, just to correlate with what we're learning today. It says Supplement to the Jail Review, Volume 10, Number 2, August 1901. It says here, Redemptioners and Indentured Servants in the Colony and Commonwealth of Pennsylvania by Carl Frederick Geiser, Ph.D. Alright, Professor of Political Science, Iowa State Normal School, sometime Assistant in American History at Yale University. And he says in the preface that this monograph is the attempt has been made to give a complete and accurate account of the institution of indentured service as it existed in Pennsylvania, in the hope of throwing some new light upon an important phase of our colonial history, upon which comparatively little has been written. Again, they never told us about this part of history. Large tracts of land were offered by Penn to adventurers at prices merely nominal, and 50 acres of land were given for every servant brought into the colony. Similar concessions were made by the proprietors of New Jersey for its settlement. All right, so they were given all these servants, these undesirable convicts, felons, beggars, poor people, underclass, who were being kidnapped a lot of the time. They were giving them 50 acres of your ancestors' land, land that didn't belong to anybody, who's part of the everybody's. You can't own land. It's the Great Spirit's land. Hawa. It's your habitat, your promised land, as a resource, not to own. But they were giving that land away. What? 50 acres to these undesirables from Europe? Indentured servants. Similar concessions were made by the proprietors of New Jersey for its settlement. In fact, such inducements were offered in nearly all the early colonies. All right, now dodge the hijack, dodge your own hijack, because a lot of these people were not just white; they were Negro Europeans, what you would say a Negro, the Moorish European, whatever you want to call them. All right, and is that why you have it in your census record or in genealogy that your one of your ancestors might have been from Britain, but you're sure he was so-called Negro, right? Or was he white? Do you even know? All right, that's what I'm saying. There were a lot of them were so-called Negro too. Don't leave them out. All right. Now these indentured servants again, they were getting large tracts of land. All right, and that was happening in all the early colonies. All right, and they were making pamphlets and brochures and passing that all around England. Be like, look, look, you can live in the land of promise. You have lived the American dream. Generally speaking, the indentured servants were those immigrants who, unable to pay their passage, signed a contract, called an indenture, before embarking in which they agreed with the master or owner of the vessel transported them to serve him or his assigns a period of years in return for passage to America. The master or owner of the vessel, whose servants they thus at once became on arriving in America, sold them for their passage to whom he pleased, usually to the highest bidder. The indenture was then transferred to the purchaser, who now became the master for the remaining period expressed in the indenture. You see this? It's business, selling people, basically, your service. In the latter history of the institution, the term redemptioneer becomes common, and many modern writers have failed to realize the distinction between redemptioneers and indentured servants. The redemptioneer, strictly speaking, was an immigrant, but an embarking agreed with the ship and merchant to be transported without an indenture and without payment of passage, and on landing in America to be given a short period of time in which to find the relatives or friends to redeem him by paying his passage. If he were unable to find anyone who would redeem him in the time specified the captain was at liberty to sell him to the highest bidder in payment for his passage, in which case the redemptioneer entered into the same legal relation or status as the indentured servant and was consequently governed by the same laws. In Germany, although the causes were of a lot different nature from those in England, the supply was no less real and abundant. The claims of Louis, and it says there the 16th or the 14th, to the Palatinate, which was opposed by the German states in the Triple Alliance under the leadership of William of Orange, opens a period of devastation to that state, which caused thousands to seek homes in the American colonies, thousands of what? Germans. To avenge himself on that province and to weaken his enemies, Louis sent an army of 50,000 men in 1685 to ravage the country. Cities and villages were burned. The people were stripped of their possessions and were forced by the French to plow under their crops. Many perished and thousands were made homeless. A few years' immunity from plunder was followed by another invasion of a similar nature in 1693, the outbreak of the War of the Spanish Succession in 1701, the Palatinate being the pathway of the contending armies, added 13 years more of misery. To all this wretchedness, Louis furnished a climax by sending an army into the province in 1707 to repeat the rapine of former years. This was the beginning of the great German exodus to England and her colonies. And to the native population which flowed out of Germany at this time were added many of the French Huguenots who left their country on account of the persecutions of the king. When we consider that in addition to the ravages of war, the people in Germany, England, and Ireland were burdened with heavy taxes, distressed by political, social, and religious factions, it is not all strange that there should be a strong desire on the part of the restless population to seek homes in a new country, free from wars, from party strife and social caste. The American colonies, of course, right? That's where they're going to go seek all that. In a large measure, were free from these distress and misfortunes. So we didn't have all the stress, all this stuff they were going through, right? All their problems, 99 problems, but right? It's not, but this is not one of them, you know? And then what they wanted to do, come here where it's not here. And then they brought all that we live through now, right? What they're describing these people living like, a lot of us live like that now, right? When this corporation we live in, they brought that over to us and offered the desired opportunities. The remoteness of the colonies and the lack of means to reach them were the chief barriers which interposed. Those who were without the necessary means of transporting themselves and who were assisted in various ways formed a large proportion of the population in many of the colonies. In Pennsylvania, assisted immigration begins with the founding and settling of the colony. Its history is concomitant with that of free immigration. Indentured servants are mentioned in the earliest frame of Penn's government and continue to become a more important class with the increase of population. And we can the article on this website. This is from the North Carolina Department of Natural and Cultural Resources. It says Black History Month, North Carolinians to remember. It's talking about John Chavis, all right? It says that John Chavis was a highly respected preacher and educator in the late 1700s who served 3 years in the Revolutionary War, listed as an indentured servant in Halifax County in 1773. And by 1789, he was recorded as a free black owning one horse in Mecklenburg County, Virginia, all right? Indentured servant, free. He had his contract. It was over. He got his freedom. Now we're going to go into this part of the video where this guy is actually talking about the Mayflower. In case you don't know, the Mayflower was all in mostly, more than half of them were indentured servants and included Protestants, Sephardic Jews, all that. So all this time we thought all these were white people, these pilgrims, so-called pilgrims. Nah, a lot of them were indentured servants and convicts and stuff. Same thing. They were forced, some of them were forced to go on that ship.
The Mayflower, actually, of the Pilgrim voyage, on 3 days before or 2 or 3 days before they landed, the majority of the people there, over 50%, were indentured servants. The majority of the people there, over 50%, were indentured servants. And they staged a revolt on board. And what came out of it is the famous document known as the Mayflower Compact, where all the people there were declared themselves equal, free and equal. They revolted against the form of servitude that most of them had been committed, had signed up to put themselves under. Well, in the colonies, the most of the colonies, or all of the British colonies, were really set up by corporations, and as soon as possible, people who were hooked into it, who were often indentured servants, where they signed up for passage for a certain number of years, they would have to work off the money that the passage cost, and then they were able to get off on their own. And they, as soon as they got out, many of them just ran away from that form of bondage, and went off into the wilderness.
This is from the Johns Hopkins University Studies in Historical and Political Science by Herbert B. Adams. He's the editor. It says History and Past Politics and Politics of Present History, Freeman. 14th series, says the 4th and the 5th, Slavery and Servitude in the Colony of North Carolina by John Spencer Bassett, PhD, Professor of History and Political Science in Trinity College, North Carolina. And this is back from 1896 by the John Hopkins Press, all right, 1896. The first laborers that in the English took to the New World colonies were whites, who during the first years of their residence were obliged to serve the settlers in the capacity of bonded servants. These people were commonly called servants or Christian servants. Remember, we got this in the past parts. They were just labeling themselves Christians. They weren't really calling themselves white. Remember, that didn't exist for about 60 years after 1619. It didn't exist in any record. It started way after classifying people as white. And remember, we got to be careful with that. And we know that a lot of these Europeans were not just pale skin white. All right. They were people of color too. And as such are to be distinguished from slaves in regard to them, as well as to the slaves. Their history as it related to North Carolina begins in Virginia. There were three sources of the supply of these servants. There were indented servants, people of no means, who being unable to pay for passage to America, agreed to assign themselves for a certain period to some ship captain on condition that when he reached Virginia, he might transfer his rights for money to someone who would maintain and work the servant for the given period. Transported felons, who were such criminals, vagabonds, or other obnoxious persons, were sent to the colonies by order of the English courts. All right, that was the most of them. That was the large part of them. Kidnapped persons, and here's another large portion of these indented servants. Kidnapped persons, usually children, who were stolen by traders or ship captains in the London or Liverpool streets and taken to America, where they were assigned till of age to such planters as would pay the prices demanded for their passages. From these three sources, many people came to Virginia during the first 60 years of its settlement. Again, during the first 60 years, there was no record of anybody calling anybody white. So whoever wrote this, talking about the first people who were enslaved, the first laborers were whites. And he's talking about the first 60 years. We already got in law books, statute books, we shown that they didn't have that anywhere until 60 years later, after 1619, after they started establishing their colonies and bringing in these indented servants by large numbers. Continuing the book, it says, in the early period of North Carolina, there was continual complaint that people harbored runaway servants, all right, runaway servants. Governor Nicholson made the charge in 1691, and Edward Randolph, Surveyor General, repeated the charge in 1696. The situation of North Carolina was favorable to Virginia runaways, and it is likely that when servants left their masters in that province, they took refuge in the swamps and the forests to the southward. Who? Servants, not African slaves. It's called levelers and fugitive runaway advertisements and the contrasts in political economies of mid-18th century Massachusetts and Pennsylvania by Barry Levi, University of Massachusetts, Amherst. Pennsylvania welcomed and thrived upon servants from Germany, Scotland, and Ireland, and many came. New England restricted their entry, attracted few servant immigrants, often scorned them, and largely used their own native-born population to do the hardest and most dangerous work. What are they talking about here? They use the Indians. Now, where does it say anything about Africans, right? Where does it say anything about Africans? Talking about German, Scottish, and Irish servants or slaves. And then we're talking about native born people, the people born in that area, the indigenous people. That's who they were putting to work. A little further down it says between 1720 and 1760, Wilcock estimates that some 67,185 German immigrants arrived at the docks in Philadelphia, at least half of as servants. So at least half of those were servants. All right. So what are we talking about? 33, 34,000. But they're saying at least minimum. So they don't know. They're giving you a sugar-coated number here. A hapless and failed English servant apparently invented the term best poor man's country to describe Pennsylvania, indicating how attractive it was to such European labor irrespective of his personal failure. The lure worked well. Between 1720 and 1760, in addition to German migration, about 20 ships a year also arrived from Ireland. 20 ships from where? Ireland, not the Caribbean with a bunch of Africans, or not from Africa with a bunch of Africans. It came from Ireland, 20 ships. Are we talking about slave ships? Oh, but these ain't slave ships, right? They won't call these slave ships. Actually, find me one real slave ship that brought Africans. I'm still waiting. Most packed with servants for sale. Again, 20 ships packed like sardines. We're going to read this later. Packed. granted for transporting servants was to be reduced each year for 2 consecutive years. The greatest advantage, therefore, pertained to bringing servants to the province during the first year. Continuing further down, says the Carolina, again the ship that brought these servants from England, still under the command of Henry Brain, returned in the fall of 6070 to Barbados to pick up second load of colonists, right? So-called colonists. Among these were indentured servants. Probably most of them were indentured servants. They were going to go pick up. They needed labor. Their names and the time that each had yet to serve were proved before Thomas Gray. So again, this is an example. Thomas Whitty, a sawyer, is to serve 2 years. He still had 2 years left. He was serving time. Toaz Patterson, a carpenter, is to serve 2 years. All right, so these are the examples. So you see, these people were being sold and transported like property, and their service basically be sold. John Radcliffe, the last named, developed a decided passion for troublemaking and occupied considerable space in the early records of the colony. Indentured servants were among the earliest arrivals in Carolina, both from the mother country and from the islands. All right, from the islands. What Caribbean islands? Mother country. They're not talking about Mama Africa here. They're talking about mother country. Their mother country, England. The mother country, the British Isles. And then what islands? The Caribbean. They ain't talking about Africa here. So again, the labor, the indentured servants / slaves that they were using, again, were from the mother country and England or the Caribbean. They weren't coming directly from Africa. Series, there's so many books. I can do so many series, but I just want you to, hopefully it's clear by now. And if you're doing the numbers and you've seen I'm going to different states, different references, different sources saying the same thing. Where's the Africans come in at all?
Okay, well, so I think I did all I could do today, man. That's like 6 hours. Oh my goodness, how am I gonna break down 6 hours of footage? Wow. Well, I've been in the back room practicing already on breaking one down. I killed the whole thing, but I got half the first hour of it. So I think I'm going to do okay with this. So I'm going to go and do that. I want to thank everybody for coming today. And I will see all of y'all next time or in between time or that time or this time. You know, have a great one till we get back together. Bye.